worth of action in GRIDLIFE TrackBattle, the Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Series, GRIDLIFE GT, and so much more, including drift on 2 different circuits around here, Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, and America's National Park of Speed. Kyle Heyer joined by Tom O'Gorman, 2022 Eibach GLTC champion. There are so many other accolades I could use to describe you, Tom, but it's so good to have you back here with me, alongside me, for a racetrack and a race weekend that everybody looks forward to.
Yeah, it's been a while, Kyle. Happy to be here with you. Good morning, and good morning, race fans. We're at one of the greatest racetracks in the world, and we're kicking things off here early on the stream even. We're going to get the full picture of the full weekend. We just finished up Rush practice, but this is one that people look forward to, and especially seeing it expand over the last couple of years. I mean, we're on the signage as you come in now. It is just so cool to see a premier track like this, embrace an event like this. Last night, testing the lasers over on the stage, it was just a surreal moment for me, so happy to be here with you.
Yeah, really excited here. We've got a full music lineup Friday night and Saturday night, but of course the lineup on the racetrack, over 300 entries across all of the series that we have here this weekend. And the first thing that we'll have on display for you this morning on Friday will be Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Championship practice. So getting yourself ready to go racing 4 times this weekend in one of those most competitive grassroots fields here in North America. And Tom, you've raced in it, you've been in it, you've raced here before. This is a racetrack that is very, very fast for these cars. You're spending a lot of time on throttle, and this power to weight is going to be really tested here. So if you don't have the legs, get in that slipstream and get really brave on the brakes.
Kind of the only track like it on the calendar that we visit. So you're right, it does bring up some different nuances within the field. But one of the big changes we've seen in GLTC over these last couple of years is the bottom has come up. The field has just gotten so competitive. So the drivers that are down in the standings are some of the names that we saw up in the top 20 years ago. And it's as more drivers have come in and as the field has gotten more competitive, it means that the spread of the field in the last couple of weekends that we've seen with the racing here has just been so tight. That's going to make the dynamic of being wheel to wheel so much more interesting here at Road America. We have long braking zones, long straightaways that tend to compress the field down. Running here in practice, not only to get some pace, in addition to a test day yesterday, but running in a way that you can understand the dynamic of the cars and the way they compress into the corners, the way they make speed is going to be really important to get under your belt. And you only have, what, 15, 20 minutes to do it, practically 15 as you see the cars getting started on their first warm-up lap.
Yeah, this is rounds 5 of 9 of the 2020. You give away points here, and you know, for the drivers that are making their way up in the order, it's also important that that you don't get yourself off the racetrack and put yourself in a fence. This is a big, fast racetrack. You got to keep it on the black stuff here this weekend.
It's also one of the less forgiving tracks we do. I wouldn't say it's necessarily more dangerous. It's not necessarily a track that induces more mistakes. But if you see here, we've got long grassy runoffs, a couple of gravel traps, but in general, it's still a fairly old-style racetrack. That means some concrete. That means really abrasive curbs. Some of the drivers, especially maybe some of the older cars, some of the more fragile cars, if we take a look at one of those older style cars, let's say the NB Miata of Emil Tab, you got to be a little careful and selective with when you use those curbs because it may snap a suspension component at any moment. Some of the beefier cars don't necessarily have that issue, so it's definitely going to be an adjustment for drivers who are used to just kind of having the same thing everywhere. You can use the curbs, you can run, you know, a little 2 wheels in the grass here and there. This track, you got to think a little bit more about it.
Yeah, certainly. It's big grid here this weekend as well, as we typically see in the Eibach GLTC these days. 42 cars on the entry list here, including drivers like Ayrton Grimm, who's pulling double duty in the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. Brian Santiago, who's got a really neat Ford Focus in the field, but also championship front runners. Matan Rosenberg is here. Eric Catil, however, who's 9 points back in the championship standings, is not here this weekend, choosing to sit this one out. This is not a racetrack that suits his car. He's had a lot of bad luck here. He's working on the transmission back home. This was a good one to sit out for the title fight. He'll be back next time out at Lime Rock.
Yeah, strategically picking and choosing, that makes a lot of sense. Eric Magnuson, though, sits 3rd in the championship. He is present. James Cathers has had a really a bit of a quiet year, but he's had a very successful year. He sits 4th in the overall championship right now, just ahead of Tony Marchev. And I actually have not seen whether or not he is here. But as you mentioned, 42 cars. One of the cars that I hope we get to look at soon is a 1986 Mercor XR4 Ti from Alan Newsom, from the glory days of Group A now to GLTC. That is one of the cool cars, and that's what I love about the open rule set of this. There is some cars that obviously you'll see a handful of Corvettes, a handful of S2000s, a handful of BRZs, and so on, but you can just go wild. There's a BMW 1 Series from Japan in this series. We've got all sorts of cool stuff. Another car that popped up this year, or this event, I should say, is a BMW M Coupe, one of my favorite styled cars of all time out there. We've got a lot of cool stuff as Matan Rosenberg's going hunting on the back of Matt Waldbaum under the braking zone down into turn 5 for the second time. And that's the front of the field that we're here to grid early for some open track.
Yeah, certainly. And Matt Waldbaum, again, in that ASM S2000. That is a really interesting car. It's paddle shift gearbox now in that S2000, trying everything to make the shifts a little bit quicker. And he has only entered 2 rounds of the 4 that we've had so far, but he's been up in the top 5, up in the top 10. He's going to be competitive. And you pointed out Emil Tab's NB Miata. Yes, it's an old car, but it's new to him. It's a fresh build, fresh out at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. We did not stream that event, but he won his first race ever in that car, which these days is really hard to do with an NB Miata. We don't think we've seen a Miata win in years in Eibach GLTC.
By my count, it was at least 2020, maybe a 2021 if I can't remember, but that's correct. That car there sweeping through the carousel. He had a really, really strong run for the entire weekend, was able to win one of the changing condition races early in the weekend, and he's keeping up with the back end of that front group really nicely. Salil Shukla just in front of him, but the first car out on course was Dana Baczynski. He's up the shot just a little bit there as the rest of the field kind of circulating. One of the nice parts about Road America, you don't get a lot of laps in a short practice session like this, but you get a lot of space. It's very easy to find open track. There's Kevin Magnussen working his way through the kink. Christian Aranha back with us as well in the yellow and black Corvette, and then the rest of them are going to come streaming through. Aranha had a heck of a debut before he tapped a tire wall. He's been rebuilding that car and now is back out here, and certainly one to watch this weekend.
Yeah, certainly, and Aranha was really impressive, as you pointed out, in pace at Mission Raceway Road Atlanta, but had that contact with the wall, so we'll see if he can recover, be right up at the front this time. So again, in practice here, again, it's hard to really get a look at the true pace of cars until you see them in qualifying trim, but you can imagine with so little track time, relative to other series here, Tom, you've really got to take advantage of the time you get on the racetrack, and you'll see drivers out here for the full duration of it. So drivers coming on through. First lap times in the books here. Matan Rosenberg, 2:31.692 for him. And goes to the top of the board, 2:32.4 for Matt Waldbaum. But that's not really representative. We'll probably see sub-2:30s, I'd imagine, once we get everyone up the full tilt here.
Yeah, Trek record from races in the past is about a 129. We have seen, 229. We have seen 228s in testing and in qualifying at times, but only just barely so. I think the majority of this field is going to stack up in the 231 to 233 range. Matan Rosenberg, getting past Matt Waldbaum. Emil Tab also going for a dive down the inside and a big slide on the exit on Salil Shukla. Shukla's going to go for the over-under. Thinks better of it because it's practice, not the race, so he just learned a little lesson there. And let's talk about this track a little bit. Where we are on track there becomes actually a very significant handling section. This track does have the reputation of being a straight line track, being a high speed track, but if your car is within a couple mile an hour down those longer straights and you have more momentum from turn 5 back through turn really 14, but let's call it Canada Corner, turn 12, that whole section of the track, you can make up a lot of time with one of those momentum cars. So that's a section where someone like Emil Tab, Matt Waldbaum, some of the others that we'll talk about as we go back through the field, they can make up some speed, even though they're going to have a lower top speed at this section of the track. We're seeing a couple of these BMWs work their way through, and Jack Wishmeyer in that really cool J-swapped Civic.
Yeah, really neat car. We've seen that on the West Coast primarily, but he's come out to a couple events here in the Midwest as of late. And Daniel Giraldo in the Lexus. This is another really neat car all the way out from California. Glad to have him joining us here. As you'll see, green wipes for when drivers improve on their lap times, and purple for the best time in the session. And Matan Rosenberg up there at the top, 2:31.692 is, again, first lap out. Emil Tab up there in the top 5. Kyle Hale back with us again. Blake Korth, let's talk about him for a second. Rookie to Eibach GLTC back at GridLife Midwest Festival in June. Purchased what was Aaron Lichty's Porsche Cayman, and having really no full-bodied race car experience, ran top 10 all weekend long. Comes from a karting background, but it's playing out already top 10 here.
Yeah, having a good conversation with some drivers last night about how cool it is to see this series has been around long enough at this point that cars from the series that are notorious in the series or known, famous in the series, are swapping hands. So now you can't just say that's Aaron Lichty's Cayman. Now it's someone else's because it has that pedigree. So yeah, a really impressive debut. That car has done really well here specifically. I think it maybe performs here better than any other track on the calendar. So if Korth can get himself comfortable in the car and get up to speed with a good qualifying session, that is a really good opportunity. Look at Kevin Magnussen. That's an LS-swapped BMW going with his low aero, low drag package this weekend. Sometimes you'll see a wing on the back of the car. Maybe you'll see it later today. But right now, going with the lip on the back end of that car. And he has been one of the drivers to watch after being kind of a comer and goer of the series. He's really committed this year and has done a really good job. Has some race wins and sits third in that championship. He will inevitably, as soon as he gets through this weekend, pull up at least a second because Coutil is not here.
Got a full course yellow here and a black flag waving from the main start stand. So we'll see what that's for. I don't exactly have a note right now from where on course that's from, but they'll bring a halt to practice here in the early stages. Cyril Shukla going off at turn 5. There's the black flag that you see. And again, practice, Tom, it's practice not only for the drivers, but for the cars too.
Yep,
and at
absolutely.
a place that's so big where you're wide open all the time, you know, it's easy to break things. You mentioned how rough the curbing is around here as well. So mechanical issues, this is a track that those will pop up. You'd rather have them now than later in the weekend, but you hope it's a mechanical versus an off here in the early session.
For sure. It appears to be on the second half of the track with safety crews moving around past turn 10, which is the carousel there. That's a really epic shot. Shout out to the production crew for picking that camera shot. We're going to see cars coming down the hill at turn 8, sweeping through this later part of the carousel, and you can just tell how much elevation change happens here as the cars drop maybe 2 stories through the entire duration of that carousel. The camera is many, many, many feet above them as they go up underneath that Mission Bridge. If you're watching trackside with us, by the way, it's not easy to get to necessarily, but over that Mission Bridge is what they call the beach, and it is so cool. They have Adirondack chairs. They have I don't know if they actually have fire pits, but it feels like they should. And it's a really cool place to watch. It's also directly in line with the kink, so you can watch everyone push the car through there. As we see now, they're working their way back off turn 5, saves a lot of cool down time.
Yeah, Road America, you know, from the spectator experience, being here at the racetrack, it is one of the best facilities in North America for it. Jumbotrons around the racetrack. You've got the public address system. You've got some great vantage points, like you mentioned, the beach over there, which the first time I saw that, it confused me for a second, but it's pretty sick.
Me too. So, where is that from?
Right, but it's pretty cool. So, again, we've got the black flag out here in Eibach GLTC practice, and we're in a little bit of a holding pattern here. Just note a little bit of a reshuffling of the deck. Magnussen to the top of the board. Emil Tab, though, P3. And Blake Korth up to 6th, so pretty strong start there for some of the drivers in the top 10. It's a little Shukla in 10th. And also, we got to look at the 326 of John Borley making his Eibach GLTC debut in a 2002 Mazda MX-5 Miata. So we don't see a ton of Miatas in GLTC, at least not with their original motors. You tend to see a lot of K-swaps around here. So cool to have John here.
Yeah, the power to weight of this class is actually a little bit above where a stock Miata motor will go. So you see, you can kind of assume it's swapped if it's in this class. Maybe not exactly, but you get the idea. Another shout out, you mentioned Kyle Hale up into the 7th position. Not that this is particularly representative of where we're going, but it feels good to start out in the top 10. Another new car with a familiar driver, Ryan Power, had an ASM-built GR86 over the offseason after moving up from his ND Miata. Decided even the ND Miata isn't really fast and powerful enough for this category. Going to add a couple of horsepower by getting a GR86. He's in 8th, just ahead of that Christian Aranja Corvette that we mentioned. Only getting one representative lap, and Jaleel Shukla rounds out that top 10. In qualifying, they get some bragging rights.
Yeah, I had to do a double take when Ryan Power showed up to Midwest Fest with that GR86 because it has the exact same livery the ND Miata had on it, even though they have very different silhouettes. It took a second for me to process that. But Ayrton Grimm, we mentioned pulling double duty here this weekend. Andy Smedegard is also back in the field and a perennial front runner, although he's not up in the top 10 just yet. Is that the FA24 first-gen FRS that he's got out there?
Sure is, yeah. So it's a first-gen chassis with a second-gen motor. And if you've never gotten a chance to drive these cars back-to-back or unfamiliar with those, it's effectively 50 more foot-pounds of torque across the entire range and nearly, call it 40-ish of power. It's a completely different animal. And it's kind of becoming a more common swap to put that second-gen motor in a first-gen car, as the first-gen cars are getting fairly cheap for the chassis, although they do have that somewhat anemic engine. No offense.
What are you trying to say, Tom?
I'm saying I love that you have your dream car.
Yes. My dreams are slow-paced. So we sit here under the yellow flag for Eibach GLTC practice. Again, we've got drivers down on pit lane. Looked like they were sending a rollback over to Canada Corner, but we don't have a shot of that at the moment. So no update on who or how or what. But we'll hopefully get cars back on the racetrack here. As far as the schedule, it is a busy weekend. We mentioned we've got our GRIDLIFE GT series here, which is new as of Midwest Festival, the GRIDLIFE Rush Series, also TrackBattle Time Attack, and GRIDLIFE Full Course Drift. So next up after this will be GRIDLIFE GT GT practice, rush practice. We have our lunch break before we fire off the afternoon with Track Battle Heat 2. Now, with GRIDLIFE GT, there's also a new integration with Fire Laps, which we'll talk a lot more about that during that session. But at least some point in the weekend, we should have some pretty cool telemetry to show you on screen as well, courtesy of that data integration with Fire Laps, which is a really cool system. Much more on that a little later here, Tom. But looks like the drift paddock getting set up down there by the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex. That's kind of fun that we can run two surfaces at once.
Yeah, it's going to be that kart track that you saw just in the background there. Everyone's still being held on pit lane in case there's an opportunity to resume, although that time is taken away fairly quickly at this point. Good look at Thomas Lathrop there in the front. On the left side of your frame, a BMW E90, 3 generations of BMW sitting there. Kyle Hale in the middle, and then the E30, which is maybe still V8 swapped, question mark, do you know?
I don't.
No worries. Something cool under the hood of that E30 as well. See all the different shapes and sizes of cars in GLTC.
Yeah, should have until 10:45 for this practice, another 15 minutes or so. So we will likely get an opportunity to get back out there. That's why everyone is lined back up to go. Matt Beck is back in the number 67 as well. Good to have him back in the paddock. Ayrton Grimm in that number 2 CRP Racing MX-5 that's seen a lot of changes while they get that car dialed in over there, and actually qualified third at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Never really got a chance to run all the way up at the front, but Ayrton is really, really quick. That car is fast now, and did the test day yesterday. Just haven't gotten a good lap in so far in practice.
That car running turbo power on that NC engine, and then a little further back in that shot, you saw the Ford Focus, as you mentioned, and then 2 of the Turn-In Concepts cars. We have Peter Zhang, who had a heck of a scare coming up here earlier in the week, basically ended up getting collected, but his race car survived the impact on the highway, of all things. You can follow his social media to learn more about that, but he's okay, the car's okay, and he's on grid here running in GLTC, and just behind was Azmath Muhammad in a K-swapped MR2 Spider. That car really started to come alive towards the end of last year, had a heck of a run, almost won the race at Pit Race, closing out the entire season down until the final moments, so that orange Turn-In Concepts MR2 Spider is another factor.
Yeah, it's up in the mix for sure, and we did see the rollback there on driver's left coming out of Canada corner. That would be, where that is on track, Tom. That makes me think that that's a mechanical issue there. It's maybe turn 13 you'd expect to see an incident, but looks like maybe just a mechanical problem. They pull off to the left and have to get the car back on a rollback to avoid oiling down things. The Kartplex, Motorplex is already alight with drift rubber. We're going to have full course drift as well. The first full course drift today is going to be at 3 o'clock p.m. So one of the unique things that GRIDLIFE does is bring drift to the full course at a lot of racetracks around the country. We're the first people to drift Watkins Glen, first people to bring drift back to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, first people to bring drift to Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Road America, admittedly, probably not best set up for long sustained cornering, given that it's point and shoot in a lot of areas, but it is still a lot of fun to watch the super high entry speeds there. And that's the number 46 of Ryan Christoph that's on driver's left there, Tom, and unfortunate that L15 powered CRX seems to have had some kind of mechanical problem.
Yeah, this is one of the most unique cars in the grid. Actually, I believe the only car in the paddock taking the tube frame modifier that's allowed here in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. Basically, from the firewall forward is tube on that car, and there is a bit of wheel damage to the left front of that car, perhaps a suspension failure of some kind, and it may have collected the fender as well. So that's going to be a really difficult start for one of our longest-term drivers here. It's also got a 1.5-liter Honda Civic SI engine swapped into the front end of it, and that car came alive at Mid-Ohio. He had some podium runs. He was up in the top 5, and the lightweight nature of that car really showed up on the data when you compare it to some of the bigger cars. He was absolutely flying in some of the slower corners. So it's a bit heartbreaking to see this happen, although I suspect, like I mentioned, maybe some sort of left front failure on that car coming out of Canada corner, perhaps even related to those harsh curbs exiting Canada.
Yeah, there's a couple places around here where the rumble strips are really violent. The exit of turn 1, turn 5, turn 8, and turn 12 are primarily where you've got basically 2 car widths of very gnarly rumble strips. And you can find a little speed out there if your car is capable of handling them, but especially on some of these older Hondas where parts are a little bit smaller, a little bit less large in diameter, it's pretty easy to bend things and break things there. So could that have been a case of using a bit too much curbing? I think so, but it's hard to speculate. It could be anything around here.
Yeah, it's hard to troubleshoot the the actual reason, but it's looking like that suspension failure, and that's going to be a rollback issue. Luckily, pretty close to the paddock, so this should be, once it's strapped down to that trailer, a pretty easy delivery. Ryan was out walking around taking a look at things as well, so he's probably already got a plan for what can we do to fix this thing.
Yeah, so and actually that whole car comes apart in a couple pieces. As you pointed out, it's taking the tube frame modifier, so he can effectively take the whole front of that car off and should have pretty easy access to get replacement parts done. I'm just trying to see if there's any more damage to it. From what I can tell, Tom, it just looks like the left front and the fender, so maybe he did get the wall a little bit, but it's hard to see, so hope that's not the case. But either way, we, as you said, we should get at least a couple more laps around here, but again, with a 2.5 minute, 3 minute warm-up lap, you're not going to get a lot more bites at the apple here. So we'll see how things pan out. But again, qualifying later today is really going to be where we're going to see drivers lay down their best times and set themselves up for the racing tomorrow. Again, 3-day format this year versus the 2 days we had previously. So qualifying will be the last thing on the broadcast today, 5:35 p.m. local time, which is Central Standard Time. So that's going to be the last thing on the order of the day. So you got a lot of time from now until then to get things fixed up. I think there's a lot of drivers in the field that will be appreciative that they've got a little bit of time to get their cars set up to run fast around here.
Yeah, certainly looking at one of them. And that black flag all came out in the middle of the field. So it's actually got a bunch of the cars that were kind of mid-pack on release from grid now at the front. And some of our front runners are in the middle of that stack up at pit lane. So the best thing you can do at this point, if you're not in clear traffic, as it looks like we're headed back to green pretty shortly, the graphic is a little early on the jump there, but we basically have those cars. We have those cars now stuck in some traffic, and that's going to be really good practice too. As I mentioned, the way cars stack up into corners, the way that cars compress in braking zones is a unique challenge at this track that doesn't happen at very many other tracks very often, and it happens like 4 times a lap here.
Yeah, certainly. And that was the green. They're sending cars now. So very quick work there by the Road America safety team to anticipate coming back in. That's one of the advantages of having a 4-mile-long racetrack is you're basically in a different zip code with the safety trucks at 13 versus the ones entering the racetrack right now.
Safety crew here certainly used to learning how the overlap can work there too.
Yeah, so Ryan Kristoff's car didn't see any bodywork damage on the left. It was really just the left front fender. So hoping that was just mechanical and he could be sorted for the rest of the weekend as they head back into the paddock. We're going to send over 40 Eibach GLTC cars back onto the road as you see them headed back out as well. Dana Baczynski in the orange Subaru BRZ K-Swap car as well. He ran well here last year, and he doesn't get a ton of runs in Eibach GLTC, but when he shows up, he's always a top 10 competitor, and right now sitting P4, so a strong start.
One of the drivers that picks and chooses the schedule based on, he does it all himself, essentially. He does have the ASM wrap on that car and have some support, sometimes more just mental support than anything, and troubleshooting support, as he does a lot of the work on that car himself. Just behind the Blake Korth white Cayman, as you mentioned, changing hands this year. He's come out and sits right in front of Christian Aranja. Just up the road from them a little bit in the back of shot, one of the Volkswagens. That's a old Golf. Trying to get, I don't know the body codes of those, sorry. Any Volkswagen experts can tell me, but that's a really cool car. I love a box flare. Give me more box flares.
Box flares are great. And that's kind of the thing I love so much about Eibach GLTC is you can, I mean, is it going to be always the pointiest end machine? No, but you can kind of build the thing that you want, and it can roughly run up near, you know, in the top 15, top 20. And if you happen to like a car that tends to be a pretty good race car already, then you can find yourself at the very pointy end. But you can see a lot of unique builds there in this series. So out on track again. And headed back towards the kink. Great looking angle looking back through the kink here at this new sort of grasscrete runoff area, Tom. And that was mostly to keep dust down at the exit of the rumble. So there's not going to be a lot of grip out there, but it will hopefully keep that area from being dusty and cause visibility issues if someone does run a little wide.
Yeah, that was an issue we saw coming up more and more over the last couple of years. And I'm not sure exactly what the root issue of that could be, other than more drivers pushing harder as the sport has become more accessible and more, the sim racing gives people a better acceleration curve on their learning, all that, whatever it may be. But tires dropping and throwing dirt up into the air, causing visibility issues, became a really big issue there that culminated in some pretty nasty crashes in the last season or two. So putting that grass concrete there, that grasscrete as you call it down, essentially cinder blocks that grass can grow through, you may add a little bit of grip, but you also add you take away a lot of that dirt issue as you go through the kink, and it seems to have worked really well so far.
Yeah, that Volkswagen that you pointed out is Tom Panzarella, who's made 12 starts so far this year, average finish of 23. Now, remember that our fields are roughly, well, usually over 40 cars. So again, for it being a 1980s era Volkswagen, this is honestly not a bad effort, all things considered. So we'll see how he does here this weekend. Eric Jensen is back. He had a big incident at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta in a very, very wet and rainy race 4. Had that car repaired and right back out a couple weeks later. So very strong effort there by Eric Jensen after a pretty big off at turn 12 at Road Atlanta.
Cars kind of separating out into packs of 2 or 3, just coming down the front straight here. Here's a look at that Nissan 240 that you mentioned with
Matt Beck.
With Matt Beck at the wheel. Also going for a low drag setup this weekend. Typically we see that car with a pretty big wing on the back of it, and he's gone to that little lip, big slide coming off at turn 4, trying to get the 5, trying to get the power down. But that's a pretty common approach that we've seen people take here, myself included. It didn't work well for me, but it's the theory is that less drag will extend your top speeds at the end of the straights, and it'll pay off. But I will tell you, it makes the carousel and the kink an absolute handful if you don't get the aero balance just right. Taking a look at the exit of that carousel now, as I mentioned, dropping something over 10, closer to 20 feet as you sweep down through, clearing just about 100 miles an hour at the exit curbing. And this is a really fast section of track. It picks up some camber right there. It pulls the car towards that exit curbing. In an S2000, you're just grabbing 5th, and it's a pretty hairy section of track, to be honest.
You were telling me about the kink, which is right here. This is the exit of that corner, and with low aero. If you have a car that doesn't have the downforce, and you're trying a low drag setup, what's the best way to manage the balance of the car through there? Do you try to keep some maintenance throttle in it to keep the weight forward, or is there something else you can do?
Yeah, you'll get your braking done, your speed adjustment done pretty early, so you'll move that braking zone earlier in the track before you get into the corner, and then you'll kind of feed the throttle back in to stabilize the weight on the chassis to make sure that the car is nice and balanced. But the issue with those small wings, or those small, let's call them lips, the spoilers on the back, is that they don't always have end plates. They don't always channel the air over them perfectly. So if the car starts to yaw or slide a little bit through these faster corners, it can stall the rear wing, and it can make it really difficult to know what the car is going to do versus just having the wing on the back of the car. It always feels planted, but you do pay off with some drag.
Ayrton Grimm coming up behind Kyle Hale, and then the teal S2000, Jake Jorenstad returning to Eibach GLTC competition. Ayrton Grimm goes 3rd quick in that number 2 CRP MX-5, so very solid run. We were expecting to see him jump up the order, but I didn't expect that high here at this track, so that's impressive.
Yeah, good for him, running a 131.7, kind of in the front half of that chunk. We expect most of the cars to stabilize in the top 20, covered by about 8 seconds yet, as they're still getting back up to speed from that brief yellow in the middle of this session.
Yeah, and I mentioned Jake Jorenstad. He was actually supposed to be running with us at GridLife Midwest Festival in South Haven, Michigan a couple of months ago, but had a conflict, ended up not allowing him to be there. So good to have him back. Christian Aranha, we mentioned the repaired car up inside the top 10. And just keeping our eyes on lap times as drivers set their efforts in. Dan Precourt in the 944. That's a really neat Porsche 944 that has a beautiful looking sort of period correct livery on it that debuted at Road Atlanta a couple months ago. Really need to have that car back out here too.
Watching Jorenstad come through turn 5, one of those corners that it's a little bit difficult to approach on your first couple of laps, and then all of a sudden the rhythm kind of clicks, and the car picks up a couple of tenths through the apex, even 5-6 laps into the session. Once you think you're up to speed, a little bit more time will show up as you get yourself dialed to what is essentially one of the most basic corners on the track, but it's one of the most critical as it's a big braking zone, and it's this really important uphill acceleration zone that does become a passing zone as well when you're in wheel-to-wheel. Dana Baczynski taking a little look to view the inside line up inside of Thomas Lathrop, but he's not going to be able to get close enough until probably down towards the exit of turn 7 here.
Yeah, the other car in the background is that Ford Focus, Brian Santiago. And there was an interesting conversation on Dewey's Heat Exchanger podcast, I think, about I remember if it was that or the Perfect Lap podcast, where they were talking about the aerodynamic shapes of cars and how hatchbacks just have an inherent disadvantage at these fast tracks with long straightaways. So I'm curious to see how Brian Santiago does. We don't see a lot of hatchbacks in Eibach GLTC, but is a really cool car, very tall also compared to a lot of cars in the series. So neat entry. Again, I don't think it's the only Ford Focus we've ever seen here in this series, and glad to have him here.
Yeah, it's definitely got a big, massive greenhouse to it compared to a lot of these GLTC cars. I think the only car we see that looks maybe that big is Houghton's TSX when it's relative to some of these other cars. Bit of smoke out of the back of, actually a lot of smoke out of the back of one of our green Miatas, and then a big dirt cloud. That is the type of stuff that concrete is trying to mitigate. But as you can see, see, it only goes so far, and if you have a moment deeper down this straightaway, it can be really hairy. There's also a number of changes of direction down this quote-unquote straightaway that makes things really challenging, as you saw those 4 cars kind of trying to navigate each other. And then we'll cut to this exit of turn Canada corner as they get things sorted out.
Billy Mitchell Bend here, turn 13. They put some new curbing in when they repaved the racetrack. It's very, very rough on the inside and the outside. Very deep rumbles. You see Carlos Mendez in the car working his way around Roy Logan. You see 26th place at the moment in that 594. That was that green Miata that had the smoke kind of coming out the tailpipes there. And then you noted the dust. It almost looked like the dust was coming from the curbing on the right further down the straight. So they might have solved it on the driver's left in that area, but maybe not that little kink to the right, as you pointed out. This blue and orange BMW hatchback coming up as well. Michael Pagano, that's one of my favorite cars in the field. It's so pretty, and is actually a right-hand drive Japanese market car. And it's got a 7-speed paddle shift gearbox in it as well. So something a little different.
Ayrton Grimm goes to 2nd place overall, jumps in front of Matan Rosenberg down to a 231.2. Rosenberg sitting at a 31.6, 31.8 for Emil Tab. So we have 2 V8s in the top 4, and we have 2 Miatas splitting them. Dana Baczynski goes up to 5th position in front of Matt Waldbaum. Those guys will start provisionally side by side if this was a qualifying session. Kyle Hale is doing a great job in his M3, maintaining that top 10 position. Blake Korth has jumped up in front of Ryan Power. Christian Aranja holding on to a top 10. Jack Wishmeyer is a big mover as well. Takes that J-Swap Civic that we just saw go past. Sounds cool. In the 11th position for car number 111.
Yeah, good to see him running well. And trouble for Dan Precourt. And that is missing some body work on the nose of that, unless he intentionally peeled it off to cool it down.
Yeah, it did start the session that way. You see the airbox cone there in the left front headlight, but it looks like he has either no power or not very much power. Ooh, that car's running on not as many cylinders as it should have.
Yeah, it sounds like a Briggs & Stratton.
Yeah, it does.
Just coming up over the hill there. Sounds like a lawnmower engine or something. But
got that rental cart sound going to it. Hopefully he can get himself up the hill. It's a pretty significant climb.
Yeah.
Dana Baczynski sweeping through the carousel. Lathrop comes through behind. Again, lots of space available. Aranja using all of the grass creep, but keeps it nice and stable. That's what you got to do. If you know you're going to go off, or if you find yourself going off, you just got to straighten your hands up and calm down.
Yeah, that is a spooky moment, even with the extra grass creep there. Maybe just because it runs out at some point and you're back on the grass again, and you still got your foot to the floor. And he's using all the curbs at the exit of 12 too. So Aranja certainly not slowing it down after having a new quarter panel put on that car. So they're always a little bit faster once you put a dent in them, right, Tom?
Yeah, well, especially he picked it up from Jacob Bodenauer, who was having had that car driven by a number of drivers over the years. But that car changing hands this year. He ran in the top 3, I believe, at Road Atlanta until a spin in the wet caused him to need to do that body damage. Pokes over to the right side of the straightaway. Comes across the line. Dana Baczynski up to 3rd, that time by here provisionally in practice. Aranja goes to 6th, Korth up to 8th. That's going to move Hale and Power down to the bottom half of that top 10.
Yeah, impressive drive there. Here's Aranja through turn 1 again. And Aranja, we know from most familiar with him here at GridLife running the Camaro in the Street GT class in the GridLife TrackBattle Championship. So moving over to Eibach GLTC this year, was immediately fast out at Carolina Motorsports Park. And the last time that car ran there, it was in the hands of your Lizard Brains compadre, DJ Alessandrini. Ran top 10 with that car that weekend there too, a couple of years ago. It was actually kind of fun watching you, Tom, in your Lizard Brains Discord, saying, "Hey, if you're running this weekend, let me know what's going on." And it's a great platform for finding out information.
If you're trackside or listening online, you either are a driver or you know something about a driver, shoot us a message either in the YouTube chat or find one of us on social media. You can find me on Instagram and Facebook pretty easily, Kyle as well. We love to know things, and there's a lot of drivers. We have nearly 50 in GLTC. We've got over 10 in GLGT. We've got nearly 50 in Rush, and we've got nearly 100 in Time Attack. So that's a lot of people to keep track of. It's hard to run into everybody, but if you send us stuff we know to talk about it, we are happy to do so. There's a look at that BMW M Coupe. I just loved these cars when I was a kid. Little clown shoe. Had a little wonky ride height thing going on in the front, I think, but working his way through turn number 6.
Tyson Schweissov in that 1999 BMW Z3.
There we go.
Yeah, it is. I don't think we've seen one of those in Eibach GLTC before?
No, you don't see them in motorsports very often in general. They ran in the Coney Challenge Series for a little while, and that was kind of the highest and most common place you'd see them. My understanding is the rear suspension is pretty outdated for when that car came out. It's got like E30 era suspension on it,
wow.
even though it came out in the E46 era, or then, give or take.
Yep.
So I think there's some shortcomings to it out of the factory, which you could take care of in GLTC if you wanted to, and you wanted to push it that far. Korth using all the curbs behind Aranha, and I think that Korth has maybe closed that gap just a little bit up to Aranha, so that's maybe a rabbit for him to chase in this practice session, getting him moving pretty quickly.
And if I recall, Aaron Lichty had won races at this track in that car, so we know that car is up in the mix. Now, Korth was having some issues with it at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, but we'll see how he does. P8 at the moment. Dana Basinski up to second place in that Subaru BRZ. So, again, I'm really impressed by the mix of cars that we have up here in the top 6. There's a handful of V8s and a handful of 4-cylinder cars, including a turbocharged MX-5. So pretty good smattering of vehicles up here. And this was really going to be the true test of the parity this year. And every year there's big stabs at the rules here, Tom. But this place is not one that you'd expect to work out evenly, even with as many parity rules as you could write. But so far, I mean, it's not indicative of much yet. But Tom Panzarella just drilling the curbs there on the inside at turn 1.
And that Volkswagen sounds amazing. You just heard it screaming as he came through turn 13, being chased down by Louis Chatroop in the K-Power BMW. Shout out at the top, you mentioned Dana Basinski going to P2. He's just 0.02 of a second in front of Ayrton Grimm. Call that a tie here in practice between those two fairly different cars. And now Blake Korth has actually gotten up to the back of Christian Aranha, who's maybe slowing down, cooling down to come back into the pit lane.
Panzarella
doing the same.
Yeah, driver's left here. Louis Chatroop following in the K-Power E36. This is an interesting platform to have a K24 in here, Tom, but they've found some pace with it. Not a traditional swap, but we've seen a couple of those. I think Ryan Upham tried that as well a couple of years ago, but he hasn't run with us yet this year. Put a great-looking sort of DTM-era livery on it, but we haven't seen it out at our series just yet.
Yeah, it looks really, really good, replicating the Bastos cars from that era. But agree, it's been a little bit of a slow climb. Those E36s, actually, they've been very successful with the S54 motor in them, including Ryan Upham running that motor and to some success a couple of years ago, going towards the K-Power as a lot of the series did through maybe 2020 through 2022. That K motor was seen as the thing to have. BMWs, for whatever reason, choosing to do it as well. And it's taken them maybe a year or two to kind of get back towards where they were when they had those BMW motors. Really cool parity here across all German cars sweeping through the carousel into the kink.
Yeah, really need a handful of different generations of BMW chasing the Volkswagen. This is a cool quartet, isn't it? Down to Canada. And pretty hard on the brakes, down to probably second gear, maybe third, depending on your gear ratios here. Second for the Corvette side, I'd imagine. But we haven't seen Magnussen pick up more than that 230.8. Others have gotten close, though.
Yeah, Magnussen actually only completing 2 laps based on timing and scoring, so he may have just kind of he may have seen the black flag all and gone to paddock. He may have chosen to go back and make some setup changes after running the practice day yesterday, or the test day, I should say. So maybe not the best indicator of what Magnussen has. We have also not seen Matan Rosenberg run more laps since that black flag as well. And we'll talk about Matan's car here in a second. The checkered flag is out on the first and only practice session for GLTC.
Yeah, this is your 30-minute opportunity to shake things down and see how the car is handling, and then you're going to take what you've learned now and apply it to qualifying later today. And Tom, Road America is a place where you can overtake plenty. There's lots of opportunities for it here, but I still think in Eibach GLTC that qualifying is the most important session of the weekend. We really don't see drivers charging from the back of the field to the front because it's so competitive that if you don't really start in the top 10, you're going to have a tough time getting there. Maybe the one exception is if you can just eke into the top 10 prior to race 4, you might get lucky with the invert and put yourself up on pole.
This is also a track that drives somewhat narrow, so with a field like this that is that tight and with a number of different cars, there's oftentimes a difficulty in realizing the opportunity rather than, you see the opportunity, I could outbrake the person, but I run out of space. And that's a combo of the track driving fairly narrow because it winds and bends through this Wisconsin countryside. You can see those long straights down to turn 5 and down to Canada Corner. There's basically no straightaway involved. So it makes positioning the car more difficult. It makes protecting a little bit easier in general as well. So I agree, qualifying is going to be absolute go, go, go time for these GLTC drivers. They have a long time to wait for it, though, as it's still still, what, 5 hours off into the future.
Yeah, I'm curious what the temperatures are going to be later in the day as well, because you sort of have to consider the track temp being a lot hotter, but it's so late in the day, it's going to start cooling back off again. So I'm not sure that they're going to have a lot to deal with there. There's a past Eibach GLTC champion right there, two-time champion Jeremy Swenson out there on the Motorplex. So he's having fun this weekend. Good to have him back.
Hanging up the competition in time at least, and moving over to drift in that white C6. We're going to catch this in the background of shots pretty much all day, as well as these drift cars coming out onto the big circuit a couple times this weekend. But the coolest thing about this kart track, you can see the elevation from here. It's basically like a stair-step tiered thing that goes up almost 4 times over that hill. So you get a really cool elevation rise on the way up and a really cool elevation drop on the way down. And as you can see, it's plenty big for running in full-size cars. They run some autocross style competition on it. Of course, a lot of karting, but drifting as well.
Yeah, really cool spectacle over there. And, the carousel area here at GRIDLIFE Summer Apex Festival is really well suited for what we're doing down there. We've got the main stage, which is down in that area, the NOS Energy main stage, and then you've got the Motorplex over there where we've got drifting going on. There's a ton of vendors down in that area, so it really brings a lot of energy to the backside of the track. And Tom, you've been here for plenty of events. It's fairly easy for the energy to sort of stay in the front half of this facility over by turn 5 as well, but to get fans to kind of cross the bridge over there and really explore Road America. That's what you're supposed to do here. There's so much to look at and see that inviting fans to explore the whole area of this America's National Park of Speed, I think, is a great idea.
That's spot on, 100%. I hadn't even thought about that, to be honest. But you're right. As you leave the paddock area, this place becomes a national park. It becomes nice and spread out, peaceful and quiet. Not this weekend. You're going to hear a lot of unmuffled LSs over there.
Yeah, one of my favorite experiences here was walking through the woods on the back side of the track that's over behind the back straight. And you can walk through there. There's a path that leads down to just kind of the exit of the kink. And I was here during a GT World Challenge America weekend, and you just hear the whistling of a turbo, and then through the clearing, like I was in Jurassic Park, comes a Lamborghini whizzing by me, after a Ferrari had come by so quietly. And so I've started to call it the Jurassic Park of motorsports in some ways, because there's also a pedestrian tunnel on the outside of turn 2 that sort of is all covered in vines and ivy, and it feels like you're walking into a new world. It's really, really, really cool. So looks like GRIDLIFE GT practice is going to be up next here, and this is a new championship to our GRIDLIFE paddock here this year, and this is one that is basically the rules from Eibach GLTC, but with things turned up a little bit. More aero, more power, and the rules open up, and it captures some homologated cars and chassis. We've seen James Houghton run a Honda Civic TCR here. We've seen a handful of GT4 spec cars run and find success here. Now, fields are still a little light here, Tom, but building up interest in the series, and also debuting this weekend a new partnership with Firelapse, the official data partner of GRIDLIFE GT. And Tom, you're a big data guy, and I think it's fair to say that you can have all the data in the world you want, but if you don't know how to interpret it, it's not very useful. And so that's one of the things that Firelapse does, is it helps interpret, and actually has an AI coach that you can look at after the session, will give you recommendations on your driving, and it sort of simplifies the process of taking in the data. So there's plenty of ways to feed Firelapse, but the whole idea is that at the end of the session, at the end of the weekend, you can look at it, it'll give you recommendations, you can analyze your laps, and really take away changes that make your driving better. Lewis Chatrup in our Eibach GLTC field was also utilizing it. So we're going to have some on-screen integrations to show you throughout the weekend once we get some cars in the data box here.
Yeah, that's my favorite part so far about the opportunity is on our end. We're going to see G-force speeds. We're going to see minimum speeds. I'm going to put it out here now. If your min speeds are under 115 in the kink, I'm going to call you out. Just kidding. But this is a small but mighty field. You mentioned this is basically an evolution of the GLTC concept by moving that power to weight down, less weight, more power allowed. And one of the concepts is when we look at the bigger scope of motorsports, there's been a really big push for customer motorsports and customer-built cars. If you're a fan of motorsports, you've seen GT3 cars, GT4 cars. Now that's working its way into some touring car categories and so on. You are building your car less and less often, and you're buying a car from a manufacturer and bringing it racing more and more often. And part of that is the manufacturer wants to put out a new car every 1, 2, 3 years. So there's this big saturation of cars that kind of fit exactly in this sweet spot where this class was designed to capture those cars that are either being retired or that are getting cheaper as they age. The white BMW M4 GT4 is a perfect example of that at the front of the shot there. And I think as this category is noticed by people who either have those cars or teams who rent those cars, that will be a really good audience for this series. Those cars are utilized in SRO championships, in IMSA championships, in endurance racing championships around the country and around the world. So there are a lot of those cars that fit this. And again, as it brings attention to itself, you'll see some more of those manufacturer-built cars. Right now, we primarily have garage-built cars, which is also really cool in its own right.
Yeah, I think there's sort of a pick-your-own-path thing here a little bit, right, which I think is neat. And, you know, we've got two C8 generation Corvettes in the field here this weekend, one from Aaron Lichty, which we saw to great success at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, and then Alex Pites has brought a Pites Performance C8 out. And it's interesting to see how they've approached it differently, right? There's bumper cuts on the rear of Pites' car, and they have different rear wings and things. But I like the idea that you could take a GT4 car and drop it right in, and it'll be up in the mix. Charles-Andre Bilodeau, who we've seen in the Eibach GLTC paddock, just bought this BMW M4 to run here. And then you see Pites in that C8. This is the debut of this car this weekend. So really interesting to see how this pans out. Again, still very early days for this championship. There's a lot of entries to build on. James Forbes in that C6 Corvette. But I do think that as we go on through the tail end of the season, the entries will continue to build. And I think this is going to be a fun class to watch, especially at a place like this when the speeds are so high.
For sure. When you look at the economics of cars like that, I mean, you think it's a manufacturer-built car. It's probably expensive. The reality is those cars, the older ones especially, are coming down under $100,000, which sounds like a ton. Yes, it is a ton, but number of drivers will have that amount of money into building their own garage-built car. So like you said, you pick your own battle, you pick your own path, and the fact that this can accommodate that is really, really excellent. Now, we're seeing a lighter field than even we expected on the entry list, as we had some mechanical issues show up for Aaron Lichty, who had a really, really strong run at Mid-Ohio, winning 2 of the GLGT races there and some epic battles with James Houghton in the front-wheel drive Civic TCR. Unfortunately, some mechanical issues showing up on the practice day yesterday for Lichty in that Paragon Performance C8. They were trying to decide if the engine is just hurt or if there's something they can fix in the paddock last night. The fact that it's not on track is not a good sign right now, but we're seeing all 4 of these cars run close together. Forbes up the road just a little bit. We also expected to see, or potentially hoped to see, Houghton. He did not make it through check-in. There's a couple other cars on the entry list that are not out for practice either, including Alan Patton, who's on for in a Corvette as well. Is he out there?
No, so Alan Patton was supposed to, he was on the entry list, would have brought the Supra, but looks like he's just brought the Corvette for track mod. So
there we go.
We will not see Alan Patton out there. Charles-Andre Bilodeau, though, is going to cross the start-finish line here, make his way around, and we'll start seeing lap times up here on the board shortly. Really curious. We haven't seen Aaron Lichty out on track yet, have we?
Yeah, I just mentioned the mechanicals with his car. The other car I was going to mention is Tony Barber. He's got a cool engine swap. I believe it's a V8 swap Nissan 350Z that we saw that car out at I believe Midwest Festival, so 2 rounds ago. He's not out for practice either. So we'll have a couple more cars hopefully for qualifying in the races. But provisionally right now, as they've finished their first flying laps, Colin King in that red C6 up the road just there. They're number 21 cars, fastest on lap number 1.
This is Forbes, I believe. King's in the purple Viking car. And unless the numbers are...
Nope, you're right.
Yep.
My mistake. Yeah, Forbes back in the field just a little bit then in the running order.
Yeah, Forbes working his way through turn 6 at the moment. That car debuted at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. So getting a better run at it here. Was doing the test day yesterday. There's a nice drone shot there coming through turn 7. Such a fast turn, high commitment there, Tom. You're on throttle and pretty much to the floor in most cars, maybe with a little bit of a confidence lift.
It's a small speed adjustment, you're right, but it is a big weight shift, and the car kind of goes off camber, then back on camber quickly. It's a super dynamic corner, similar to how I mentioned the end of this carousel is a really dynamic feel in the car. It's going to hook up right about there. It's going to get a little bit loose and want to tighten up as you see, as you hear Forbes kind of rolling into the throttle. We've mentioned the number of cars, but let's talk about parity. The whole field is within 5 seconds. The top 4 are within 1.5 seconds or so. It's Colin King at a 2:32.7, 33 flat for Charles-Andre Bilodeau, Forbes at a 33.4, Hans Horpedahl at a 33.5. So a majority of the cars on this track are on the same second, give or take, which is really, really promising for the action when we get to racing a little bit later.
Yeah, again, it was a small fields but mighty fields. We haven't had a single yellow flag lap knocking on wood tables here here. We haven't had a single yellow flag lap yet in the first 8 races of this championship. Now, the fields have been small, but the racing has been pretty thrilling. We're also down a couple cars just because of Chris DeLucia, who has joined us for the first couple of rounds, but he was running in another series at Lime Rock Park a couple weeks ago, backed that car into the tire wall on the uphill. So we should see that car back a little bit later in the year. But coming up over the crest, here comes Forbes in the number 69. We'll see if he can pick up some time on Colin King in the 21, and he does, goes to the top of the board, 231.4. Here's Bilodeau across the stripe as well. No pickup for him, goes second quick. Now Calzada across. We should see drivers picking up more time now that they got tires up to temp. And Calzada goes P4.
Same tire allowances here in this category as in TC, and there are actually no wheel or tire restrictions, essentially. There's no wheel restrictions, let's say. There is some tire restrictions based on the weight, but realistically, the cars in this class are not going to have any more wheel or tire. They're just going to have more power and a little bit less weight. As Hans Horpedahl there in the silver Corvette, C5 shaped, goes to the top of the board by a little under a second, a 230.6 now for the 77 car.
Yeah, nice solid lap there for Hans Horpedahl, and bought this C5. I think was originally planning on running it in Eibach GLTC, but it was easy enough to sort of convert it with the aero that he had to GRIDLIFE GT competition. Finds himself up in the mix, gunning for trophies here this weekend, Tom, so should be fun to watch. Again, there's a little bit of an advantage when you're the first ones to a brand new series to sort of jump up there and grab some good stats early on while it's being built. So, again, for drivers that are new, why not give this a go? You also get a free Firelink if you sign up, and you get a year of the Fire Laps subscription for free at the moment because we're integrating that into the GRIDLIFE GT series.
That number 77 was floaty coming through the braking zone there at turn number 5, clearing probably 135 miles an hour, maybe clearing 140 miles an hour, and then braking down to a corner that's maybe under 50. So that's a huge speed dissipation. You saw the car just do a slow wander throughout that entire braking zone. Here's Charles-Andre Bilodeau in that M4, screaming through it and leaving black strips on the exit of the carousel as it picks up grip. You heard the traction control fighting that car underneath the audio here at turn 5. That's another advantage of one of these manufacturer-built cars is they come with all the motorsports systems that you might want rather than have to figure out how to put them in your car itself. David Calzada, though, is ripping in that little Miata. I don't even know that that's a turbo car. I got to confirm, but it might be an all-motor car, and he's keeping up with every other car on track being either a Turbo 6 or a V8.
Yeah, you got to get real creative with a car that little against cars this big and this fast. But come race time, we saw it at GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival. He was in the mix, absolutely. So Forbes heading up the hill here, see if he can knock Horpedahl back off the top step. And a good shot top down there at Canada corner. I think one of the prettiest turns in all of North American racing. And it headed up through Billy Mitchell Bend. And Forbes to the top, 230.488. Love the sounds out of these cars, too. Big, meaty V8s. Bilodeau up, improves to a 230.7, and Calzada to the top of the board, 230.047.
Look at how close everyone is. This is pretty epic stuff. Calzada in the Miata puts it at the front. Forbes goes through, and Horpedahl might be able to respond on this lap. Looked like a pretty solid lap, nowhere at least with big mistakes, as he does go to the top at a 229.6, just in front of the K-Power Miata.
Yeah, it's been pretty fun to watch the revolving door at the top of the standings here the last couple of laps. And to your point, 4 drivers within a second. Again, I know the field is small, but it is very competitive. And that is on track the Hyundai Veloster N that has been driven in the past by Jordan Wisely. I don't think we've seen that car come across the order yet to know who's behind the wheel of it this weekend. But that car had all sorts of mechanical issues at Midwest Fest, but they're committed to the season, so we should see a lot more of them. Turn 6, what a tricky turn that is, Tom, with the track kind of falling away from you. You come up over the crest of that hill. This is one of the few tracks I've had the chance to drive myself. Back it was with a Spec Miata in 2020, but coming up over the crest, right as you turn in, the track kind of drops away from you, so you have to be a little ahead of it just to make sure you don't wash out onto the rumbles at the exit.
I agree. It's probably the most dynamically challenging corner on this track through that entry zone, and it's one of those tracks, one of those corners, I should say, in the big grand scheme of the track. If your car's working everywhere really well, it's probably a little loose on entry at turn 6, which is a little bit frustrating, but you get into that rhythm and you can get the rotation just right. If your car doesn't have ABS, we're going to see a lot of brake lockups up into the front of left fronts, of that corner. It's a really, really interesting entry. It's also a great passing zone because of that uphill climb from turn 5. Someone makes a mistake, you can get a run up the inside of turn number 6, which ends up turning into side-by-side battles through 6, 7, 8, and into the carousel more often than not.
Yeah, see Jordan Wisely populate the timing and scoring there, so he's on his first flying lap of this practice session. Hyundai Veloster, and it's such a pretty build that I thought it was actually an next-gen racer car, but it's not. It's hand-built. It was originally going to be an unlimited class track battle car, and then the series popped up. They converted it to GRIDLIFE GT, and here it is. So we'll get another view of that a little bit later, but a really pretty-looking build. Almost looks factory.
Yeah, I agree, and that is one of the meatiest sounding Miatas I've ever heard. With that acceleration zone out of 13 into 14 for Calzada. Can he get back to the top? He more likely than not has some sort of timing information, as he's one of those kinds of guys. He wants the information available to him. Does he go quicker this time through? Needs a 2:29.6. Doesn't look like he's able to do it this time. Horpedal was right behind, looking for maybe even 28. Now, we do know from Aaron Lichty's information yesterday on the test day, not to show his cards, but he was down in the 2:23s, I think. Wow. So if that C8 were to come out here, he would maybe be the far and away runner. Now, that is a separate day, separate entire idea, but it is a pretty big difference. Horpedal goes back to a new personal best of a 29.2, picks up a couple seconds as Forbes hits the pit lane.
I was going to say, I mean, we're looking at lap times that are really only about a second quicker, if that, than our Eibach GLTC field. And again, we're talking about another additional 100 and 125 horsepower or so. So I think there's a lot of drivers working up to pace, and we should see these times come down. But it is interesting to note, Tom, that I would expect them to be in the low to mid 220s rather than at the high end of the 220 mark. But again, it's not like we're running a multi-class environment, so it's not going to be a problem. But as long as the field is close, as they are right now. So Hans Horpedal through 5. Again, looks pretty mighty. And him and Calzada might have a little good fight. They're going to qualify again later today. They don't go racing till tomorrow also.
Another allowance this category allows for is a bigger aero package. The square inches allowed on the car are higher in this category. Now, there are some cars, including Aaron Lichty, that it was actually hoping to run in TC and GT. So they'd be running back-to-back sessions, running in basically double the sessions from everybody else, but they would have to run the TC aero because it is required to be smaller. You see the aero on that Horpedal machine, the number 77, actually looking bigger than most of what we see in the TC cars, and that allows for a little bit better, obviously, cornering speed and a little bit more maximizing that aero balance.
So GLGT practice for another handful of minutes here before we go out for Rush Series practice number 2. There's Charles-Andre Bilodeau in that BMW M4, and I think one of the big advantages with running a GT4 spec car is you just get the reliability that comes with a build like this, right? It's not home-built, homebrew. This is a factory race car. And Tom, you know, having driven these cars before, that they are generally less problematic, although they have their own little things to work out. But when you build a car from scratch, you are the engineer. But in this case, BMW was the engineer, and that's a pretty good place to start. Yeah,
generally that's true. But it does mean that sometimes when things go wrong, it can be exponentially more difficult to figure out, or exponentially more expensive under certain situations. Jordan Wisely puts himself in the conversation, goes to a 2:32.8. That is 6th in the field, but it's within 4 seconds of the top time. It's within 2 seconds of 3rd and 4th. So that Hyundai is in the conversation now.
Calzada, I think, went a little quicker, too, at 2:28.955, and Hans Horpedal got down into the 29s as well. So both pickups for the class leaders at the moment.
It's a really strong performance from Calzada out the gate this morning.
Yeah, looking really solid. Again, fighting an uphill battle maybe, but right now, if he's fighting an uphill battle, he might be on the top of the mountain already, judging by the lap times. But heading down towards 5, here comes Calzada in that K-Power Industries MX-5. It looks like he's on a cool down of sorts. And checkered flag is being displayed from the main flag stand here, so that will bring this session to a close. And engine sounds shut off in that car, or at least clutch in on his MX-5. So GRIDLIFE GT practice is complete. And David Calzada at the top of the standings, a 2:28.955 over Hans Horpedal's 2:29.237. Then Forbes, Bilodeau, King, Wisely, and Pites. Now, we didn't see a lot of Colin King after only a couple of laps. That's a new car to this championship, the Viking Performance Corvette. but not a lot of revolutions. He was here in the test day yesterday, so just curious if they're holding their cards close and what they can really perform, or if there's a mechanical issue they're chasing.
Yeah, King and Pites both only doing that one timed lap, so we'll see if those cars can get. I mean, they really are. Pites is the only outlier. The rest of the field is within the same window, so if we can get at least 6, if not 7 of those cars in the same window, that's going to be pretty good racing.
Yeah, no pickup for Jordan Wisely. That time stays at the 2:32.883 for the number 7. And there's that look at that car. Like I said, it looked so factory that it looked like a Gen Racer car, save for the much larger rear wing. But yeah, again, this is a home-built, homebrew car, shop built, I suppose, but not a factory race car.
You hear the tires protesting through the entry just a little bit. Nice and consistent noise, though. That means he's maximizing the grip. Down through that entry of turn 3, you see the little bit of elevation kind of hooks the front end of the car in just right if you nail it. Otherwise, it can put it into a big push. We'll expect to see him slow down early and take that early pit lane off at turn 5 here.
Yeah,
he's on it, though.
He is, and he did pick up the checker, so he should be pitting in, but he might have. Nope, he got it. So in he goes. We were both nervous there for a second, thinking he missed the checker, but he did not. So on he will go into the paddock, and the GRIDLIFE Rush Series will head back out on the racetrack here in a moment's time. Big field this weekend, and we saw the Rush Series here last year. It was pretty exciting with all the slipstreaming and drafting these cars get to do this weekend, and a return from our championship front runners. Did we ever see Ryan Leach go out in practice 1?
No, we didn't. So here in moving to that Rush SR, GRIDLIFE Rush Series, they get 2 practice sessions. In fact, they will get 3, as every other series only gets the 1. So we're going to see them a couple extra times today versus everybody else. But yeah, that'll be one of the big conversations. We had one of the local guys, James French, go to the top of the board in a massive way in practice 1. We also didn't see the driver that's won every single one of these races in practice at all. So he's got a lot more practice time if he uses these other sessions, but definitely a point of interest for us.
Yeah, this place is pretty, though, isn't it? Road America, America's National Park of Speed. Sights from high above the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex. Turns 6 and 7, they're off in the distance. Turn 8 just to the bottom right of the camera shot. And it is a privilege to be here, and it feels like... Go ahead, Tom.
I've never noticed that dirt section. How long until we have GRIDLIFE Rallycross?
I mean, I'm in.
I'm in.
We were probably closest to it at Alpine Horizon a couple of years ago.
That's true.
But that would be cool. It feels right up our alley, doesn't it?
It does. Shout out to all the people working here today, all the GRIDLIFE staff, all the production team, all the media team. You're going to see a lot of those people buzzing around. They're bringing you these shots right now. Look at the number of drift cars over there. That's a couple dozen of them, 30 plus, I'd say, waiting for runs. We're going to see probably some tandems eventually over on that course, I would guess. But shout out to all those people making it happen for us, operating, including the safety crews, including the flaggers. And I will say, if you're trackside with us and you have the time, you can make the time to get over to that back half of the track. There's the drifting, there's the beach. That'll be towards where the concert area is as well. It's a lot of different angles that you may not see. It's worth the walk. It's worth the hike.
Yeah, there's over 80 drift cars here this weekend, so there's a lot. Some are doing both full course and the kartplex. Some are just doing the motorplex, and some are just doing full course. But again, it's pretty cool. Is that a Camaro out there? What is that?
I think that's a 240.
Oh, it is. it looked like a Camaro Trans Am car or something. I was like, man, what are they doing out there? They're drifting anything. But, yeah, really cool to have these multiple surfaces, and really puts on a good show here. So the Hyundai vehicles are on track right now, giving rides in the Hyundai Laps experience. You see Hyundai Elantra and TCR, and this is a car that you raced against. Or maybe you raced against the Veloster, Tom. But I know you've raced against the Elantras.
Both, yeah.
Recently. Yeah.
Those Hyundais, they were the nemesis. I had the non-italicized H on my car. But
yes.
These TCR cars, the way they make speed just doesn't quite make sense until you ride in one. I guarantee the people who are on the list to ride in that car, you stop by the Hyundai tent here, and I don't know if they're giving away rides. I'm sure it's a VIP setup thing already. But the amount of braking force they have, the amount of cornering force they have for a car with 300 horsepower at 3,000 pounds, it's just like it doesn't compute. And the way that those cars make the speed, we've seen James Houghton bring one into GLGT, the Civic version of that Hyundai. Same rules prep, basically. Up over 110 miles an hour here. You're basically flat through the kink if you dare. A little brake light flick there. Probably keeping everything safe and under control, but still over 115 miles an hour through the kink and down into Canada Corner. Their top speeds are really not that much faster than GLTC cars, but they go nearly 10 seconds a lot faster when they're on full tilt.
That's so crazy. And actually, I got a chance to ride in one of those Hyundai Ioniq 5Ns, the other car that's out there, the non-race car. That is a full EV, and I had the wildest experience with GRIDLIFE CEO Michael Hergen, getting a little wild with it in drift mode, but again, the performance that's on the table there in those cars is pretty high also.
So I learned something interesting about these cars. I had some friends from Grassroots Motorsports run One Lap of America in the stock version of that car. Tom Suttard from the magazine and Andy Hollis did the 1 week competition in a stock version of that car, just like we see on camera here. And they were working with Brian Hurd at Autosport, who runs those TCR cars, amongst other things. And they were just kind of asking for some advice, some things to look out for, especially with running an EV on track, off track, etc. And they said that there's a simulated audio that you can turn on, and there's also simulated shifting that you can turn on in the car that kind of makes it feel more like a internal combustion car. And the Herta guys said from testing, they actually found that the car was quicker, or the drivers were quicker, let's say, with the audio on, because it gave them a better understanding of how they slowed down, what the engine speed, the speed dissipation was, what the changes in speed were. So even though it's an EV and it's silent, if you turn the audio on, it's actually more natural for the drivers, is what they found. And I thought that was fascinating, because I never would have thought of that.
That is interesting, for sure. And the other thing is that we had an Elantra N here at GridLife for a year in 2023, and that also had the ability to pipe in audio into the cabin, and they had the Elantra N TCR sounds in there, and you can bet I drove around with the gear whine and everything. It was awesome. So
does it do the blow off valve?
I don't remember if it did. It might have. It's been a while since I've been in one, but I know the Ioniq 5N also does it, because Michael turned that on for us when we went for a ride. So pretty good. There's the Motorplex again, and they're sending all sorts of cars down there. It's a busy place, and really, really cool to see the aerial perspective of this right alongside the big track. So we'll be waiting a couple more minutes to doing a quick track sweep here before we turn the green flag loose on the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. We mentioned that it is a nearly 50-car field here this weekend, and a number of drivers to keep our eyes on, including Blair Hosey, Nico Bratz in the number 7. Was a front runner here. If you recall last year here, Tom, there was a 3-wide run to the checkers with a 28 thousandths margin of victory between Nico Bratz, Alex Chang, and Ryan Leach. Leach was the eventual victor of that, but Ryan Leach has been undefeated so far in 2025 when he's been at the racetrack. Now, he's only showing up to the points rounds. Mid-Ohio Sports Car course was not a points round for the GRIDLIFE Rush Series, but someone's got to take it from him at some point. I mean, I don't care how good you are. You can't win everything. So we'll see at what point in the season someone can pony up some slipstream and get by him. But even Blair Hosey, factory pilot, couldn't get it done at Gingerman.
Right. That allowed Jason Ayler, who's come out of some other sort of small bike motor competition style cars, Thunder Roadsters, I believe. He was able to win 3 of the 4 races at his home track there at Mid-Ohio. Bryce Mersberger picked up the first race win there. So there's now been 3 race winners on the season. But to your point, when Ryan Leach is in the race, when the green flag flies, he typically crosses the finish line at the checkered first. Now, on the flip side of that, he's only been on pole once. There's actually been 4 separate pole sitters this year, including Andy Vogel, including James French, and I believe Nico Bratz was on pole for 1 as well. So his qualifying performance has not been nearly as dominant, and I'll be curious to see if the qualifying in Rush is as important as it is in what we talked about with TC.
I would venture to say probably not as important, but still important. I think, there's going to be a lot more of a revolving door, but we tend to see these cars break up into packs. So you got to be in the front pack no matter how things work out. I haven't seen Ryan Leach at the front of this group either in his sort of gray and black sort of two-tone paint scheme. So I've yet to see Leach on track at all, and that makes me a little nervous if he's got an issue or if he hasn't yet arrived. That's the other thought. But we just talked to him last week on the GridLife Drivers Meeting show and was excited to be back out. Andy Vogel has been chasing. He feels like Chick Hicks. He's been finishing second to the King all year long. So he really, really, really would like to defeat Leach this weekend.
Nice. He's been up on the wheel, too, even getting to grid. He's been the first car out every session. So he means business, and he's really a driver that's impressed me over the last couple of years. Moving from time of track competition, Street GT, in a C8 Corvette, he kind of moved up the ranks there to become a fairly dominant force, running a lot of track records, winning a lot of events in that car. He's also been running a different series in a Radical, so that's somewhat similar to this, more aero-dependent and a more normal style-sized chassis, let's say. But he's really pushed himself and developed himself into a serious contender here on the track in that Turn and Concepts Rush SR.
Yeah, you did see Ryan Leach roll out of the pit lane, so he is here and will be headed out on the racetrack as well. So He's going to head back out and see if he can knock these drivers off the top step. And warm-up lap here, probably full tilt in these cars here, Tom, just to generate heat in these tires. And when they come back around to take the green, I'm curious what lap times, I can't recall from last year what the lap times were, but they were pretty quick. They're not slow in a straight line. You know, the interesting thing is they don't have a traditional, sort of gearbox ratio. The way that they can tune their top speed is by changing the sprocket teeth. I think it's from a 14 tooth to a 15 tooth or a 13 to 14 or something like that. And they can get a little bit more straight line speed with that, but that's the only adjustment they can make to the gearing.
Interesting, and I think that will actually help in maybe a situation like qualifying where you don't want the top end. If you end up by yourself, you can get a higher top end, although one thing I'm really interested to see how this unfolds is I have not seen the Rush SR cars be particularly draft dependent, maybe a very small amount, but nothing like a lot of the other spec series that you'll see in motorsports in general. This track is longer straightaways, faster on top speeds than pretty much any other track that we go to on the GRIDLIFE calendar, and we do that a couple times per lap rather than maybe just once. So I'm curious to see if either working together on timing and on rhythm with the drafting, or even if the drafting at all matters. And I think that that's a really important thing to establish here in practice. We see a handful of these cars sweeping through 7 deep in a train and now looking for an opportunity to pass. I think that was TJ Hunt on another one of the drivers working his way down into turn number 3, and it worked. So that's something that if you pick up in practice, you have it in the back pocket for the race. It's a really, really powerful thing to know.
Yeah, I think I'm curious about the draft from a time perspective. I know in racecraft it certainly helps to have the slipstream, but I'm not sure if you give that all back necessarily.
Right.
So, to your point, in practice and qualifying, maybe it'll help a little bit, but you have to be coordinated. I think that's the tough thing, right? Because if you draft up behind someone and then you have to let off a little early to not run into them in the brake zone, you're going to give all that time back. So in a race scenario, go for it. It's going to gain you track position, but is it faster? Maybe a little bit, but again, I think you have to be coordinated. If you've got teammates, if your team rapscallion, you got 400 cars out here, you might as well use them, right? That's the whole idea of having teammates. If they can help you, you're going to try.
High risk, high reward for sure. So James French, who's a local driver here, we see that driver in a lot of series and a lot of different cars, including some ex-Formula 1 cars at some vintage racing. He's got a lot of cool variety in a lot of cars similar to this. He's been in the top of the field, maybe top 5 for a majority of this. Set the practice session at a 126 and some change earlier today. So that's the bogey that we're looking at. No one else was even in the 127s. The next fastest car was in the 128 flats. So I haven't found that car on track necessarily yet. I know he's out there. But that's the driver to beat, and it maybe kind of a local boy does good here, at least starting things off in Rush.
Yeah, certainly. And as far as the championship as well, we talked about how Ryan Leach was really the one to beat. But I do think it's important to talk a little bit more about the rest of the championship front runners. Andy Vocal, we mentioned as well. You mentioned Jason Ayler as well with his successes at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. But coming into this event, the championship standings are Leach, Vocal, French, which you just talked about, Ethan Alexander, Nico Bratz, Jalen Batley. Batley was another driver that had a pretty solid run at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, and a little bit of a conundrum off into 14, little tight squeeze there for a couple drivers. Also keep an eye on Ayrton Grimm, double dutying now, running with the I can't remember the name of the team. My apologies there, but Grimm, Rush of the Carolinas, I believe, pulling double duty, and we'll see how he does this weekend. Struggled a little bit last time out in the Rush car. I believe it was at Midwest Festival. A little bit of a squeeze into turn 1 here. And I think, is that Nate Hamilton in the Sunoco car? It's either him or TJ. No, TJ Hunt's got a different livery. He's got a Valvoline scheme on these days, I think. Number 28. Mark Chorganowski in the number 25 up to the top of the board. First driver to cross the timing loop, but we're going to see a revolving door here pretty quick.
Remember, 226s are the fastest times we've seen in this calendar year for these cars. They did get the chance to do some testing yesterday as well. Time starting to pile in. Nico Bratz to the top early on, 228.4. And we are seeing drafting working in this 4-packer. It's become a bit of a 4 or 5-pack. A couple of the cars that were able to draft and make passes down the front and side straights have worked their way towards the front here. So that bodes well for our idea of being able to draft and use that for your racecraft a bit better. It doesn't appear to be choreographed in any way quite, and that's probably due to it's just really, really hard to do. And you have to almost have a couple years of data to show that it's worth it to even give it a shot. Big float on the exit curve of turn 8 for that red car. coming up underneath the Speedville Bridge. Motul on that side of the advertising anyway. Side by side in the carousel in practice. Woohoo!
You mentioned how this track drives narrow in the Eibach GLTC series. Not so much in these cars. This is a big place.
Yeah, that's actually a good point I wanted to make. As they look almost 3 wide for the kink. There's 48 cars, the highest saturation in any of the wheel-to-wheel series we're going to see this weekend, but they are so small. It doesn't tend to create a lot of like track saturation problems, right? So it's pretty easy to get some space. But to your point, they tend to run in packs. Andy Vogel still running out by himself. Also noticed Ryan Leach running by himself towards the back. As Vogel will be coming through to finish his first time lap this time through.
Yeah, Leach up 2 seconds on everybody else on his first lap, so immediately up to speed. So Ayrton Grimm up to 4th place on his first lap of the day. 42 cars have taken time so far.
Watching Sam Reed come through turn 1 in that classic, I always think of Lotus when I see dark green and bright yellow.
Yeah.
Working turn 1 by himself as well, sitting there in what's now the 9th spot. Number of cars coming through still stacking up in front of him. So Ryan Leach matches what we saw out of James French earlier today. That's going to put the 2 of them pretty well clear of the field. Yet to see anybody else, again, run even a 27, let alone a 28. Brandon Schwartz gets to the 28s. They're in 2nd place, 1.7 seconds back.
Tickers flying all over the place.
Yeah.
The drivers changing position here. For James French to the top. You see James French there, to Ayrton Grimm, 2.3 seconds between 1st and 7th right now. This is a new battle graphic we've got here this weekend, so we'll get to play with this all weekend. And Mike behind the controls of it here, testing some things out, but should be interesting to watch as Grimm now down to 9th as more drivers jam themselves between 1st and 10th on the order.
Saw the 114 of Bryce Merceberger off pace down the front straight. That might be him there in the white and red, moving slowly through turn 1 as well. And the question is that because of a mechanical issue, or is that because I want to find somebody to draft? Both things are absolutely plausible, especially here at Road America. That driver's been a factor, especially at Mid-Ohio. Was able to finish on the podium a couple times and ended up on the podium 2nd place for the weekend after winning one of the races there. So it's not a driver that's found much success when it's a points race. He's going to be looking to push a little further up the field there. He's maybe in the top 10, but at that non-points race where the field was a little bit lighter, he had a really good success, which sometimes that builds so much confidence.
Yeah, well, that's I was just going to say that. The confidence, Greg Creamer always talks about comfort breeds confidence and confidence breeds speed. And when you can get comfortable up there at the front, really slicing and dicing for the top step, when you come back to a points race when the field is 3 times the size, you're going to be much better prepped to take the battle to the front runners there. I think that's Nate Hamilton being chased by James French, I want to say, in that number 70. It's the black and blue car. And Leach back to the top of the board by 0.3 of a second over James French.
Getting a couple 27s in there as well. Ethan Alexander, Nico Bratz, both pulling themselves under the 2:28 mark. And the question is, who knows how to get each other's data? Who's friendly with whoever else? Because there's probably, when you see these big gaps, there's usually one thing that's missing, and there's a big chunk of time to be had. It's not super common for it to be a little bit everywhere for that big of a gap. There's the 28 of Hamilton that you mentioned, and I think that might have been the car I mentioned, the 296 of, excuse me, 256 of Sam Reed off at the left side of turn 13.
My mistake there. Actually, it is TJ Hunt's in the 28, but he's back to a different livery. So running either a different car or a different livery there. There's Sam Reed in the 256 getting rolling now and was stuck on driver's left there. But P22, and he'll come back to the paddock. That was that car that was stopped, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so he's... wasn't sure. Sometimes there's 3 of them. So just making sure I got the right car. A little bit of slipstreaming on the front straightaway here. A lot of new entries this weekend as well. Bill Dorrance is new this weekend. J.D. Kroll, Luke Krepsky, Michael Neff, we might have seen once or twice before. Lee Bauer, Ellis Spezia. So just a ton of new entrants on the list that are going to get their rush baptism at a big, big place. Turn 5, what a great overtaking opportunity. This will be an action spot in the races later this weekend.
Surprising amount of body roll, especially pitch under braking. You saw the front end of that pink car just absolutely dive, and sometimes you even hear the splitters dragging under the decel coming into these corners as the weight shifts forward. I have not gotten the chance to personally drive one of these cars, but I see on camera at least they look a bit like a mesh between a full-size car and a sports racer with the amount of body roll that you get. Although talking to some drivers, especially I talked to Jeremy Boysen last night, he said they're just laser sharp to drive and they're a nice joy. So I think that having this car as a part of this series is cool, but having a car that's relatively relatable and relatively accessible rather than some of the other sports racers you see, you really have to, completely change your thought on how you drive, and they can be expensive as well. This is kind of a cool sweet spot.
Yeah, I mean, it sort of has, they look like prototypes in some ways, right? But they don't, oh, that was a squeeze there. They don't necessarily have the downforce level that those cars make, but they do actually have a pretty shocking amount of mechanical grip. And I think a lot of it's because of that softer suspension that allows the car to be, controllable when they get into slides. You see a lot of the drifters attacking, sliding these things around, and it's such a short wheelbase, Tom, that keeping the car on angle when you're trying to power slide it would not be easy if the car was very, very stiff. So there's definitely some compliance to them as we get the checker flag here on Rush Series Practice 2 with Ryan Leach up at the top. But pretty interesting here. Aaron Grimm up in the top 10. Andy Volkel there. Alexander Bratz, front runners in the championship. Blair Hosey P4, but nobody touching Ryan Leach.
James French is the closest. They're just under 4/10 separating those top two with one more practice session to go. And we'll also see qualifying today towards the end of the day. So a lot of time, not a lot of turnaround time, to be honest, on these cars. French just came across and actually takes the fastest time. Look at this, at 2:25.7, lays down the gauntlet on the very last lap of this session. And that is a really impressive pull for a driver that has podiumed a couple times, run in the top 5, but has not been able to run that dominant pace that he's now showing yet this year.
Yeah, curious if the knowledge of the course and the bravery that he's got is going to help him. Here again, Ryan Leach, relatively new to this kind of racing, but was here last year. So he's been here before, but James French has been here more. So I think that might help in some of the corners where you've got to find a little bravery. And this seems to me like one of those cars that you, to some extent, you can just sort of drive harder and you'll be rewarded for it just by keeping the throttle pinned a little bit more. And you're working with about 150, 155 horsepower. So straight line speeds up in the mid 130s at the ends of the straightaways, but carrying a little more speed through the corners than something like an Eibach GLTC car. But cars headed off at turn 5. Last few cars across the timing and scoring, and we're about to head to our lunch break here on our Friday show here on the GridLife live stream. But of course, we'll be back with track battle coverage, and it'll be our first streamed track battle heat. I can tell you from watching it inside the tower this morning, Tom, that Group A in particular is going to be fast. We're going to see track records fall this weekend. There's some ground-pounding, super fast cars here. Mike Dussault, Alan Patton, Ernest Pizzellis, and so many more. So more of that coming after lunchtime, but final thoughts here on the practices this morning.
I think no major standouts to me. I'm actually pretty excited about the parity and the closeness of GLGT. That was a bit of a surprise to me. I think GLTC has a somewhat common problem that they've found, where they get these small pauses and minimal practice time. So that'll be a little bit more of a shuffle in practice. In qualifying later this afternoon. And I also cannot wait to cover some time attack first thing out of lunch. Approximately 12:35 this afternoon. We're in Central Time here, so if you're watching on the live stream, you absolutely want to set a timer to be back for that. I believe you're running inverse orders, so you're going to kick off with the slowest groups and move our way up there, and that's going to be a ton of fun.
Well, more coming after this break, so we'll see you on the other side of lunch here from Road America, America's National Park of Speed. From the GridLife Livecast, we'll be back with Track Battle in about an hour.
before the turn starts. But if you guys are on a 10-10 lap, make your presence known in a turn. If you don't have a reasonable expectation of you being there, they might hit you. We don't want that to happen.
I don't know what to expect tomorrow. I came in knowing, hey, I got a couple things I got to knock out. Some are critical, some are optional. This mess of wires is kind of like how building the car has felt. You know, it's like a million things need to happen for this to be a complete car and to compete. There's a common saying, you want to always be in a state of discomfort, a little bit of discomfort so that you're growing, right? And I think this experience seems to be where I'm there all the time. I'm on that ragged edge of like pushing myself to the limit of what I can handle. Leading up to qualifying, I was just absolutely terrified. I mean, we're talking about 50 cars in the field, and it's a small track. I ended up with a 152, which is not fast, and it puts me 5th from the bottom, which is disappointing. I thought I would be a little higher up in pace. My car is not optimized, and I know there's some areas that I can improve in confidence, maybe a little bit of car setup too. But yeah, I'm trying to figure that out right now. There's so much to do. There's always so much to do. And I think that's been the theme of the weekend, is figuring out what to prioritize. Because there's so much prep, and you feel like you've got so much time between these events, and it turns out one little thing happens differently, and you're scrambling. What can I skip, and what do I need to focus on? And I didn't charge my GoPro yet. I guess I should throw it on now. And then when do I put my suit on? So it's just overwhelming.
Welcome to Carolina Motorsports Park, located about equidistant between Columbia, South Carolina and Charlotte, North Carolina. It is a gem of a club track, if you will. Very challenging, very fun, and we have a massive field of cars that are coming out for the opening race of the 4 that will be unfolding here in the GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. And we are racing. And you can see really close quarter stuff.
It's a very short race start. You have maybe a couple hundred yards out of turn 1.
I think we're really bad at knowing what we're going to do when we actually get in the car and the adrenaline starts pumping. Because there's no adrenaline pumping when you're wrenching on the car. So you can just like do exactly what you signed up to do. But it's so different when you get out on the track.
And here it is. This is such a tricky section of track. It's known as the carousel here, but it's really a 3 Apex series of corners, isn't it?
Yeah, C&T is definitely one of those tracks you have to know which curves to hit. On a lot of the corners, the exit curves are very tough and choppy, but a lot of the Apex curves can help rotate the car and give you that extra minimum speed.
And this is a very long run, isn't it, here?
Yeah, into turn A especially, there's a little bit of an elevation difference into this braking zone, and it definitely gives you help.
And through 8 to that quick flick at 9, and now into this wickedly quick kink here. Turn 10, they're carrying some serious speed here. Oh, how really pounding that curb. You can see it unsettled the car.
My big fear is in the kink. The kink is a really fast right-hander with a ton of curb that you can clobber. Going over that curb unsettles the car a little bit, so I had like a big lift from 110, let off, 103 through the kink. With my aero, it's fine. With my power level, it's fine. With my grip level, it's fine. But I'm a novice driver. I'm a new driver here. I don't want to do something totally awful.
First of 4 races is in the books here, and this wind is absolutely unbelievable.
I'm fighting fear, but it's not so much fear of like getting hurt or something like that. It's fear of embarrassment.
What's up?
Is that you?
Yeah.
Oh man, we got to battle.
Yeah.
Dude, you're dragging something. It might just be exhaust.
I think it's exhaust.
It was sparking a bit. I know you were right on my tail for a while, but it was fun.
Coming through, was it the carousel like back here?
Yeah.
Like I wasn't expecting to hit your brakes going in there. Figured like I'm more just a lift and
Yeah.
like coast through. So you caught me off guard on that one. But
Sorry about that.
Yeah,
It's just like
people-
I don't have confidence yet in
exactly.
some of
I
those
feel that.
turns. Yeah. But that was fun.
Stuff, man.
Yeah. I don't think I'm running up against the wall of like, this is all I'm capable of as a driver, but it is disappointing. Yeah, I'm looking for more of a result, and I just have to figure out how to get it. A little humbled, if I'm being honest, but Eric Jensen came by and took a look with me, and we looked at my data on the kink especially, and I'm just not anywhere near where I should be. I've been lifting pretty early and only carrying like 103 through the kink, and I keep hearing that it should be flat in my car, and we looked at the data and it verified it. So that's what I'm gonna do in race 2. I'm just gonna try to incrementally ratchet that up. I believe it can happen. Eric believes it can happen. Marcus believes it can happen. So I just have to prove it to myself. Talking with Jensen, he was like, you just gotta attack it. Don't be scared of that. Like, be brave. Like, go do it. He said, you know, work up incrementally. And I know that. But to hear someone else tell me that, you can do that. You can go flat through the kink. I had a plan. I went out, I built a little speed, and then somebody in front of me, I felt like I needed to catch them, and all of a sudden that little bit of fear that was left my mind, and I was like, I'm gonna catch this guy. So I've been scared of it the whole time. I finally got it. I finally was able to find that pace and go completely flat through there. Do you know the Silver E46 562? Yeah. Do you know where he's paddocked? I gotta go apologize. I've dive bombed him. I'm still overdriving the car and not doing what I can out of it.
Pick up time or?
I did. I got a 149.5. So I broke under 150, and I'm very comfortable going flat through the kink now. So,
Nice.
Yeah.
There you go.
In fact, I'm looking for that guy. Have you seen a 562 silver E46? And I was coming up on him really quick into 11. Oh,
Yes.
that's him. Perfect.
Oh,
yeah.
look at that.
I'll get you coffee later. Who's the E46? Is that you?
This one, yeah.
E46.
Oh, that's
Who's this guy?
yeah. So you need to apologize to him. What'd you do?
Yeah, I thought I was going to rear end him, so I dive bombed him instead.
Oh.
He did a great job keeping it clean, but.
I told him when he gets out here, you're gonna whoop
Oh,
his ass.
yeah, okay, good. Is this you?
That's my car, but I wasn't driving.
Oh, okay. Kevin Bandy, I was in that white Miata.
Oh, right,
I
yeah,
thought
right.
I was going to rear end you, and so I just made a quick judgment and I dive bombed you there. But you gave me
after
so
the-
much.
after the
11.
kick?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was fun.
Okay, good. I was like, you kept it
No, I
super
saw,
clean.
yeah, I saw,
okay.
yeah.
Thanks for that.
Yeah.
These drivers, they're so friendly and so eager to help that I feel like a peer. I know that I'm new and I know I'm coming to them for their help, but they don't make me feel like I'm not part of it. They don't make me feel like I'm, as inexperienced as I truly am. The fact that I'm out here and I'm making it happen and they're more than willing to help me get there is really exciting. I've learned that mindset is like the biggest thing, at least coming from not having raced before. It's just that really close dueling and you're right up next to another car and you got to figure out what are they thinking, what are they about to do, when do I need to brake early to not run into the back of somebody, or when can I switch over and gain an advantage because I know they're going to run wide. That kind of stuff was really fun.
Eibach gets running, is thinking about going up and making it 3 abreast. That's really difficult, man. No. And there's the inevitable result. And then Wallbum just got clipped.
There's the full course yellow.
There it is. So everybody's going to scrunch up. Here comes our pace car. And you can see Wallbaum right in the middle of the track here. So they had absolutely no option but to throw this full course caution. I mean, safety is always paramount.
Here's a new variable. Now there's something to avoid. The guy I bought the chassis from thought I was absolutely crazy that I was going to take this meticulously built chassis, build it into a car, and then take it to wheel-to-wheel racing. In his mind, it's immediately going to get crumpled up and thrown away. And where did all that hard work go? This is incredibly hectic. 50-car grid in a small track. The things that come with incidents, like heated arguments in the paddock and people being aggressive back and retaliation and those kinds of things that I fear, is not present, even with all this going on. These are the racers I want to be door to door with. These are the racers that I am okay bringing a car that I've poured everything into and putting it at risk out there.
The hard thing about building a car and building a driver at the same time is like your learning curve is just steeper than Mount Everest. Like for me, I was an idiot. I built a 500 horsepower car, so it was traveling twice the speed.
Terrifying to get to that limit. Yeah, exactly.
Which is just stupid. If I could go back and do it again, I'd be like, buy a spec Miata, you idiot.
Right. Going into race 4, I didn't have any specific strategy. Like, I know I picked up pace in race 3, so I really wanted to just see, could I move up? Can I race clean? Can I like improve my times, do better? And race 4, it all clicked. I'm definitely a much better racing driver at the end of the day than I started at the weekend. I went from, wow, I'm all the way at the back, to I am racing and I am improving by huge amounts, and I'm actually making positions up. I'm moving up. .49.5 was the fastest time I got in race 3, and the last like 6 laps were all 1:48s. I'm really proud of that. I am on cloud 9. Like, this is what I'm here for. I got that experience. I'm getting that experience, and there's so much more left in the year. I know I've got a car that is more capable than I am driving so far, and I know I'm capable of driving much better. I still don't have my sights set necessarily on trying to be at the pointy end, but I'm really still excited about being in great mid-pack battles. These drivers are phenomenal, and these cars are dialed in. So as I develop the car, as I grow as a driver, it's going to be more and more rewarding. And yeah, probably way harder to say I'm going to do less of this next year.
Family owns a scrap business, and I've been operating skid steers and other machinery just since I was like 4 years old. So I guess that's how I've always been. Like, I just like to operate and drive stuff to their limit. It's always been in me. Luke's cool as a cucumber, on track and in the paddock. Right, Luke? I mean, me and Luke are technically teammates. We're in the same garage. We talk to each other all the time, at the track, at home. I live like 4 hours from him, but we'll talk on the phone all the time. He's definitely slightly faster than me. Practice, I was like fighting my mindset. I knew what times I should be running close to, and I was like, I'm way off. Like, I don't really know if the car is making as much power as it should be, or if it's making too much. But I was like, I'll get those sorted out by qualifying. I'll go over some data with Lou. Then the car broke. Okay, got a problem here. Road America, cool down lap, car shuts down, doesn't really have any faults, oil pressure looks fine. And then back in the garage, again, nothing really looks wrong with the car. And you crank it, it pukes oil out of the catch can. The fuel pressure's fine, the spark, we checked one spark plug was okay. So why would that happen exactly? Eric Magnuson, he has an LS in his car. Luke, Adam Ulrich, like all of them have LSs with dry sump systems. It's like, oh, have you ever seen this? Like, is this something you've ever dealt with? Okay, let's pull this apart and watch this while it cranks. Let's pull this apart and watch this while it cranks. No, I know, but can you see a rocker arm to see if like a timing chain broke or something?
Does that all look like it's still plugged in?
The stress was definitely building a lot because at that point I still felt like I could make qualifying and I still felt like my race weekend was salvageable. I just like didn't want to believe it was like a mechanical problem that was gonna stop my weekend. Okay, all right, we're gonna try to pull the crank sensor out. I think my crank sensor failed. I'm gonna fix this and I'm racing this weekend. Like that was determined. Get nervous, like, oh, like, is this gonna be it? Should I go put my race suit on while Joey buttons this up and like maybe I can like go make it out right as they're rolling. All right, go ahead, crank it. Where's Luke? What the heck is going on? No, it's still not fixed.
We've got cars on course right now for GRIDLIFE Touring Cup qualifying. Missing from the top 20 is the runner-up in the championship right now. That's Matan Rosenberg. And I don't see him.
I don't know if I saw him. I don't think
anywhere.
I've seen him come across us either.
And as far as I knew, everything was running well for him.
Yeah.
But he does not appear to have made a lap so far.
Let's yank all the spark plugs. Sometimes when you get in that mindset of, I'm gonna get this fixed, then you like overlook or like force yourself not to look at obvious things like,
Holy shit.
number 7 spark plug is crushed.
Oh, that's a problem. Valve or piston or both.
The saddest part about it all is we spent 3 hours diagnosing it, 4 hours, because we didn't pull that plug because it was super far back. So I don't know. I mean, we're gonna take it apart. I mean, like part of me is like, I don't know, just leave it and fix it next year, you know? It is what it is. Like being upset about it doesn't help. So like you're like fighting, am I gonna go like mope around the track or like, you know, pack up all my stuff and just go home and be upset about it? You can't let yourself go down that road.
Welcome to Road America. Kyle Heyer joined by Owen Horst and by Matan Rosenberg. And Matan, welcome. So I assume you're done for the weekend. Is that sort of the scenario, or you're looking to try to fix how?
No, my engine's done for the weekend, unfortunately. But I already drove out here, and I already have camp set up. So I'm going to enjoy the GRIDLIFE Festival.
Awesome. One of the most scenic tracks in North America. Probably one of the most scenic tracks in the world. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race number 1 from Road America. Green flag, and we're racing at the National Park of Speed, and a good launch by the 330 and the 41. Gary Wimble pops out looking 3 wide, and it's a dead heat. Lichty versus McGrew towards turn 1. Big pack of cars. They're 3 wide to the first corner here. Matan, tight quarters on this opening lap.
Lots of 3 wide action there going on. Looks like everybody made it through clean so far. Looks good. It was difficult watching there. Like, you kind of have to think to yourself, like, man, like, could I have been challenging that guy right now? You know, like, could I have been fighting for that spot?
Defense from the 7 down towards turn 5.
Same with Aaron.
I think Luke was side by side with Eric Magnuson. Looks like they single filed out
Dana's
now.
keep holding it together. Can you hold it around the outside of turn 7 here?
Big wiggle, he's off, and Wimble spins right center track, and that's a bad place to be. Contact and crash at turn 6. And Eric Cattill's nose
collected from there a little bit too.
All punched in.
Yeah.
That is going to be very, very frustrating. We saw Austin Hurdle in there. We saw Tyler Pappas in the midst of all that. Yeah, full course yellow in this one. Let's have a look at the replay of this incident.
Not everybody's dealt with crash damage, but almost all of us have assembled our cars. They spent all the money and time to get here. They put in all the hours and hours and hours in their garage, at their shop, and it's like gone, right? And so like you feel for them a lot. You really hate to see it, you know, you're watching from this perspective, and especially for me, you know, these are my friends who I race with all the time. But hopefully everybody can learn from the situation and come away and talk about it.
Well, it's not under the conditions we wanted, but checkered flag for the end of day one and for GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. Race 1, Luke McGrew is going to add to the win total that he has gotten this season. It'll be his 7th win of 2024.
Like, I think I can get back out there. I mean, I don't know what I'll do with the bumper.
Leave it, tape it up. That was terrible to watch. It really was.
I thought I could fucking save it too. Like, I'm sorry to be part of the cause of this chain reaction. I saw that.
I think the mindset you need to have is just be as clean as you can on track at all times, but still you have to know in the back of your head, you know, anything can happen to anybody, you know, at any time. I mean, you can get just caught up in something, and that's just kind of what happened this weekend.
Shit has hit the figurative fan, and there's a lot of guys here that love to jump in and solve problems. And so when that happens, you just try to build up a little enthusiasm, empathize with the person who's struggling, and help them out. This series, more than any other, seems to bring the best out of people. It's like an insurance policy, right? Like knowing that the collective will come to support you when you have an individual, you know, bad day or bad experience. So I want to pitch in with the guys, and you know, part of that's because I enjoy the challenge, and another part of it is because I know they do the same for me.
I think we all know what we want, and I think yesterday was not what we want. I want 3 absolutely perfect races, and I know we can do it because we have done it many, many times. This place is very dangerous. I don't want to pull anybody out of a wall. I don't want anybody to have to fix their shit tonight, or tomorrow, or next week, before the next race. I don't want anybody to quit after the race. I don't want anybody to go to the hospital. It's all very, very real. This place is very dangerous.
Yesterday, we didn't get the race that we were hoping for. Matan, an early accident at turn 7 after a spin. Unfortunately, Austin Hurdle's weekend looks to be over and done with. The car should be repairable. Eric Cattill, though, he got his car repaired, and I saw that car out here this morning. He looks good to go.
Yeah, it looked like a bunch of guys got together and helped Eric get that thing knocked back into shape a little bit, good enough to race today. So I think as long as we can get some green racing, I think it's going to be a great race here.
And we'll try this again. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup at Road America. Flag flies. Magnussen gets a great launch in the 330. They're side by side down towards turn 1.
Look at that. Is that James Howden helping Eric Magnussen push by Luke?
For the first corner.
Eric Magnussen pulled a little bit ahead of Luke McGrew there. Luke's car is going to be real strong on this middle straight, so it'll be interesting to see how he closes the gap here. You know, you, in your own car, you only have control of what you are doing. You make the decision of how much room you leave and how close to the limit you're going to push it. And it is only amplified and more obvious when you're in a car racing, doing 100 through the kink next to somebody, right? Everybody has to be precise, everybody has to be on their game, everybody has to be in the right mindset of, you know, I'm not going to make a move when it really isn't there.
Now coming up through Billy Mitchell Bend, turn 13, Magnussen with the 7 trailing hot on his heels. Luke has already driven right by him on the outside. Luke McGrew takes the lead away towards turn 1. Can anybody defeat Luke McGrew? The strength of that car has been in a straight line. Here comes Lichty, deep on the brakes into 5 on the outside of Eric Magnussen.
You know, if Lichty keeps pressuring Eric like this and keeps battling, it might just allow Luke to run away with this. Looks like the pace car is coming out here, Kyle.
And looks like we do have a safety car, and it will slow the field down here. as they work their way by the main flag stand. And this time, so that is Jake Jornstad's car. Is that Jake?
It looks like there might be a fire inside.
Yeah, there is a fire in the car. You see Jake getting out of the way, getting out of the car and to safety as quickly as he can. You see red flag now.
Red flag, red flag.
A fire is, that's like probably one of the scarier things to see in a race car. You get burned pretty quick.
Road America safety team immediately on scene, and they're going to go to work. And this is one of the most professional crews in all of motorsports, Baton.
Absolutely, Kyle.
And I mean, that's something where, again, you can only control what you do. That was something completely out of anybody's control.
After another shortened race here for GridLife Touring Cup because of a fire on course, drivers okay, and we just got to get some green flag laps, Baton. We got to get the momentum rolling. It was going so well the first handful of laps.
Yeah, we had some good battles forming there, and just never got to really see them work their way out. So I hope for race 3 and 4 we get some more green laps here.
Coming into the weekend, most of the time I try to focus on building on the previous weekend, and that gets real difficult because you can have one setback, one little thing can ruin a session for you, and then you feel like you've gone 2 steps back. So it gets hard to keep building and building and building on top of what you feel like you've learned, and sometimes that fight can leave you if you have multiple incidents in a weekend. 2 sessions go bad, 3 sessions go bad. But then the power of like one good session, one good race with a new friend on track can bring you right back in. And then all that washes away.
It's like a team effort to actually make it through the race cleanly. Like, we need to work together, and you're syncing up 58 people on a racetrack who don't have any communication with each other than like car language or body language, you know.
So far this weekend, trouble in race 1 and a red flag in race 2, but it's time to go racing in race 3. Here we go. GLTC 3 wide as Aaron Lichty finds a hole next to Eric Meadows, and they storm down towards turn 1, Owen. Tight. 3 wide with Tony Marchev, Emil Tab, down towards turn 3. Pretty orderly, all things considered.
Yeah. Looks like Aaron Lichty was able to take advantage of that braking zone in turn 1 and pull away with a little bit of an early lead here.
Now he's got to be on defense.
My mindset, I feel like the harder I try, the harder it gets. So I try to relax. I try to let things come to me naturally. Don't force anything. The second I start forcing things or trying to make things happen, it's desperate. I always keep the word desperate in the back of my mind. Don't be desperate, Aaron. Don't hope, right? Just drive what you know. Take what comes to you. Just always keep in the back of my mind that I want to load a shiny car on the trailer at the end of the day, and I want to have as many friends or maybe a few more than I showed up to the weekend with. That's my mindset.
Lichty leads.
Powers up.
Oh yeah, but not for long. Here comes the 7. Lichty's going to tuck back in line and try to get some slipstream here. The strength of that 7 car has long been the runs down the straightaway. Ryan Power on the brakes, really late on the brakes in that 245 there, Matan, but he got it done.
Nice polite pass there, left room in the braking zone. It was good actually to watch a full race. As an announcing point of view, I was like, oh, I actually have to talk for a way longer time, right? We're going to go side by side through the carousel. This is going to be a tough one. You're basically going to be compromising both their lines and exits there onto the back straight, Kyle.
Up the front straightaway, checkered flag is in the air, and Luke McGrew's powerhouse of a Corvette will win again at Road America. Race 3 is McGrew, then it's Lichty, Meadows, Magnussen, and Power, the rest of your top 5. And there we go, we got one all the way through with a little bit of a delayed start, Matan.
If I had to guess right about now, Luke's probably lighting up a cigarette.
So the ratio of working on the car to getting to drive the car.
You decide your own level of involvement?
Gosh, what is the ratio? It depends on how reliable of a car you build. What do we get in a week? An hour and a half of track time? So it's somewhere between 10 and 30 to 1. So why'd you ask me that? I'm like, damn, it's a bad investment.
Like when you look at it, it doesn't really make any sense. Like this event, I'll be driving close to 16 hours both ways, and I'll be on track for, what is it, like an hour and a half or something like that.
Driving the car is worth way more than the hours spent in the garage working on the car. No matter if you're one of the guys that's just changing oil between events, or you're trying to get every last little bit, corner balance and alignments, dyno, all that stuff. I mean, it's worth it in the end. Come out and you know, those clean races, those ones you come back from and you're just hanging with your buddies. That's worth a lot.
I try to act like the car is the person, so it's not that I'm racing at S2000, you know, I'm racing Lena. You know, I'm not racing a Corvette, I'm racing Luke.
And here comes Houghton, 3 wide up to turn 6. This is going to be a squeeze. Walbaum has to back out. Magnuson takes advantage going into 6, and they're side by side for what's 3rd place now.
Yeah, I think that really just shows the level and skill and also care that our drivers really understand when they're driving out there on the track. They just actually love to be here, and they're not just out there to glory hunt. You know, they want to just love driving, and that's what they're doing.
Full green race is perfection, pretty much. From all 58 drivers, for 58 people to be all aligned in the same thinking. It's pretty special.
Scott Heckert picks up his first GRIDLIFE Touring Cup win, and it is a Corvette Sweet Baton here at Road America.
Great job, guys. You got it all.
Good. It sucks that I can watch you race this weekend, but
yeah, seriously.
Next best thing is having people in the booth. It's fun. So
watching a GLTC race is pretty special and pretty amazing, especially when you compete with those people. It was pretty difficult to come back in. Like, yes, obviously I'm a driver, I know all these guys, but it's much different when you get out of the car, you have that adrenaline, you kind of have like the same vibe as everybody else, and you were racing them, and like everybody wants to talk to who they were just next to, and like, oh my God, like, can you believe we made that work or whatever? And you know, you're like, oh, it looked really cool from the live stream, but like, I don't know, it makes you think a little bit about these weekends. Just how it's interesting, like how driving together like that at a high competition brings these people together so tightly. It's like, man, like we have to spend all that money for that conversation. And then like spraying the champagne if you get on the podium is probably like the most fun.
Mr. Luke McGrew. Best family we ever could ask. We never ever imagined this series being this way. And we thank you all so much for being GRIDLIFE. You guys are GRIDLIFE. We're just here to help. Have the best night.
For the past 4 years, like this is what I do, which is like close to a quarter of my life. There's times where you're like just really drained and you're like, yeah, I kind of wish I could quit, but you have all these people who support you. Like you can't let all these other people down. I've put in the effort to get here, and I have the capability, I think, to do well and potentially, you know, win or do well in a season championship. And so it's like, well, I kind of want to prove it to myself I can do it too.
Yeah, I'd say that has a little water in it.
have to be in a rhythm. Really, you have to try to breathe a few times on the front straight, because if you're in a battle, you might be holding your breath 3/4 of that lap, not realizing it.
Welcome to Lime Rock Park. Kyle Heyer joined by Greg Kramer. It's like flying fighter jets in a cereal bowl around here.
It really is magic here. Some of the best door-to-door racing on the planet, in my opinion, with the GRIDLIFE Touring Cup.
I've been in a lot of series where I've been podium, no problem. The field is much more stacked in GRIDLIFE than pretty much anywhere else I've raced. This is where I want to be. This is where some of the best racers are.
A lot of drivers who come from other categories where they're absolute front runners have shown up here and said, wow, is this field tough?
I mean, that's why I moved to GRIDLIFE. I was winning a lot in Florida, club racing, NASA, and I wanted more competition. I wanted to become faster. Top 10 is generally always my goal. It's definitely something I've been hoping to get to, because up to this point, I haven't really been there. If I can ever get there, first place for the weekend would be amazing.
And the other driver we just have to talk about is Lena Chin. She came in here, qualified 10, drove her way up to 6th on the track, and is showing some real speed.
Every time I get out on the track, I feel like I can improve a little bit more, and just working toward that goal, climbing the mountain. Nick Barbado was in front of me, E36 BMW, multi-time national NASA champion. He was the guy I wanted to pass.
Look at Lena, woo, side by side there.
Granted, this is his home track, so it was a little more difficult to get around him. You're really heads up, being cognizant of who's behind you, who's beside you, who's in front of you. This just intense concentration of a high-speed game of chess. I love it. It's pretty much my favorite thing. It's the only place I can kind of get it in my life. I'm always checking to see who's coming from behind. If I have a bigger gap from behind, I know I can take a little more battle to the person in front of me. You kind of just stay behind them until they make a mistake. You put the pressure on them. No, I don't want them to make a mistake, but I want them to know, hey, I'm right here, and if you do make a mistake, I'm probably going to take advantage.
Big cloud of dust out of turn 7. But you're right about Lena closing in on Barbado there. This is a fantastic run for her. Last year was up in the front in the B races, but to race at the front of GLTC, it is so hard, Greg, and this is going to be a huge boost to confidence for her.
And look at this, the pace that Lena was attacking so hard at Barbado, he went, I got to get by Zoo here and give me some breathing room here.
White flag, last lap around Lime Rock Park in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race 1.
I had one more dive in on Kevin Zhu. Yeah, coming out of Big Bend into the left-hander. I had actually gotten up on his rear quarter panel before he kind of came over, and I was like, oh, not, you know, probably could have forced the subject a little more. You have to make the best decision you can at the time. I didn't feel like I had enough overlap on him, and I didn't want to pit maneuver one of my friends, one of my competitors. We all want to have a good, clean race. That's really important in GLTC.
Checkered flag, James Houghton for the first time since Midwest Festival in June, wins at Lime Rock Park.
Lena, 6th place, is that her best finish, I think?
That is her best finish. It was previously 10th, it is now 6th place.
To do better than you've ever done, this pure excitement and just joy that you've worked so hard for this.
If we had like 2 more laps, you probably would have gotten me. I was fading.
And it's been great to see a lot of my competitors have risen with me, as we've now been able to have more and more great battles further up the field as we're progressing.
Watching the B races from last year going, oh shit, she can get this done. And then you came out and just laid that down in the race.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
That was awesome.
Trying to do something.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you're doing well. That was so cool.
This is the special flag. This is not a yellow flag, even though it is the color yellow. This is for bears. I don't want you to put the car where it might not work. I want you to put it where you know it will work. If you go 2, 3 wide into a turn, I want you to hold your relative position towards the inside or outside of that racetrack. You do not get to...
I think there is a high level of respect needed to race this hard, this close. It does happen. We've all had incidents. We're all trying to improve. It's important to race your friends hard, but we don't want to put anyone, including ourselves, in danger while trying to do it right.
Hi, everybody, and good morning. A beautiful Saturday, August 17th, as we get ready to go racing for the second time this weekend for the A Group. James Howden, Matan Rosenberg start in the front row. It's Marchev and Lena Chin in row 2.
This is, I think, a career weekend for Lena with the way she's going. Best finish, best qualifying, and now highest start. She starts 4th.
Having only 2 cars in front of me was an amazing feeling. I had no idea how I would be able to hold on to 4th. It's trusting that they will give you the same level of respect back that you want to put out there. I wanted to prove to them that I did belong at the front of the field.
Your 27-car field for GLTC Race 2A. Pace car, the Nissan GTR, is going to peel off and head down the pit lane. Green flag flies and we're racing again at LRP.
5 abreast heading in to Big Bend, and from the outside, beautiful move, Matan Rosenberg in that big Corvette.
Look at Lena Chin up to 3rd place. She took out an opportunity from the outside of row 2.
It's intense. A lot to think about while you're racing, trying to do, really perfect the laps, but I kind of love it. In certain parts of the track, when you get a second, I might look in the rearview mirror to see if Tony had gained or fallen back from me, to see where I might be stronger or where he might be stronger.
And Houghton just setting fast lap. Lena Chin, though, right on his 6th, and bringing Marchev right along with her here.
Tony had a couple good runs on me on the downhill, so as soon as we got on the straight, I took a defensive position on the inside of 1. If he wanted to get me, he would have to do the move that I do, which is take him on the outside.
Marchev taking a look here. Lena Chin right down the middle of the track saying, if you're going to do it, go around the outside. And Marchev just could not quite make that work.
Because it was super intense, having to defend almost every lap.
Lena Chin is just having a career day here.
Tony Marchev wants something to say about that, but then overshoots into Big Bend just a little bit and loses about 4 car lengths.
It's this super fine line of being at the edge of grip and actually sliding. So slip angle is fastest. When the car is absolutely neutral through the corner, you almost free your hands a little bit in the turn versus having to do a correction. Once you start doing a correction, you're slower. It's almost like a ballet where you're just like right there. You have to be very smooth, but very, specific about the moves that you're doing in the car.
Here's the thing, comfort builds confidence, and confidence builds speed. When you're confident, you're going to go fast. So right now, Lena is sticking right with 2 of the top points people and 2 of the fastest drivers in this series. Talk about, as we said, a career event.
I saw the white and I was like, oh, thank goodness. I had enough gap to Tony, so I wasn't going to push too hard on the last lap because I didn't want to make a mistake.
Here they come.
Checkered flag. Matan Rosenberg wins at Lime Rock Park.
I banged on my steering wheel. I was like, yeah. It felt really special because it's like, I was there.
For Lena Chin, her first podium ever in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup.
Man, is she showing everybody that she is for real in GLTC at the sharp end.
I've been wanting to be there a long time, since my first race in 2022, so.
Yeah. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna get you. Oh, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. And I was like, oh no, not gonna work out. Not gonna work out. So, but it was a really nice job. What you did with defense. So.
I had the goal before this weekend, top 10. If I'm top 10, I'll be happy.
I want to be here all the time. Right? It feels great. It feels good. Feels great. Feels great.
And to note, for those that aren't familiar, GRIDLIFE Touring Cup is balanced with power, weight, and tire, and everyone is supposed to be at their power to weight.
Going to the dyno for impound was a new thing for me. So every race they bring out the scales and depending on that weight determines how much horsepower you're allowed to have for the race.
We have a dynamometer down in the paddock that after the race, a couple of select cars, usually the podium, and then a couple other random cars are gone up and they're measured to see how much power they're making. If your engine makes too much horsepower, that car is going to get penalized.
Dynamometer is a device used to measure the amount of horsepower in a car. It uses some math, a very large metal drum. You put the drive wheels on the drum, and as it spins, it calculates the amount of horsepower your car makes. And went in a little nervous, but I thought last time I dynoed it, which was earlier this year, nothing in the car has really changed, that I'd be okay. And yeah. Kind of blew the dyno. A little upsetting. It wasn't by much. 2 of the runs were 3 horsepower over, and then 1 was 6 horsepower over. 6 horsepower is enough to DQ you. I don't think 6 horsepower is enough to really feel. Worked with dynos for years. I was a dyno operator for years. It can change from day to day. After that race, I talked to Andy, and we decided to pull out some more power from the car just to make sure that I'm legal. I don't ever want to be illegal. I didn't think I was, so it's just sometimes the dyno gets you.
Let's see if it does better.
Predictability, okay? If you both are okay with racing that way, that's fine, but be sure that the drivers around you know what's coming, okay? Anything else? Race 3 is coming up. We know the statistics on race 3. Don't be a number on a spreadsheet. We know how GRIDLIFE spreadsheets works, okay? All right, let's keep it up this weekend. So far, this is our best festival weekend for incidents. Knock on every piece of wood. It's up to you, fuckers! All right. Thank you.
These are the battery GOTC drivers and cars for race 3, Group B, Bravo. Report to the false grid. GOTC drivers and cars for the false grid for Group B, Bravo.
With our 60 field entrants this weekend, each of these 4 races is split into 2 components, a B race and an A race, with the B race being the slower 30 of the 60 and the A race being the faster group. And interestingly, you'll note the bright blue Honda S2000 leading us to the green flag. Greg, she was on podium in race 2A, but dyno.
Yeah, just a tick over, and it really wasn't enough to offer a huge performance advantage in any way, but rules are rules. And Lena understands that, you know, she was surprised to be over it. Well, again, just very little. So she'll just put her head down, race hard there in that bright blue S2000.
So I got relegated to B race, but I was starting first in B race. It's not a lesser skill, it's not a lesser driver, it's just more on lap time. I was just gonna run my race.
Here we go. Cars are coming down, Chin on the pole.
Green flag, and we're underway at Lime Rock Park. Kevin Zhu has a look at the inside of Kevin Bandy. Brian Leonard, big dodge and weave to try to miss Zach Lavoie.
All of that jockeying, look what Lena Chin has been able to do. She's taken advantage and opened up a big margin already. Lena has just dropped everybody at this stage. And you can see catching almost a little air up and over that uphill turn.
Thankfully, there were some battles happening behind me and checked out from the field a little bit. The course is very fast. It's less than a minute lap time. With it being so quick, it's easier for me to get into the flow of the track. You just kind of get into this mental headspace. Yeah, front stretch, you're on driver's left. Brake at the 2. Start turning in toward the middle of track to try to hit the first apex into Big Bend. Not too heavy on the brakes, but not too light either. Let the car drift out about a car length and a half for the left-hander. Brake until you can see the exit. Bring it onto the curb. Turn it back the other way for the next corner. don't go over the curb because it is rough. Carry your speed out down the no-name straight. Get ready for the uphill. Expect a little bit of understeer, let the uphill grab you. Over the hill, enjoy the ride, go down to West Bend, hit the apex, go down the hill, breathe off the gas. Once you feel the compression, back on the gas, and then you're back on the front straight. Should only take 58 and some change seconds. I noticed my body's a lot more sore at this race than most races. Just the constant G-forces, you know, your body doesn't have a chance to kind of relax and chill. Like the amount of times we're under a G and a half, you know, maybe up to 1.75 Gs of cornering force is substantial here.
Well, Lena Chin, after getting bumped to the B group after failing post-race tech last time out, she is going to go back to victory lane. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race 3B. Lena Chin wins it here at Lime Rock Park.
Well, how was your little single session out there by yourself?
It was a great laughing session. I really enjoyed it.
My wife's rooting for you on the live stream.
Oh, tell her thank you. It was nice to win race 3, but I love coming back to the paddock and just congratulating and hugging a competitor because we had such a good race, and that's really the fun part. It's more than the win. Yeah, it's about the good battles. It's about the good memories and pushing yourself to be better. Race 4 starting in the back of 8. I came from the mid-pack, so I'm no stranger to it. Just got to move up again. Sometimes you feel like a hero for a bit, and then all of a sudden people start getting faster and faster, and you're like, oh, it's not there anymore. And then that's when you get into a few more battles. And I've done these back races, you know, starting from the back. They're fun. They're a good time. It's party time.
One last race for GLTC at GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends.
This weekend, you know, called Circuit Legends, and it's about as apropos as it gets because Sam Posey, a legend here, Paul Newman, a legend here, Skip Barber, and then, of course, the new legends that are getting formed in GRIDLIFE. And here comes Lena Chin as working through on Robertson. And the one thing to watch here is Lena Chin, folks. She is an absolute master of the outside pass.
I've been called the queen of outside passing, which is kind of funny. There's really only one passing zone at this track. Turn 1 is Big Bend. My car has a ton of grip here, and yeah, I can just hold my line really well on the outside for turn 1, and then by turn 2, I now have the inside, and I was able to kind of hold it out there and make up a few positions.
Hard here at a track like Lime Rock to make progress when you get buried for a start.
You know, that's part of the game here, is if you're under attack, put your car where you think you would want to make the pass.
The racecraft. I love seeing where I'm faster than others, where others are faster than me, and just making moves. This track is just all about the flow. It has this sense of danger because of how close some of the guardrails are. The quick elevation changes of Lime Rock are really exciting. It's like a roller coaster you don't want to get off of. Greg said it best, is once you start getting up there, 1, you hope that you continue to stay up there, but 2, I think that confidence you get kind of sticks with you.
We have a new fast lap set in the race. Lena Chin.
Really?
Just put the fast lap up on the board, a 59.12. Fast lap in this group, that says something.
I finished 16th. got the Hard Charger Award and the fastest lap of the race. I think it's cool that I know it's possible. The art of possible is nice. You know, I started questioning how good I was. I know that I can still be up there, fully legal, and take the battle to them. Some people get frustrated, they're like, oh, I should be up there, but I'm like, listen, like, the weekend happens, right? Like, I want to go out and have a good time. I want to play with my friends. You know, it's not the only time I'm going to be up there, and it wasn't a fluke.
No, it sure as hell was.
No, it's coming up. It just
Seriously,
seeing you.
great racing.
Thank
Good weekend.
you. I love this track. I love this race. I want to get a podium in a race. That's next step. I did my top 5 win. If I can ever get there, first place for the weekend would be amazing. Just keep on improving, you know.
She's a star.
That's true.
She is a star, bona fide.
To Wisconsin at Elkhart Lake in America's National Park of Speed, Road America, and GRIDLIFE Summer Apex, the second ever full-scale GRIDLIFE Festival at one of America's most favorite racetracks. Kyle Heyer joined by Tom O'Gorman for Friday afternoon action here with everything still coming up on the schedule here. Look down at the beautiful Briggs & Stratton Motorplex and turn 8 on this 4-mile course. And up next, Tom, is GRIDLIFE's TrackBattle Time Attack.
Getting into Heat 2, just underway at the start-finish line. The green flag flies, and it's going to be Juniper Zarder that leads the way out in Group D. A big collection of cars from different classes in this final and slowest group of time attack cars, including our front runners from GRIDLIFE's Club SC. But you're taking a look at the variety and the different shapes and sounds of time attack as they sweep down into turn 1 for their first time under green flag. Wiggled for the RX-8 driver right out of the gate. That's Garrett Glossary pushing the limits as they are going to be working to get their way back up into Group C, D, or C or B even in some of these faster class cars.
Yeah, so primarily in Group D, again, we're talking about groups that are done by pace here. So we're going to work our way up faster and faster and faster. But what this group does contain, you see a little bit of smoke there, maybe a lockup from Juniper Zarder's 350, is it contains the entirety of the Falcon Club SC class, Tom, which is a 25-to-1 power to weight category that was previously called Sunday Cup. Of course, a name change for the category this year. It's really competitive, and Mike Jansen in the number 156 Honda Civic currently leads Chris Rice by just 5 points in the championship battle. So coming out of this one, we're going to have a title fight, but I do think that your drag is going to be a big factor here in cars with so little power. See, for the Cutlass, a little smoke in and off here at turn 5.
Yeah, and a little bit of fire underneath that car. Doesn't look like it's ignited much, but luckily that's perfectly at the pit end. That'll get you back to paddock. We may see this thing continue underway as the car continues to smoke. That's for Cody Smith there. But as you mentioned, Falcon Club TR, Club SC. I'm going to get this right. Yeah, Falcon Club SC. It's actually a bit of a light field, so we could see that championship really get shaken up. In heat number 1 this morning, Jim Smith came out swinging. He did a 255.2, which was about a second quicker than Mike Jansen. Jansen is here. Chris Rice is not present, at least. He's not did not run in the first session. Only 4 of those Club SC cars ran. Jack Coughlin and Jason Davidson rounding that field out. You're going to see them towards the back of this grid as they are, by design, the slowest cars on the track. A number of these cars towards the front, though, running out of either Club TR, where we're seeing some street cars, some street GT, and some street mod cars, mostly saturating this field, as there are about 25 cars on track. Taking a look back at that Falcon Club SC field, the Mini Coupe a car that's become very popular in B-Spec competition, sweeping in here into SC competition as well. And Jim Smith has a really nice draft off of one of those Club TR Integras as well.
Yeah, certainly the draft is going to be a big topic of discussion here in Club SC, and we'll again cycle you through the class-specific tickers and things, and we'll bring up track records to keep our eyes on. I do think that we're going to see some things fall here. It's warm, but it has been hot here in the past when we've run at Road America, so we should see some pretty competitive times as Jason Gatos jumps up to the top of his respective category and overall in Group D, and Juniper Zarder goes quicker as well. You'll note purple on the timing and scoring signifies that those cars are leaders in their class, but we'll be mostly focusing on Club SC, so when we get that sorted, we'll be able to split things out into their respective categories.
That's a big gain for Justin Gatos in that blue BRZ we just saw sweep through turn 1. He was in the 243s this morning, down to a 238 right out of the gate. And that is partially down to just finding your own space in those first groups. Until they have representative lap times, it can be a little bit difficult to place the cars. So they're placed on a combination of known speed and driver, what do you call it, a quote-unquote rating, but it's essentially their ability to perform out of the gate in various different events. Gatos is right up underneath the back end of that dark red BMW. That's I think the M3 of, or sorry, the 325i of Dan Mai running a Club TR, letting Gatos pass through and doing a nice job. June Zarder also getting quicker, running a 242 this morning, down to the 240s as well. She is well checked out at the front in that beautiful blue 350Z. A little bit late on turn in there, driving right at our camera. Is that mounted on the track? That's a cool angle. Right in the braking zone at turn 8.
Yeah, the drone shots. I love when we get low. You can really get a head-on angle that you would otherwise never be able to capture here. So really, really cool. There's a look at your Falcon Club TR and Falcon Club SC categories here, and we'll show you kind of bounce around here and there, but primarily these are the battles that we're watching. You see Mike Jansen a 255 961, Jack Coughlin a 257 296. So we're going to see mostly these two categories being the ones to watch here.
That's the YB Legal Racing Civic, then also reporting back to pit lane. Maybe something to check on mechanicals there. Really nice job of Cody Smith to get off the racing surface really quickly and also behind a tire wall that we can keep this thing under green. The 133, that's a street class car. The BMW of Jan Wilder, I'm going to guess. That was the quickest street rear-wheel drive car earlier this morning at a 232.1.
A lot of cars bailing out here at turn 5. We've seen a number of cars leaving the session here early, Tom. Tell me a little bit about navigating Road America. How many good laps are you going to get here in a Group D car? We're going to see probably only 1 or 2 bites at the apple in the faster cars, but wouldn't you expect more laps out of these cars?
Absolutely. You're going to expect more laps, but it is a long track, so it's pretty easy to get space. It's pretty difficult to get a lot of laps in. And one thing about a slower car at Road America, it takes some rhythm. I mentioned it a little bit earlier in the broadcast before lunch, but there's something about these kind of basic 90-degree corners, of which we have many here at Road America. There's something that pops up as you get a couple of laps and you get a couple of looks at the course, where all of a sudden you just gain a couple tenths through the apex because your muscle memories come back, you get off the brake pedal a little bit smoother, you roll the weight into the corner, and all of a sudden you've picked up a little bit more time, even though you might think you're already up to speed. So this is a track that certainly rewards being able to stay out and also keeping the car underneath you if it's a car that can do that. Of course, as you mentioned, we're going to get to Groups B and A. Those cars burn themselves down in 1 lap, figuratively, and they typically won't go for nearly as long, which makes it a bigger challenge for the drivers.
Note the Club SC track records here. Richard Sawicki holding the overall category record back in 2024, the 252.491. We're still a good ways off of that, but the front-wheel drive record is a 254.748. So we'll keep our eyes on Club SC, but we have not yet tickled down into the 254s here. So give it an afternoon. I think once the drivers get a little braver, we could absolutely break records here at Club SC. Lots of the ticker lighting up here. Beth Conaway in the number 222 Corvette to the top of Street GT for now.
Jansen finally gets the 254. Looking back at Club SC, that's the older Civic, and he gets through at a new personal best and a new best for the weekend. Jim Smith, though, is keeping right with him. Look at that, a 54.8 to a 54.8, barely anything between those two cars. And that's how it works out in this class, a lot more often than you'd think.
Yeah, and again, Jansen only a 10th off of the track record in Club SC. Club TR records, again, we're just on the tail end of the Falcon Club TR field here, but note that the quickest time ever was a 2:29.938 by James Houghton last year. Peter Granberg, though, with the rear-wheel drive class record that we'll be chasing with the cars with the gray on the timing and scoring. There's our Rob Wilkinson down there at turn 7. shooting the low angles there over that big curb on the inside. That's one you probably don't want to get up on top of, Tom. That's a pretty gnarly anti-cut there on the inside. When I was here in a Miata a handful of years ago, it was like taller than the car, it felt like.
And all the curbs around here, we talked about it a number of times, very, very jagged, very, very aggressive, and they've already claimed their first victim. The first victim, unfortunately, was out of GLTC, Ryan Kristoff, with a suspension failure there. Hopefully able to get that car back out, but we're talking time attack right now. There's your current leader in Club SC. Jansen brings the older Civic through turn 7, easily flat out in these cars. He's being closely tailed somewhat by Coughlin, I think, in the Mini.
Yeah, just 400s between Jansen and Smith right now, so already a bit of a battle formulating here. Jason Davidson's in that orange fit we just saw going up to the top of turn 6. Quick look at your overall order right now. Jason Gatos, the fastest on the racetrack at a 2:38.399. Juniper Zarder, second quick overall here in Q2 so far. And Garrett Glossary, 2:39.874, jumps up to second overall here. And 19 cars setting times in this Group D session. And 19 cars at a place like Lime Rock is a lot here, Tom, but you got a lot of space on the racetrack, so I hope we don't run into a lot of traffic issues in these sessions. I think Group A is really where you're going to get some of the cars making this place feel small as Neruchetti works his way through turn 1, the 46 BMW.
Getting a nice center line down the front straightaway and then fading out to the turn-in point. Not flirting too much with the curbs there, and then a deep braking zone into turn 3. You're looking at the elevation change. You want to get that front end hooked up, a little float on the way in for Chetty there. Coming down into now what we call the Kettle Moraine sweep, that long straightaway. We'll see the top speed of these cars probably show up on this straightaway. If you're down there watching live, just to the right of our camera, you'll see a speed trap number that pops up there. I'm going to guess somewhere deep into the 130s for this street class BMW. Currently the quickest car out of street in this run group, along with Lars Vogler, who's a couple seconds behind.
Yeah, Lars is, I believe, is new to GRIDLIFE TrackBattle. Maybe has made an appearance once or twice. But going back to Mike Jansen, you see right there, picks up a little time, 2:54.798. That might be close to the record. Is it? I think it needed a mid 0.7 there in the 2:54 bracket. Jack Coughlin improves. So again, going back to the Club SC records, there's Coughlin in 3:77 coming across the stripe. But again, we'll be watching those all day long because I do think they're going to fall. We've seen track records pretty much every event drop this season across the year. So Club SC standing was a 2:54.748, 2:54.798, so 500ths off for Jansen to reset the Club SC record. You see it there, top of the screen.
Finding a little bit more time on that last lap, but it's looking like 3 laps is the most they're going to get out of these short sessions. Luckily, they get a lot of them. And a reminder that this is a podium sprint event, which means this is essentially all qualifying to get into a winner-take-all runoff, where they get, I think, 3 laps of competition all around the same time, but a very few cars on track there in Sunday afternoon's competition.
Yeah, so you're going to go out on track with your group, which is actually something that we debuted here last year. We did it at Gingerman last season because it was raining, so we had cars kind of going out in a group. But here at Road America, that's where we started running the cars as a group in podium sprint. That was primarily to give everyone equal conditions, equal opportunity to go fast, and you can really space yourself out here at Road America. Jason Gatos picks up a little more time, some green for Garrett Glossary as well in the RX-8, and Dan Mai picks up. So all improvements on the last lap for the Club TR cars. So good session here. Pretty drama-free other than a couple of cars locking up and having some mechanical issues off into 5 for Cody Smith. And he did a nice job getting offline as soon as he had the opportunity to as well, so was able to keep the racetrack green. And again, you mentioned they get a lot of these sessions, Tom. We have 7 heats, so you have a lot of opportunities to improve your lap time. And so, you know, maybe you're going to focus on the ones in the morning or the late afternoon when the track temps are a little cooler. But how much is that going to affect a racetrack like Road America, Tom, with the track temps?
It is actually, it's going to affect it more than you realize. Obviously, the air temp is one thing, but as the sun sits on this surface for hours and hours on end, it's going to bring it up 20, 30 degrees in temperature, and that just absolutely wrecks the ability of the tire to keep heat out of it. You know, there's only so much you can do when you're pushing these fast laps as the track temp goes up. So if you're a driver that comes out the gate swinging and you get one of your fastest laps early on, you're probably looking at really only the morning sessions being a realistic opportunity to get a fast lap in for beating your own personal best or your class's track record. Now that said, there's a constant gain of time for all these cars as the builders add modifications and push the rule sets a little bit more every single year, every single event. And if you're a driver that maybe didn't get the morning session you want, or you are a slower build, you still have the opportunity over the entire day to turn in faster laps. I would speculate it's less than a second, maybe a second or so, as the track temp gets warmer throughout the day. Road America is a fairly new pavement, and it's not that hot out. So I think we're in a pretty good sweet spot here in central Wisconsin.
Do you find that a racetrack as big as Road America gives you more opportunity to lose time?
Yes. Absolutely. I mean, the longer you're out there, the easier it is to lose time. And there's a couple of places that really, really hinder your time. We're talking turn 7, turn 13. Those are both kind of really fast, flat-out corners. And especially as a driver gains comfort, you can start to basically go flat out through those corners. But if you lift it even a little bit, it just compounds because also the straightaways after each of these corners are so long. That extra distance covered just makes it that much harder to keep the time down.
Group C headed out on the racetrack. There's a lot of fast cars in this group here. And Jeremy Lauder is out here as well. We expect him to climb up the run orders a little bit here this weekend. A handful of really fast Falcon Club TR cars, including Mike Bryant, who we talked to on the new Grid Life show, the Tuesday show that we're doing every week now, 7 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Eastern. And Mike was talking about the changes he'd made to his car and how excited he was to come back out here and knock some more seconds off his PBs. And his NC MX-5, so got a K24 in it now and making really good speed with it. Top 5 in the Club TR standings coming into this event. And I think Club TR is going to be a fun battleground to watch this weekend. I mean, it was previous years with Peter Gramberg really setting the pace. See, still holding the rear-wheel drive record. But James Houghton laid down the gauntlet last year with that 2:29.938. That's almost 2 seconds quicker, a second and a half quicker than the rear-wheel drive times.
Yeah, Houghton not a very frequent competitor in Club TR. It's kind of a select pick and choose, but when he shows up, it's going to be a factor. And especially a track like this, I think there's essentially a minimum weight and an unlimited power allowed, along with some basic rule sets there in Falcon Club TR. That front-wheel drive setup that Houghton is always kind of known for tends to do really, really well on a track like this with short squirts, with long straightaways, nice low profile, low coefficient of drag as well, front end on those Civics and Integras he's well known for. It tends to make those cars show a little bit better at this track, this style track, than maybe some of the others where the rear-wheel drive cars, which you'll see a lot more of, are a little bit stronger.
Tracking through the trees here on the backside of the course. You really get tunneled in here on the backside through the Kettle Moraine region of Wisconsin. It really feels like you're on a little road trip over the course of the lap. You transporting yourself across a couple different biomes down into Canada Corner at the north end of the course. And then off into Billy Mitchell Bend, the left-hander up through turn 13. The track climbs a couple stories here. They installed some new curbs here when they repaved the track on the left and the right. They're much deeper and wider than they were, but they're evil enough to break things up for you if you're too aggressive. A little pop and a skip there for the 522.
Jake Rawson coming up to take the green flag. This is Group 3. Group C, excuse me. Heat 2, Group C.
Letter B. Number B.
I need to watch Sesame Street more. Holy cow. So this is basically all but one of our Club TR competitors in this class, or in this group, let's say. We will see Mario Marone run a little bit later. He was the quickest Club TR car earlier this morning. That put him up in Group B. But the majority, the meat of this class is in this run group. Good run. Still not flirting too much with the curbs there in turn 1 yet. Early on here for the first couple of cars, a Civic chasing right behind. Then Mike Bryant, that was King Tao in the Civic. Mike Bryant in the MX-5. And that MX-5, I think Mike might have even surprised himself, came out with a victory earlier this calendar year. I actually drove this car maybe 5 years ago as he's been slowly working away at it, doing the engine swap over the offseason. And it's come a really long way, both car and driver. Everybody getting themselves a nice big space, won't be drafting that much.
Love this braking zone here into turn 5. You sort of start in the middle of the racetrack and brake in a straight line because the track sort of curves to the left. And then not a lot of curve use at the exit of 5, Tom, but you see all of these wide curves around this racetrack. Are they really worth using around here, or can you get away without having to drive all over them.
It's a give and take. If you got to drive the car back on track, you probably lost time. If you can get the momentum to carry you right out to the edge of the curb and then kind of basically drive the car straight back onto the track, it's probably a benefit. So it's a risk reward. And we've mentioned it before as well. Some of these cars are getting up there in age. They're not necessarily designed to be hitting curbs like this with some of the suspension components. You can absolutely have a mechanical failure when you touch them too. So you kind of have to pick, is this lap maybe even worth doing that? Or is this session worth doing that? Really nice line getting it down to the apex at the exit here of the carousel as it tucks into the curb and tracks it way out just behind the trees. Over 100 miles an hour on the exit of the carousel there.
Love that camera shot. It's framed on either side by the trees there. And you really get to see the mid-corner balance of that carousel. You talk about the camber changes that you fight through there and when you can get back on throttle and squeeze back on power, because even in a Falcon Club TR car, you're carrying really good speed through the kinks. So when you get back on power, really determines your VMAX down here in the Canada corner.
And this looks like a good lap for King Tao in the Civic just behind. Looking at the top two cars in the run group from Club TR, that is also Mike Bryant keeping up. But the Civic is a little bit closer by my eye. We don't have predictive timing necessarily, but my predictive timer on my eyes says that Civic is going to turn in a quick lap. The fastest that these guys were able to do earlier today was a 2:33.4, so if we see anything in the 2:32s, that's going to be a big deal in Club TR.
Coming up out of turn 14, that's another big commitment corner. You need to get on power soon there because you have to carry speed up that big incline under the bridge past the start-finish line. And you sort of see VMAX on the end of the front straight and into turn 5 depending on the car. And Rawson to the top of Club TR until Tao picks it up, as you pointed out, Tom. Your eyeball radar there, picking it up, 233.799.
I'm known for my eyeball radar, actually. No, I'm kidding.
Yes.
So that's actually going to move King Tao up to second place provisionally overall in, sorry, it's going to keep him third place. Unfortunately, he's not quicker than Jake Rawson's first heat time. As we take a look back at one of the most unique potentially cars in in Time Attack.
Yeah, this is a track mod car. Mike Burrows behind the wheel of a K20 swap Ferrari 288 GTK, I believe is the name of this car, and it's a really interesting vehicle that somehow they've gotten away with it because Ferrari's probably not too fond of swapping non-Ferrari engines into it, but it really is a very interesting car for the Time Attack world. And good to see Mike Burrows out here again. We've been kind of following his progress with the build throughout the season. They've got a great channel, StanceWorks, put this car together and tracking all their progress on their own YouTube channel. So you want to see the inside look. They've got a really cool overlay for their data as well on their onboard camera. So definitely check out the StanceWorks channel here as we get a look at drivers working their way down through 7. Jake Rawson pulling offline. Mike Bryant all over the curbs on the exit of 7. He's getting after it in that 94.
Still has enough time to get back to the braking zone for turn 5. Looks like Rawson's going to take a little bit of a break, either cool the car down or head out for the session. Very heads-up driving and no impediment there. That's a big thing here in Time Attack. You have to learn how to share the track, and while it is in competition, I'd say that Time Attack is a little bit more of a same team mentality to being on track. You're not supposed to impede the other drivers around you. You should basically be invisible to them as much as you possibly can be, especially on these cool-down laps, and it's all about understanding when to pick and choose where you can do that. A big wiggle from the S2000. That's actually a car that we typically see in GLTC, but I think that is Joel Morrison or maybe a shared driver there in that car. Yeah. Stan Fango also chasing him down in the white FRS BRZ with the red wheels.
Yeah, curious the story on Joel Morrison's car because it's atypical to see that car in anything other than Eibach GLTC. So wondering what they've got going on there. We'll have to dive into that a little later. But navigating through turn 7 now, as you mentioned, getting out of the way. This is, I think, one of the racetracks where it's a little easier to find a spot to escape. A lot of straightaway, and as long as you don't really hold anyone up through really turn 12 through 14, I feel like is the trickiest spot, and it's right at the end of the lap. But everywhere else, pretty easy to find a way to get offline.
Cody Umbaugh working the way through the outside of the carousel in his street front-wheel drive Civic Type R. These cars are absolute monsters if you know how to wield them, and Umbaugh is doing a good job there in the front-wheel drive category within street class. I believe he may be our quickest. There's a couple of cars in the all-wheel drive and rear-wheel drive grouping, although we count them overall. Going a little bit quicker. Taking a look up the field now, up through turn 13, that's Bill Mitchell Bend. Another driver, maybe this doesn't look planned. This looks like maybe a mechanical with a pit in. That's a nice communication behind, at least. If you're going slow and your fist is out the window, people at least understand what you're going to be doing and staying offline. Unfortunately, that does put a little bit of a damper on Cody Umbaugh and that BMW finishing their laps.
Yeah, so Neil's going to pull off track there and take the shortcut in, so must be out of power. roll to a stop there. Pull back into the paddock, so definitely didn't want to go the extra corner, so something tells me just keep an eye on that. Ross Ligabell to the top of street class right now, 234.871. You see the green light up for a moment as the 46 jumped up. Mike Burrows looks like he's off pace down at turn 8, so he's slowing up perhaps. But that RX-8 we just saw just gone to the top of the street mod board last time around too, so quick lap and then some kind of mechanical problem.
Seen this Ferrari through the pit lane a number of times, perhaps just some system checks or something in that car that they want to take looks at. I would want to take a look at that too if there was any indication of it being awry. Looking back at Falcon Club TR though, Jeremy Bailey goes to the top at a 232.2. That is the second fastest time overall in the category that we've seen so far. It's still not fast enough to catch Mario Moroni in the front-wheel drive Civic that's running in the next group. But that's they're going to put Jeremy Bailey back into a factor. He also had a good class win. That's the pink and blue car flashing through the carousel into the kink just there, following and maybe getting a sniff of draft from the Corvette ahead.
Yeah, certainly can't hurt. And again, Jeremy Bailey, that car is interesting to me because it's got an FA24 from the newer generation, Subaru BRZ and GR86. So it's sort of alone in the field of K24 swap cars in the category. But the FA24, Tom, you've got one in a car at home. It makes more torque than the previous engine did by a lot. And it's definitely more competitive with the K-Series swapped cars here in Falcon Club TR. And Jeremy's done a really nice job with it. Won his first event earlier this year at Carolina Motorsports Park.
Exactly. And it takes a fairly extensive swap, being the K-swap, into a Subaru Toyota chassis to a fairly straightforward one. I'm not going to say I could do it, but they have been very much more common over these last couple calendar years. Another car to keep an eye on, yet to put in a really representative time, is Stan Feingold. He's in the 326 car, running a 235 right now, sitting 5th in the class on this heat, 6th overall. And that car tends to be right at the tippy top of this category.
Across the stripe here as the rest of the field trips across, and Mike Burrows into pit lane there in the Ferrari. But again, looking at timing and scoring there's all your class leaders highlighted in purple, running their best here so far. And Dariusz Lotfi in the green MX-5 just came across the stripe here. That white M3, that's Ross Ligabell in the 45 car. Nice clean car. This is the car I just mentioned, 241 of Lotfi. And had a 238.745 previously. And so he's gone about a second and a half quicker. Cody Umba up into the top 10. And looks like Joel Morrison is running this car in track mod, so is double dutying the car here this weekend, Tom. Interested in why? We've seen a couple drivers do this at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Usually this is, for fun or for data, but Joel, again, has been here a number of times, so maybe he's just confident in the car's reliability and wants to do more laps.
Very much so, possible. At least Morrison slotting himself up into 2nd in the group within the track mod class, just ahead of Bucky Lasik, a name you may or may not know from all those classic video games and etc. 233.9 Lasik's time right now in front of Gatos. It starts to get a little bit more spread out there in the back of track mod for this run group. Checkered flag is out at the start-finish line. It looks like in the street now, Ligabell continues to lead the way over Umbaugh, Chetty, and Vogler rounding out the top 4 there in the street category. We also saw our first couple of competitors in Street GT. I don't believe this is one of them, but Street GT, typically V8s and more high output power GT cars, BMWs and the like. I knew I was going to have to say this name, and I led myself right into it. I'm so sorry, Evan, but I believe Evan Degaramenko, in his Mustang is now the quickest car in Street GT from this session.
Yeah, in Street GT, this has been a class that is sort of, a lot of the other categories were sort of built up early on in GridLife to sort of allow cars from other organizations to sort of slot in, and they've sort of become GridLife's own. But Street GT is one of the GridLife native classes, you could say, Tom. So it began out of a need to give places for large displacement cars a place to run where they didn't have to rip out their interior and go up the track mod, or didn't have to jam themselves down into street class. So Street GT is a really neat category for 5, 6, and 8-cylinder cars, or 10 cylinders in the case of a couple Nissan GTRs we've seen in the past. But you can't modify internals. It's bolt-on only, and you have to run your stock tire. there's a tire width limitation as well, and only stock aero. So it's, as far as the category, there is an MSRP limit to the cars, but it's actually a fairly low prep class in comparison to something like Track Mod or Street Mod, where you have a lot more tools at your disposal to make your car go quick. So across the stripe now for Group C. Checker flag here. Joel Morrison, top of the screen. No pickup, no improvement that time with the yellow flash. 233.649. Ross Ligabell picks up again. 233.731 for the number 45 in street class. So Checker on Group C. And we'll again see when drivers come back around. We'll move on to Group B, and this is when things start to spool up in the horsepower range. But of course, Group A is really where the fastest cars in our GRIDLIFE Track Battle Series are waiting in the wings. And just some cars to look forward to. Mike Dussault's many thousand horsepower Camaro, well over 1,000. So he's already done a 209. Of the track record is down in the 204 range. Alan Patton has about an 800 horsepower Corvette that's here, the number 606. Ernestus Pazzelis, Jackie Ding, Jim Rauch, Ryan Matthews, Dewey DeWitt, Justin Peachy, Cal Fortner. The top of our Group A heat, which is not this next heat, but the one following, is absolutely stacked and should be a blast to watch here this weekend. So things go quiet for a moment in between heats here. And this next group has got a handful of cars to watch, including the very pointy end of our Falcon Club TR class, Mario Moroni in the 727 Honda Civic. And he had been the quickest so far to 231.6.
Yeah, can sit comfortable so far. He knows, he may know at least, that no one went quicker yet. Again, 3 days worth of competition, though, and there's still plenty of time. We're taking a look over at the kart track. Multiple drift cars almost tandeming. A big, long train, constant train nearly, as they work their way down the hill, dropping multiple stories. If you haven't made their way over there yet, make sure you have it on your schedule. Don't lose track of time. Bumpers flying, it's drifting.
Heck yeah. And Group B out on track, so here we go. And one of the cars to watch in this one is Ryan Matthews is at the very pointy end of this. Ryan Matthews is once again running in not only Street Modified, but Street GT. Now, he comes into this event in Street GT in first place over Luke McGrew, comes into Street Mod trailing Dewey DeWitt. So, Tom, if you're running two different cars in two different categories, you're leading in one but not the other, are you going to try to double down and build a lead in one, or are you going to try to kind of equalize your luck and focus on the one that you're losing in? You know, my mentality wouldn't change for either, really. You know, basically, the circumstances can only change in your mind for when you're approaching these sessions. The reality is you're just driving a car on a racetrack and delivering the best lap that you can. So for Matthews, you know, those cars are slightly different. He will have to do a little bit of a mental approach, maybe run through the lap, the different reference points, or maybe where the car makes different speed, so that he puts himself in that position before he actually has to go experience it. But in general, I don't think that you would really change your mentality all that much if you're an experienced competitor. Now, it does mean that he has to run one car slightly out of place. He was actually between his two cars, he was the 6th and the 14th fastest person in overall time attack standings. So he did get dropped down to the front of this run group to drive one of his cars. He might have to be a little bit strategic with that, but typically at the front of these groups, you kind of are in control of the whole session. Yeah, so already drivers warming up their tires, coming back around. And Tom, tell me about outlap procedure here. What do you do in a time attack? Are you a driver that will charge 7, 8, 9 tenths to get heat into the tires, or do you take it easy and work up to pace? It depends on the car. Most of these cars are going to be running a 200 treadwear tire, which doesn't need a significant amount of heat in it. So you're pretty much okay to take it a bit easy on that first lap. But the primary goal of this outlap is actually more of what you can call it a gap lap. You're trying to set your gap to the car in front so that you have enough space that you can run your lap without interfering with them or without getting yourself stuck. So that's where you're seeing these drivers build their space to the car in front and kind of build that reference point. That's the only thing you're really responsible for. After that, you definitely want to focus on getting your tires into the window that you're comfortable. Maybe a couple of heavy brakes, maybe a couple of weaves back and forth to get yourself jumbled up in the car, and then get that focus on, you know, that's what the G-forces feel like. I haven't felt them in a couple hours. But in general, it's mainly to set your distance, as you can see a couple people getting a little more aggressive on their distances than others. Yeah, the Elantra that you're seeing in that shot there, that's Willem Dries, who's one of the front runners in the championship standings for street class, comes into this event second to Josh Hulka, but by 31 points. So he's got a long way to make up. He's had he's had a podium and a number of P5s this year. So just a lot of consistency out of that car. Just needs a little bit more pointy end pace, but that's fighting an uphill battle against a class that's usually packed full of turbocharged Evos and Imprezas and things.
Eric Pilipchuk starting his lap. That's a track mod. Sorry, it's actually in an unlimited car, running some grippier tires there in a BMW 3 Series. Very, very much spread out at the front here as you see Aaron Reckdahl comes through. He was our fastest street class car, front-wheel drive Civic Type R. This car is going to be very dancy on the brakes. You got to work on getting off the brake early, get it rotated in, plants it on the left front, and sweeps it through. This car was quickest this morning. He's using more curb than we've seen a lot so far as drivers are getting more aggressive here in Group B. And this is what you have to be really aware of. If you don't set your gaps well, you end up with a stack up at the end of the group, and all these drivers now are going to essentially sacrifice their start of this lap because they didn't get the gap set just right.
Yeah, so coming out of turn 14, there's Sean Bassett in the Datsun 240 with G-Technic on the side. And whoa, big wiggle for the 276 through turn 1. That was a big moment.
TJ Ball really whipping that thing in there, almost a drift entry, trying to manji it in and get the weight rotating.
That's a fast one. Turn 1 is a fast turn at Road America. It's 4th gear, maybe 5th, depending on your car.
Yep.
So that's a high speed to be playing with. Peter Granberg is also out on track here, and I think Charles Spaz Miller has finally gotten on track. We didn't see him earlier in Heat 1, I don't think, so he'll be one to watch in street class. Jeremy Selenius in the blue and green Corvette as well.
Oh, big rotation on the exit, trying to get the power down in that Corvette. We've seen Jeremy Selenius in an older Mustang quite a bit in time attack competition. We haven't seen this Corvette nearly as much, but he's right on the back of Mario Marone, who's actually going to give him a late point by at turn 7 as the black flag all comes out simultaneously.
Yeah, I think that might have been Mario knocking off because of the yellow flag there. It looked like he was given a point by, but it'll bring a full course yellow out here in the middle of Q2 here. Not sure exactly what for, but again, could be mechanical, could be an off. We'll get you an update when we can. Ooh. And that was Nick Hendricks going by Luis Zendejas there. Generally, you're not supposed to do that. So yeah. We'll see if that. Whoop! I'm seeing at the exit of the kink here, are those tire marks that we hadn't seen before? No, I'm just looking. There looks like there's some debris on the right on the wall, but again, I don't see any telltale signs that we've had a car over there.
Yeah, tough to say. So Ryan Matthews did complete the lap. Unfortunately, we're for sure that he did complete that under black flag all, and it was faster for him. So that time will be scrubbed, but he did show his cards a bit. He's got a 222 in that Street GT C6. So again, it won't count because he did finish the lap at pace under yellow, but that's a new bogey for Street GT, and it's very quick.
Yeah, certainly. So cars will head back to the pit lane here. And again, these sessions are not super long, so I'm not hopeful necessarily that they'll get to go back out before Group A gets a crack at this here. But again, there's so many opportunities this weekend with 7 different heats or 7 different qualifying sessions effectively for the podium sprint. So just because you don't get a good lap in this session doesn't mean that your world is over yet. Again, tomorrow morning's and Sunday morning sessions are really where you're going to find a lot of time. And all you have to do, Tom, their focus right now is just get top 5 in your class. That's really the goal. Unless you're going for a track record every single time you go out, there's sort of 2 competitions in one. As Graham Gaylord is at the exit of turn 8. So that's where the black flag had come from.
Yep, that explains that. And I'm seeing some either water or there's definitely some smoke as well. I think that might actually be some smoke from a fire bottle. We see Graham Gaylord out of the car. That was a very good sign.
Yep. And this car, I talked to Dewey about this when Graham showed up to Midwest Festival. This was sort of the street mod benchmark back in 2017, the championship winning car from that year. And showed up to Midwest Festival and did okay, but it was just a great example of how far Street Modified has come as a class. And Tom, you've been in track battle for quite some time. You've seen a lot of changes over the years. The times that cars are running now, even with relatively unchanged class rules, the creep and the scope of the category keeps getting pushed further and further forward to the point where the cars are almost unrecognizably fast compared to 10 years ago.
It's very true. And I would say more than anything, that may be mostly down to tire technology. These categories have always been a 200 treadwear class, and that's basically just a street rating that a manufacturer has to put on the tire. But they're allowed to run whatever 200 treadwear they choose, and there's also just more information out there as people, the hive mind collects themselves around these cars. They get more reliable, they get faster, and they get a little bit more creative, but they also just get better technology to work with, both on the car's tech side. The tires may be a little bit better, the aero balances get better, etc. But also the driver data is also a very important thing. We're seeing a lot of drivers drivers who have been in this category, been in their own class or their own car over that period of time, and maybe they weren't winning the events right out of the gate, but they pushed themselves and they've grown as a driver. It's one of the coolest things about this sport is you can learn a new thing as an adult. And how often do adults get to do that? You kind of settle into your thing, and if you don't get to go experience a new sport or experience a new skill all that often, I think that's why this sport grabs people.
Yeah, we're seeing a resurgence also, I think, in a handful of categories, track mod in particular, but there's so much push in exploring the edge and the limits of the rules. Think about, for example, in track mod, what Alan Patton and Louis Gigliotti's group are doing with that C7 Corvette, or even in street mod with Dewey DeWitt. Again, there was a lot of discussion about the transmissions that were going in these cars, but it said that you had to have an OEM transmission, but it was down to the housing, not what gear sets you put within it. So Dewey effectively has a sequential gear set in an OEM housing, and so effectively he's got a sequential, and so he can bang through gears really, really fast. But that's something that you would not have seen 8 or 9 years ago in street mod. So it just keeps pushing the limit forward, and at some point they just get incredibly creative. We were talking with Dewey last week about things that back in the day that Jackie Ding was doing with weather stripping and just trying to find ways to channel air around the car, and the ingenuity of Time Attack never ceases to amaze me.
Yeah, and I believe that Gaylord has the same sort of transmission that you just described with Dewey. So, and I honestly think that that's one of the beautiful things about Time Attack. It's one of those places where there is still that kind of older mentality about the rules. It's like, well, if you can find the loophole, do it, man. That's cool. When that's not necessarily the case when you look at things like GLTC or any kind of wheel-to-wheel class where they're looking for parity for good wheel-to-wheel racing. This is like, we're going for fastest laps. Any way you figure it out, that's cool.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of drivers will tell you, it's like, all right, well, read through the rule book 10 times, see what it says, and then read through it 100 more times and see what it doesn't say, and do all those things. And that's how rule books end up really long, but that's kind of the sport, right? At some extent, you're trying to figure out how big is this box that we're playing in, and if it doesn't define where the edges of the box are, take it one step further. So I find it fascinating, but as to your point, in our wheel-to-wheel series, it's a little bit more about the parity and about racing cars that you want to race without letting things get out of hand. So it's a little bit of a different mindset when you're building a car for Time Attack or Time Trials versus wheel-to-wheel. But lots of fans here already exploring all there is to see at Summer Apex Festival in the vendor areas and the food areas, heading over to the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex to see drifting on the course over there. And tonight, the stage is going to come alight with all sorts of action and activity. And if you're not familiar with GRIDLIFE or you've never been before, it's music and motorsports all in one weekend. So down in the carousel, you've got the NOS Energy main stage. You've got camping going on over there. And tonight on the main stage, you've got Stickman and Shaika and Mike and Kofrezi and John Casey and Flostradamus. And then, of course, tomorrow on the main stage, you've got Blaze Orange, AB Baby, Aspen, Abel Gray, Of the Trees, and Disco Lines wrapping up your performances here. And, of course, we've got the Laser Woods and Paddock Podium DJ as well. So lots going on, music and motorsports all in one place. But the track is busy from 8 to 6 every day. And hopefully opening some eyes that are here for the music about the world of motorsports.
So we're quiet on track for the meantime as we recover that Subaru, and unfortunately that was on the very first flying lap of Group B here in Heat 2 for track battle competition. So no movers, no shakers this time through, and that's just the reality of chasing fastest laps. So no big movers there. We already talked about Group C. We had a number of fast drivers. Unfortunately also, I'll throw this in, there were a couple drivers who didn't get a Heat 1 time. Peter Granberg may be the most notable of them. A couple of others in Club TR. We've got Noah Jenkin, Ian Flavin. They have been kind of peppered into groups C and B. Specifically, Peter Granberg, though, was in B. He will not get a time on Heat 2 either. Yeah, now, you mentioned Ian Flavin in his 86. Now, he had an issue with his radiator, and they've got one coming that'll be here around 4 o'clock today, but we're unlikely to see him on track until the later session, and even that, our last track battle session's at 3:15 to 4:45, so it's probably unlikely that he'll get a good lap today, and so he'll have to do it tomorrow, but again, or Sunday morning, because you've got all this time. Now, remember, Tom, the way that we used to do this podium sprint format, you had a couple of practice sessions, then you had 3 qualifying sessions, and then it was podium sprint time. Now you've just got 7 qualifyings. Yeah. So you've got a lot more opportunity to work your way in there as you have a look at the schedule of the day and what's coming up later this afternoon. So you've got more chances, but everyone's going to jump in this last few minutes here of the B session. It's busy. Kyle, I'm going to embarrass you a second. The on-screen graphics are top top tier, and you deserve major props for the improvements on them this year. They've always been great, but I mean, that live schedule is just beautiful in addition to helpful.
Yeah.
What more could you ask for? I mean, I'm kidding. Really, really
Thanks,
nicely
Tom.
done. And it's good to be back to green. Maybe we'll get one flying or two even flying laps out of this group. Saw Spaz Miller at the back. Or is this group? Yeah, this is Group B. Yep, they're headed back out. Seeing Peter Granberg in front of us now. There's Jeremy Selenius and Mario Marone. They swapped positions there at the end of the other green flag run. And now you're back to that gap lap mentality. This can be a little bit tough because now you're rearing to go. Now you're anxious and you're urgent to get back to the green flag quicker. But you still have to make sure that you set yourself up for an ability to run your clean lap.
Yeah, I think we might see drivers get, I mean, you don't know how much you're going to get. Looking at the schedule, you can sort of guesstimate that you might get 2 or 3 more laps, but you don't know that for sure. So the other thing is that even with the shortcut at 5, the cooldown laps still take a little time, and that has to be factored into the session time as well. It's not really necessarily a green to checker time on the schedule. It's basically pit out to pit in for all the cars, even at the tail of the field. So you've got to count that and go. Make sure you get at least a green flag lap or 2. Matthews, then Luis Zendejas are the front runners here in this group as they head down through turn 8. Dallas Reed's out there in a Corvette Z06, a C8 generation car with that flat plane crank V8 that makes such a unique sound. And Bucky Lasek out there as well in the track mod class Subaru WRX. Now that car didn't start as a track mod entry. I think they've done some changes to it to move it up in the order a little bit. But that is the Subi Mods car. Good to have Bucky back with us.
And Zendejas and Pilipchuk really pushing Ryan Matthews to keep this warm-up lap quick, trying to get them back to the green flag. They really stack up there coming into the kink, and then it's a big distance back to Michael Young in a track mod Z06. That's another C8. Luis Zendejas was running in the unlimited category for some reason or another in that relatively stock-looking C8. But, man, they are really pushing Matthews to get up and get going. More C8s coming through. Then we get that front-running street class car, the top pairing there, a pair of front-wheel drive cars.
I think Zendejas is on slicks is why he's in the unlimited category. So he's he had tire warmers and everything at CMP, so really going for it with the sticky stuff. Now, coming up through 14, Tom, the other idea here generally is if you're gridded by your pace, no matter how close you are to the driver ahead of you, they should, in theory, pull away. So, maybe keeping that gap tight isn't going to impact them a whole lot. You just worry as soon as they knock off their lap if you have to, jump out of the throttle. But up the hill towards the front straightaway, green flag's back out, and they're going to get another lap as Ryan Matthews sails down the front straightaway here and begins a pickup there. And Pilipchuk, again, didn't complete a lap previously, so it's going to show as his best, but 12 minutes 23 is not particularly quick.
Fun fact while we wait for this, I worked a track day here once where there was a bone stock 1950s Austin Healey Sprite doing over 4-minute laps, and that was as fast as it could go. Really funny.
So, current record holder in Falcon Club TR in the rear-wheel drive subcategory is Peter Granberg. Here he is in the number 511 K-Swap Subaru BRZ. Now, Peter is a longtime runner here. This car originally was a street mod car in GRIDLIFE TrackBattle Time Attack, but it's since been converted to Falcon Club TR. And the reason why he's important, he's 6th in the standings here, Tom, but he's definitely picking up pace. 5th at Road Atlanta, 6th at Midwest, but 3rd at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. So when I look at drivers to watch with a current holding track record back from 2024 and climbing up the order with momentum out of Mid-Ohio, this is a car I'm watching.
Oh, big wiggle coming out of turn number 1. It looks like he caught the curb as the car was still loaded, and it wiggled on him just a little bit. He kept his foot in it, and that's the efficient use of track limits I mentioned. He didn't have to drive the car back on track under load. He was able to just keep it under acceleration. You also see the really interesting air deflection he's done with the front bumper on that car to get the tires, get the air channeling around the tires. It kind of sticks out, almost looks dented, but that is very much on purpose. And now he's coming into the handling section. This will be where the gap lap really sets him up for success or failure if he's not far enough back from some of these slower cornering cars that are just in front. He's already right up underneath the Z as he slides it out of turn 5.
Yeah, definitely booted on the throttle there, and it looked like he might have. Well, did he keep his foot in it there? He's catching Sean Bassett very quickly. To your point, this is a cornering car. These Falcon Club TR cars are some of the fastest at most of the racetracks we go to. They end up pretty far up the order despite not having nearly as much power of those ahead of them. Especially at a place like Audubon Country Club, we've seen a lot of Club TR cars in the top 10 overall by the end of the weekend.
Yeah, very much so. Meanwhile, we'll keep you posted on times as Ryan Matthews et al. Finish up these laps. But this is a pretty big factor in Club TR. That's why we're watching it. Really wide entry there for the carousel. Gets it down to the middle of the corner fairly early. Now tucks it into the carousel's exit camber. gets a little bit of rotation, and he looks like he's done a pretty good job for this gap. Has definitely not been held up yet. As the checkered flag comes out, the top cars come across. We'll get times in just a moment.
Yeah, and through the kink now, Sean Bassett on kind of sticking to the right there. We'll see if Peter Granberg gets on by, and you see a little tap of the brakes there as he navigates by. It might hold him up just a little bit here. Into Canada corner for Granberg, chasing Jeremy Bailey on the time charts with a 2:32.681, which is about a second and a half off of Peter's record from last year. So other than a little tap on the brakes on the backstretch, which also you might want to do to reseat the brake pads anyway, Tom, a little bit of brake pad knockback.
No, I think that was a hesitation. It's really tough to navigate that bent straightaway because you don't quite know exactly where the person's going to go versus letting you through. Whoa. A car off just ahead as well. The Civic takes a little bit of a wilderness exploration there. I think that is
the 128, I think.
The 128 car, yes.
See where he is on timing and scoring.
Maybe one of those cars that got moved up from Group D or C, having not gotten laps. A little bit confusing there.
Granberg to the top, and a new rear-wheel drive record for Falcon Club TR, 2:30.944. That's 0.3 quicker than his record from last year.
Wow, well done. And I wouldn't say that was a perfect scenario lap. He definitely had a little bit of distraction in the front of him, so that's going to put a little bit of pressure on the rest of Club TR. Going into heat number 3.
Yeah, actually, Tom, that's only about a second off of James Houghton's front-wheel drive record as well. So if this is any indication of what we're going to see in the rest of the weekend, we're going to see that record fall probably multiple times because, to your point, he did get held up there slightly and had a really big wiggle out of turn 5 that easily cost him 2 or 3 tenths. So.
So Ryan Matthews at the front, we mentioned the checkered flag. He came through at a 2:24.8. That was actually significantly off, 2 seconds slower than that first lap, which he completed under black flag. So Matthews kind of burned the opportunity on that one a little bit, it seems. Again, you got plenty more chances.
Yep, there's Peter Granberg pulling off, and he'll have seen the time on the aim and know that that's quicker, but know that there's so much time left on the table. All right, Group A is headed out to the racetrack now. This is the fastest group of cars in GRIDLIFE Track Battle Time Attack at our fastest racetrack of the season. It's about to get loud. It's about to get wild. The cars in this group are capable of 180 plus miles an hour off into the corners here. Eric Fleming is going to be the first driver out on the racetrack. Mike Dussault behind him. So Fleming in a silver C6, Dussault in the red and black Camaro, then Alan Patton in the black and green Chevrolet Corvette C7. And then I think it's Pizzellis behind him in the black and red C6 Corvette, and then Jackie Ding in the track mod category BMW M2. All these cars, I think, are going to be easy 170 plus. And then it's just managing power, traction control, and cornering speed here, which these cars are not shy of either with all the aero.
Yeah, very much so. We saw Jimmy Rock coming out. He's the 5th car out of the grid in that unlimited front-wheel drive Civic. That's an EK Civic generation. Later, well, at least it was anyway. Right behind there was Dewey DeWitt, Justin Peachy behind there as well. Cal Fortner, Alex Moss, both out of Street Mod. So we've got all of our top contenders in Street Mod. Ryan Matthews, he did have that delay from the previous session. He's going to have to hop out and get back in his track mod car quicker. His Street Mod car quicker. If he wants to get back out. Dussault immediately calling it quits on the warm-up lap. Something not right with that Camaro.
Yeah, he's had some unlucky moments here in the past. Now, I haven't confirmed this myself, but we were told he did over 200 miles an hour in the front straightaway here, and that car is capable of 1,500 horsepower. So it's going to be quick. Eric Fleming and Alan Patton are nose to tail now. 2 different Corvettes, both Louis Gigliotti supported efforts here this weekend. And Alan Patton actually had splitter damage from the test day, and it was already cracked from Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, and they've put a new wooden one on. They were actually carving it yesterday in the garage area, so we'll see what he can do. I think there's Dewey underneath us there as well in Boogeyman, the 1995 Subaru Impreza L that we were talking about earlier with the sequential gear sets. But Eric Fleming, a driver we've seen in GRIDLIFE Track Battle for many years, and again, slow outlap, but it's going to come by the start stand probably 160 plus.
Absolutely. Fleming did not get a lap earlier today. We saw that car go out for a warm-up and then come right back to the pit lane. So there was something awry there that they did not want to complete a flying lap. As you can see them now stacking up just a little bit. Jimmy Rock closing up behind Jackie Ding, and then the next couple cars are going to be Street Mod contenders. That starts with Dewey DeWitt, and then right here coming into frame, Cal Fortner, Alex Moss in the green S2000, And then eventually we'll see Ryan Matthews out there in Street Mod as well. Here comes Fleming. He's already built up to about 10/10 pace here to get a good run through 14. The rest are going to do the same just behind.
Yeah, Alan Patton's taking a little bit longer to get up to speed here, but as soon as he gets out of 14, he's going to be on it. There's Dewey at the back of the shot there, heading through Billy Mitchell right behind Jim Rauch. So Unlimited's going to be a fun fight to watch, as is that Street Mod battle here, Tom. But coming up the front straightaway, the first driver to take the green in Group A is Eric Fleming, storming by the start-finish line. Here he comes into turn 1.
Absolutely planted down on the downforce, and then it's a really early roll into that corner, carrying a bunch of entry speed, using as much of the exit as he needs. That looks really nice in this car, running on slicks. So one of our unlimited class cars, probably the unlimited class car, looking good down through turn number 3. And then he's going to be clearing up well north of 180 miles an hour, we imagine, down towards that speed trap at turn number 5.
Alan Patton, who is following him, pit back in. So we're going to keep our eyes on Fleming down the back straightaway here into turn 5. Center of the racetrack, braking, get that splitter to the ground, hope it doesn't stall it out. Turns in a little bit too fast there into 5, Tom.
Listen for that traction control there underneath the audio there, listening, and we're trying to get the power down under the onto the curbs really early into turn 6. He looks a bit uncomfortable with that car. Maybe he doesn't have brake points quite dialed in yet, and that could be a result of not getting a lap represented earlier today. He's still in learning mode, and I cannot tell you how difficult some of these unlimited cars are to build those reference points and dial things back. That's more often the case than what you need to do. As he finally gets there, right there, it looks really nice at turn 8, opening all the way up through the entry of the carousel, and then just keep it glued to the inside. Rely on that arrow, tuck it in. Runs a little bit wider there, but salvages it.
Yeah, and our unlimited track record here was set, I believe, last year. It was a 204. And again, we'll see if Fleming can do it. Yeah, 204.583 by Mike Dussault. So that's the time being chased right now. I don't know that the first lap for Fleming is going to be that, Tom, but we'll get a good idea. The Mike Dussault did a 209.3 last time out.
Yeah, well, it'll still be fast, that's for sure. Yeah. The fastest time of the event so far is that 209.3 from earlier today. Dussault, we have not seen him retake to the course. We did see Ryan Matthews just pull out, but let's watch the last 2 corners of this lap. Traction control still ticking as that car tries to put power down on the curbs. Really nice, smooth input into turn number 14. It looks like he's really back in the zone. The first half of the lap may not have been absolutely perfect, but the last half looked good. What is it? 2 minutes.
4.203, and it's a new track record for unlimited class for Eric Fleming by 3/10 of a second over Mike Dussault from last year. Done. Check the box.
Wow.
He did it.
And to give you some context, factory GT3 cars run about a 202 right now on their race tires in qualifying trim, and that was his first flying lap of the weekend. We just now finally got Puzelis across the line. That's the second car on track. That gives you an idea of how much gap he pulled in that lap. Puzelis only at a 2:15.9, very fast, but about 10 seconds off pace. Jimmy Rock actually pulls itself up into second place in Unlimited for this session, third place overall in that Civic. That's the fastest front-wheel drive unlimited car we've had at the 2:15.3.
And Jackie Ding ran a 2:16.3, not quite track record pace. It was Jackie that set the record 2 years ago in 2023 when we were here with NASCAR. 2:13.387 is what he's chasing. How'd the street mod battle end up, you think, Tom, between Dewey and Cal Fortner? Dewey DeWitt at a 2:16.598. He's very close to the class record. Only needs a couple more tenths of a second, 2 tenths, and Fortner 2 seconds back from that.
Alex Moss stuck at that 2:21 range, not able to find as much time on the S2000, but Dewey and Fortner absolutely on it. And they're near each other on track as well. Could be using each other for some inspiration, but Dewey is pretty checked out at this point. There's Moss, deep on the brakes in that S2000. Looks like he's going to call it for this session as well after a lap and a half.
Yeah, Dewey's so close, and this just gives me a lot of hope for track records here, Tom. Also, the pavement, relatively new from a couple of years ago, and while it's new, it's sticky, but it seemed like it was unpredictable the first year that it was paved, and it seems like it's kind of coming into its own a little bit more predictable offline, and that helps you, gives you a little bit more, I guess, trust in what the grip has to offer, so you can be a little more aggressive, and that might be contributing to some of these quick times here. But heading up the hill, there's Luca Barberis running in street mod now in the Toyota GR Supra. And Luca Barberis, again, a street class competitor who we've seen plenty of years, recent champion in his Mitsubishi Evo, but has jumped over to the Toyota GR Supra platform for Street Modified. There's a look at your overall running order. Fleming, Rauch, Pezelis, Ding, Dewey, DeWitt, your top 5. Then Justin Peachy, Fortner, Chris Smith, Igor Keselov, and Alex Moss, your top 10.
So we know what the target time is in Street Mod. Now here's another one of our contenders. Ryan Matthews hops out of the C6 in Street GT into the C5 for Street Mod. This car is limited on tire width, the same as every other one, but it is so fast in the corners. It ends up being a very much point-and-shoot car. Look how clean that exit was. I almost think he may not be fully on it, as that was a little too simple, and I didn't hear much attempt to get up to speed on throttle. He may just...
is this an outlap for him?
It is not an outlap. He did come out one lap prior. Maybe an adjustment lap, or maybe I'm not giving enough credit. He is keeping up with the car in front.
Well, sometimes when you watch a time attack cars, Tom, sometimes when they're really smooth, they're really fast, and other times they look smooth because they're going slow. And it's really hard to tell which is which. So it's definitely tricky. And Ryan Matthews is one of those drivers that doesn't really look wild when he drives. Very much like Luke McGrew, just looks very smooth out there, doesn't make a lot of mistakes. You don't really hear a lot about him. He's actually, we mentioned leading in Street GT, second in Street Mod, and quietly there. Doesn't make a lot of noise, at least his car does, but he doesn't. And, and just, creeping up into the mix. Mark Kilgore, second in Street GT, with a 225.704 and a BMW M4 up against a whole bunch of Corvettes at the moment.
Kilgore doing some testing yesterday, said there were some small issues, but nothing that kept the car too low down, too much problems with the car. But it's his first time at this track, and this is a very daunting track, especially in a car that quick. He said he cleared 165 miles an hour on the front straight in that M4. This looks like a build lap for Matthews. We'll see what happens here, but he's definitely not on 10/10ths. Maybe just building a little bit of a muscle memory back for this car, as he's going to be headed up the hill for what is going to be one of the last laps of this session.
Yeah, Luke McGrew, we were just talking about him in track mod this weekend in his number 717 C6 Corvette. Just went 5th quick at a 2:21.095. The lap times here, just my reference points for what quick laps are is just off. That was Ryan Matthews there across the stripe, 2:21.288. Not terrible. Puts him 4th, actually make that 3rd in class at the moment. But Tom, to your point, I think we're expecting much quicker, and we'll see. Here's Luke in that C6. Past Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup competitor. I'm not convinced we won't see him back either.
I agree.
He just seems to change what he's doing every week, but he's been at GRIDLIFE pretty much every year for the last as long as I've been here.
Always in a black something. That's about the only thing predictable with Luke. He'll show up. He'll be in a black something. You don't know what class.
He bought a C8 last fall, and when he showed up, I didn't even know that he bought it, and he told me he bought a C8, and I was like, oh, look, it's black. Yeah. Who would have guessed?
This looks like a pretty reserved lap for Luke McGrew as well. He's looking for that 2:22 time that Matthews set. Again, that will be scrubbed, but Matthews did turn it, so we'll know he's got the ability to do it. I know that Luke is not full throttle or attacking right now, but he is still circulating with some momentum, either cooling the car down or just building some more reps. Ryan Matthews, again, 3 seconds faster than his morning, so I was just not giving him enough credit. He's working that C5 up towards the top time there, which is still held by Dewey DeWitt at that 1:15. It's just 2:15, so fast.
Should also note that Charles Miller we saw on track but didn't get a representative lap. We would have seen him at the very pointy end of street had he gotten one. So Brad Moore leads in that category over Mike Coons and Aaron Rekadal in the front-wheel drive Honda Civic. Here's Jamie Santos, by the way. Good to have him back in the paddock and sparking off the front splitter here, Tom. Getting after
cool.
it.
Jamie's could really come a long way. This is a car and driver package that's done a lot of work, spitting fire from the back, sparks from the front, and he's been much more competitive just kind of on this exponential curve. It's a really, really fun thing to see. And the other car I just noticed is on track. He went out late, but Mike Puglisi, also in Street Mod, he didn't get a time this morning, but he went out late in this Group A because that's basically where he will belong. And he, I think, is just working his way around. Oh, actually, he's reporting back to the pit lane. Still not going to get a lap time this session for the number 314.
Yeah. And Luke McGrew passed the stripe there. No pickup for him.
He's on it now. Luke is definitely on for starting this for starting a new personal best here, or a new flyer, I should say. Excuse me. Jamie Santos is going to let him through. Yeah, so I think a bit of a reset lap just there prior.
Yeah, he's about 5 seconds to go to the top of track mod, so that's a lot to ask for a car with really not a lot of aero. And the C6 is a very slippery platform, but when you get to the faster stuff, I'm sure it gets pretty wild inside that car to hang on to it. Jamie Santos, by the way, trip scoring at 3rd in street mod, so a very solid lap there for Jamie, but looked immediately like he jumped off it. So that will put him P3. And then we mentioned street class already. Brad Moore, Mike Coons, Aaron Rekadal, Willem Dries, and Jan Wildner in the 311 car. Didn't see which car this was. This is a track mod entry. Oh, is that West Penn?
I think it is West Penn.
Yep.
In his that's an unlimited car as well.
Oh, it is unlimited, sorry. He ran this car at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. This is a car that originally I thought he was going to build for Eibach GLTC, but he's elected to run track battle with it for at least a little while. Maybe better suited for GRIDLIFE GT competition once he gets it sorted.
Yeah, very possible. And he's only a couple corners behind Luke McGrew, who started a flyer. And I also noticed Chris Smith in that Orange 1 Series BMW went through pit lane and entered the track again. So it could be just kind of a double check of things and pit back in at turn 5. This looks like a really smooth lap for Penn. Has to get out of the throttle just a little bit there towards the exit, a little throttle check, but there's plenty of power to make up for it. You see the brake lights relatively early there, then back on throttle to carry the momentum and the stability through the hairiest corner on this track.
That car looked really stable, actually.
Yeah.
Very, very nicely balanced there all the way through. And then heading up towards Canada corner now for West Penn. And still waiting for Luke McGrew to come back around in the track mod C6 Corvette, chasing Jackie Ding at a 2:16.3. The track record still 3 seconds quicker than that still, but lots left on the table.
We missed it on the cameras, but Jimmy Rock stayed out in that unlimited front-wheel drive Civic, and he is now at a 2:12.1. The last time we saw him through, it was a 2:15. So that's a really nice pickup, 3 seconds for that front-wheel drive Civic. I would say much less aggressive car than Fleming's, but it's still a crazy Civic for what it is. Cazellas also in unlimited, he picked up another second or so, a 2:14.1. So everybody in unlimited doing a nice job.
Yeah, we have not seen McGrew come back around yet, have we? Unless he had pit back in track mod. But I would have expected to see him gain some time, but it doesn't look like that's been the case.
No, he just did a 2:21. Did I just catch that correctly?
2:21.185. That's what he had before, I thought, because he was P5. So might not have,
that's
is that new? New
That's
lap time?
new. Yeah, Luke McGrew goes to the top of Street GT with that 2:21. We saw the 2:22.
He's track mod, isn't he? Or is he also?
Oh, is he in track mod?
Yeah.
No, I think he's a Street GT car.
Oh, maybe it's well, that could be. If he's registered as Street GT, maybe they need to make that correction. But
I might be confused here. I'll stop.
Me 3. well, the time is there, 2:21.065. That's very impressive if it's Street GT.
No, I think you're right. I think I got myself confused there.
He's run the car in both, to be fair.
He needs fewer black Corvettes.
Yes. Well, actually,
this isn't my fault.
The Street GT car is the C8, isn't it? I think so. Luke's got too many cars. Keeping us on our toes here. So checkered flag here for the GRIDLIFE Track Battle Championship, heat number 2 of the weekend. And we're going to be following this up with a very brief rush practice before we move on to the USF Juniors race. Of course, we will not have that race here on the GRIDLIFE broadcast for you. So if you're watching along at home, head on over to the USF Championship YouTube channel to watch the USF Juniors race, number 2 of the day. Rob Howden will be joining us in studio for that one. So we learned a couple things. We have a new track record here at Road America, Tom, but I think still a lot of building. There's a lot of potential left on the table here. And I think it's just because it's early in the weekend. I think, you know, the last session of the day and then tomorrow morning, I think we're really going to see the bravery pick up, especially in the morning with the bravery and the cool temperatures. Should see some really quick times across the board. I think street mod record is absolutely going to fall. We're only a couple tenths away.
Yeah, I think Fleming, amazing start. Ding is doing a really good job, but we know that there's going to be a challenge from Alan Patton when he gets a time in the track mod category. DeWitt absolutely on it, and then we saw some really, really close battles there in Club TR as well. But a majority of the drivers that we talked about for Group B have not gotten a representative time since Session 1. So Session 3, Heat 3 coming up later. If they've ended up in that Group B category, those are going to be the movers and shakers, I think, next time by.
Yeah, and the Rush Series car is getting set up on the grid as West Penn rolls on by. Now we have the checkered flag on the timing and scoring, and Wes will come back around and pit in at turn 5. So track battle already putting on a good show for us here this weekend. So many more opportunities for the field to pick up time in this race against the clock at the halfway point of the championship. And Andy Vogel getting set to go here in just a few minutes' time as well. And here's a look at your results for Heat 2. And it's Mike Jansen atop Club SC, 254.798. That's over James Smith, Jack Coughlin, and Jason Davidson here, Tom. So Mike, P1 for the moment. You see the happy face in the P1. Here's Peter Gramberg, top of the board in the rear-wheel drive Club TR. That's a new track record, at least for the subcategory. Jeremy Bailey just behind.
Yeah, and he actually set a faster lap than what we caught on camera, 2:30.9. It's an excellent start for Peter Gramberg.
Yeah, then looking down the order a little bit further into street class, Brad Moore, Mike Coons, Aaron Rekadal, your top three. Willem Dries, Jan Waldner, and then Ross Ligabel. We saw him chipping away at the bit there. Neru Chetty, Lars Vogel, Jeremy Hensley wrapping up your top 10 in the street category. Move on to street GT. Luke McGrew, you were correct, 221.095. He is leading that class now by a pretty big chunk, about a second and a half over Ryan Matthews and Mark Kilgore, who sits third there. There's the peace sign out of Luke. He's so much cooler than everybody else here. And then looking up to Street Mod, Dewey DeWitt. There's the big celebratory thumbs up because he's leading right now in Street Mod, 216.598, just a couple tenths away from the record. Cal Fortner, Jamie Santos, 1 through 3, Ryan Matthews, P4, Moss, P5. And then in Track Mod, up at the very pointy end, it's Jackie Ding, Justin Peachy, Chris Smith, Igor Keselov, Alex Roy, the rest of your top 5. And then in Unlimited, it is Eric Fleming that did it. Went to the top 204.203. That's a new track record here for Unlimited class. Jim Raucher, Nessus Pizzellis, and Derek Carter. That's a new name to me. Wes Penn, your top 5 here in Unlimited. And we'll be back with more GridLife Summer Apex coverage and the practice for the GridLife Rush Series right after this.
These are my race treads for when the road ends.
These are my race treads for shredding the slopes.
These are my race treads for setting the hook.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Falcon Tires. Race tested, road ready. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
Every lap, every race, every bit of paint traded for every hard-fought place. Every checkered flag and trophy raised. Every ounce of dirt, sweat, and gears. They're all jammed inside every can of NOS Energy. Go ahead, open up a can.
And welcome back to GridLife Summer Apex and Road America, America's National Park of Speed. Kyle Hyatt joined by Tom O'Gorman for GridLife Rush Series practice coming up here in just a few minutes' time from this 4-mile behemoth of a road course up in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Tom, we've had a fun day so far, but mostly practice sessions. It's going to continue here for the GridLife Rush Series. It's a big grid. There's lots to learn for these drivers in this practice session, getting their Rush SRs set for battle later this weekend.
Yeah, getting a nice complete story of the weekend here on the the live stream. I love it. And this is a series that ends up with more practice sessions than every other one by design. This will be their third, and so far we've seen James French, a local driver with lots of experience at this track, a lot of variety of experience in little sports cars like this of all shapes and sizes, has been the man to chase this entire weekend so far, running a 225.7, the only driver in that 225 range. But Ryan Leach did get back out for practice 2. He was only 0.3 off that fast lap. Then there's a bit of a chasm back to Blair Hosey and Brandon Schwartz. We'll throw Ethan Alexander, Nico Bratz in there as well, but they're nearly 2 seconds off the pace, and that's very unlikely, unlike some of these drivers. We'll see if they can get a little bit closer there. Andy Vocal, who's been to the first car grid every single one of these sessions, sits about 3 seconds off that top pace at a 228.6. He sits 7th overall. Ayrton Grimm, who's doing double duty with GRIDLIFE Touring Cup and GRIDLIFE Rush SR here, sits 8th. Mark Charnogorski, was in the 9th position, and John Robinson was 10th after practice 2. But we have nearly 50 of these Rush SRs saturating the pavement here at Road America.
I like how you talk about track saturation. It's an interesting term I've heard you say a couple times today, Tom, about how busy it can be with 50 cars out here. Though they're a little bit smaller than your traditional cars that we see maybe in Eibach, GLTC, or elsewhere, so you get a little bit more room on this racetrack to play.
And cars just now leaving grid to head out onto the track.
And cars are rolling now here for practice for the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. About 150 horsepower of a GSX motorcycle engine here, Tom. And again, pneumatic shifted gearbox paddle shifters on here. And you still got 3 pedals in the floor, but again, you don't need that third pedal once you're rolling. And actually, I think it's not a pedal in this car, it's a hand clutch. But either way, you don't need it once you're moving. You just paddle shift from there on out. And again, not going to necessarily impact the rest of the weekend here. Qualifying is really where we're going to start to see things pan out. But watching the Andy Vocal versus Ryan Leach battle, not only in the title fight, but here this weekend, with Ryan Leach having won every single race so far this year, at least in the points championship. Jason Ayler in the 74, the only other driver to pick up wins alongside the Bryce Merceberger machine from Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, a non-points event from the tail end of June. So off into turn 8 here, Andy Vocal kind of leading the way. Car still rolling out of the pit lane. Lots of space and spread here.
Vocal with the track all to himself. We'll get a good read on the body language of these cars as they come through the carousel. Pretty easy, tight line for them. The track looks twice as wide for everybody, for these cars as they do for everybody else. Absolutely pinned to the floor. It's a very proper sounding race car, I will say. I have to wonder, not quite flat through the kink as we just saw, well, maybe an upshift on the exit of the kink as we saw some fire come out of the back of the tailpipes of Andy Vocal's car.
Cars that shoot fire are better than cars that don't shoot fire.
Fact.
That's the rule.
Taking a look at the outside of turn 13, sweeping up through Bill Mitchell Bend. Had to look it up the other day. He was actually a GM executive. He came, supported the track a lot, designed some Corvette stuff, and he got that corner named after him.
There you go. I got to design some Corvette stuff to get a corner named after me. Kyle Higher Corner.
There you go. Higher Corner. I like that.
There you go.
Mark Charnogorski there working his way up to the first lap that they will be coming through for practice number 3.
You get quite a bit of practice here in this series, so you have to use it well. Tom, you know as well as anyone that there is such thing as bad practice. You can definitely give yourself some bad habits or just waste time on the racetrack. So what are your strategies here? If you've got 3 practice sessions, do you treat them differently? Is it just getting repetitions?
No, I think, yeah, it's a lot about repetition. I think it's a similar mental approach, but you need to have goals. You need to have a reason to go out, and you know, more experienced drivers will often say they get bored driving on a track if they don't have a purpose for it. And I have found myself there, right? If I don't have a reason to be going out, if I don't have the car underneath me that I want, if I could be using this time a little bit better off track to either make setup changes or something of the like, then it's actually a little bit better to not try to maximize every single lap. If you're not a driver that is in that window, meaning you don't quite have your fast lap, you don't have the confidence yet, you don't have whatever, having all these practice sessions is really, really nice. But I think the core part of it is setting some goals for the session to understand why you're going out on track rather than just going and doing the thing.
Makes sense.
Cars. So go ahead.
No, you go.
Jason Ayler and Mark Chernogorski were working together trying to keep up with Andy Vogel at the front of that line. I have not found James French on track yet. I'm still looking for that car to come by. It's the blue maybe there in the camera shot. And then Ryan Leach also went out relatively late in the session. He was back in the back of the field. There were cars still leaving grid a couple moments ago.
I think that blue car was Ethan Alexander. He's chasing Nico Bratz. They're sort of teammates. They've got metallic liveries, the both of them. One's red, one's blue. There's Leach, there's Bratz, and there's Alexander. 1, 2, 3 up through turn 13. And there's Ethan Alexander in that number 33 young driver, working his way up through the ranks. Really likes this Rush SR platform. Got a chance to talk to him at Carolina Motorsports Park, and he and Nico Bratz walked over to me, and I thought they were fans at first, but they were like, oh no, we're these guys? And I was like, man, the racing world looks a little different these days, doesn't it? I mean, they're young kids out there making a statement in the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. And working together a little bit here in this practice session, chasing the fast guy, Ryan Leach. Good strategy there.
I was going to say, they picked the right guy to follow. He's been the second quickest car so far this weekend. That's the black and white car split right down the middle.
Here's Bratz, and Bratz was a driver that was, Leach way off the road in turn 1. But Bratz is one of the drivers involved in that three-way battle for the lead that resulted in a 28,000th win margin for Leach last year. No Alex Chang this year. That was the third car in that battle, but there are plenty of others that would like to put themselves in the middle of that sandwich and have a run at Ryan Leach. Vogel, first driver to put a time down, and we're going to see a lot of shuffling here as the times start to light up on the leaderboard.
It's a good improvement for Ayler. He goes to the top of the board, and he takes Chernogorski with him. They're both in the low 228s, excuse me. But remember, we've seen a 225 out of James French so far this weekend. We've seen a couple of 226s, a couple 227s. Big slide, wow, for the blue car there at the back of shot, coming out over the curves, trying to keep the power down. And sometimes that's better than lifting. It is rotation, it is counter steer, which tends to be counterproductive, but it's better than lifting in some of these low horsepower cars if you can keep it under control. They're keeping up with Leach okay, but they've definitely lost a little bit of ground as the timing board starts to flicker green as everybody comes across their start-finish line for their first lap.
Yeah, TJ Hunt, P4 at the moment. Now, TJ comes from a background of building cars, not necessarily racing them, but did a lot of drift for quite some time in his world, and then drifted with us for a handful of years and has now jumped over to this Rush platform with the Rapscallion team. And TJ, again, is really coming into his own. He's 7th in the championship standings coming into this event and has 7 top 10s in 12 starts. So, you know, he's got a big YouTube channel, millions of subscribers. I was a subscriber to him in college, and here he is, worlds colliding and really up in the mix, often beating his teammate Nate Hamilton. So really cool to watch drivers come from outside of the world of wheel-to-wheel racing and really find a home there. Bryce Merceburger to the top of the board.
That is a 127.2. Really, really quick. It's going to put Merceburger within striking distance of our top 2 cars that we suspect will be the cars to chase in qualifying a little bit later today. And I can speak to, coming back to the drift idea, you know, I can speak to having gotten into drifting after I was doing grip racing, that it did help my car control. It helped my comfort level with yaw. It helped my comfort actually with being close to cars in a way. So I have to imagine there are some challenges with going the other way, as there are coming from grip to drift, but it makes you a better all-around driver. And I'm a big believer in the all-around driver. I know my team over there, ASM, they're all about the all-around driver. You have to be able to do a little bit of everything. Leach is absolutely confident in that car as he slings it through turn 1, and again, still productive. He's not having to hustle it back to the track. It's just aimed there when he lands.
Yeah, and he's fast. 226.887 puts him top of the board over Merceburger, Bratz, Ayler, and Alexander. Ayrton Grimm up inside the top 10. Again, pulling double duty in Eibach GLTC. And so he'll be on track a couple more times today for Rush and GLTC qualifying. Chernogorski improved on his lap as well. When you see the green wipe, that's a lap improvement. Yellow flash is no improvement. And if you see purple, that means they're quickest on the road. There's Leach again through 5. really using the extents of the track. I didn't know where Ryan Leach came from, but it's a background of formula racing, which is where he gets a lot of his skills from. There's a car off at Canada Corner there, Tom. That's a scary place to go off. It's at the end of a very long straightaway.
Looks like it's under its own power, and he can see the cars incoming on there. That's the car, I think, just rejoining now. A little bit off pace with the yellow decal on the wing. James French comes through at a 227.1, a little slower than his 225, but what we have noticed is these cars tend to get faster throughout these entire sessions, so I think those tires do like a lot of heat, and they don't seem to fall off too badly, at least under the practice session length. Blair Hosey goes in between the two of them into a 227.13, 200ths of a second faster than French. So now we have a couple more names entering the conversation, but Ryan Leach, this would be the first session he's actually led if he can hang on to it.
Yeah, Blair Hosey, son of David Hosey, the founder and creator of the Rush Auto Works company. Of course, unfortunately, David passed away a couple of months ago, but again, it's been an emotional year there. You see the 7 of Nico Bratz off driver's left. This is coming up through Billy Mitchell Bend. And, 71, sorry. I thought it was the 7. I was looking at only the door card I could see, not the card on the nose. Thanks, Tom.
Paul Klitsch there with a mechanical issue pulling off to the side. A little bit of smoke from the back, but I think that's probably just dust from the car underneath.
Yeah, so we'll see what has led to that. Likely some kind of mechanical issue again. The curbs on Canada have been unkind today. But again, these cars are more compliant than you would expect given their size, and you would expect them to be very, very stiff, but they handle them pretty well. But
I am really excited to watch these races from what we're seeing in the practice sessions. The draft seems to work, and we're seeing a lot of side-by-side opportunity for passes in the packs of cars that are running together. Oh, big slide for the orange car in the middle of the shot there. A huge rotation in the middle of the carousel. That can be unnerving, but he's in that sandwich between the other two rapscallion cars running the inverted Sunoco liveries. Also mentioned Nico Bratz got a 227 in there as well. He's 5th and just ahead of Jason Ayler. So now we've gone from 1 car under 228s to 5.
I think that's John Robinson in the orange car having that big moment. Carousel's a corner where if you can commit to throttle early and just carry the speed out, you're going to go fast, but get the chassis a little off kilter, you have a fun time. James French in the black and blue car. In the foreground here, there's TJ Hunt with Robinson right behind, coming up through Billy Mitchell Bend. Past Paul Klitsch. Their checkered flag is out here, Tom, on the Rush practice. And with the cars headed back up the hill, we'll let this group of cars come to the checkers here, Tom, and then we're going to take a break on the GridLife show and pass things back over to USF Juniors with their second race of the day and Rob Howden. So with cars coming across the finish line, Rush practice is complete, and we're going to welcome on Rob Howden for USF Juniors race number 2 here in just a moment's time. For those of you watching on YouTube, Twitch, or Facebook for GridLife, we'll be back in about 45 minutes for Drift Full Course about 3 o'clock. We'll see you then. Welcome back to Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, in America's National Park of Speed. It's Road America. Kyle Heyer joined now by Greg Bussell for the first of several full-course drift sessions here at this 4-mile behemoth of a racetrack. This is a super speedway for road racing. It's a super speedway for drift, and the cars are headed up from their paddock over by the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex to the grid for the full course. Greg, this is the second year of Summer Apex, the second year of drifting on such a historic racetrack. This is going to be fun.
It really is. It really is. This is my first time actually coming to this racetrack. I've played it in video games. I know of its lineage. I know of how famous this racetrack is. And it's not until you get here that you realize how massive of a facility it is. Not only that, it's one of the most beautiful racing facilities I've ever been to. There are concessions here. Amazing burger. We'll talk about it later. Amazing burger. But the staff here, everything down to the cleanliness. This track is fantastic. So I've been running the go-kart track with the boys, drifting over there all morning, and this is going to be our first time hitting the big course track with the drift cars. I'm really excited to see this.
Yeah, last year it was a lot of figuring out how this track would drift, right? It's got a lot of straightaways. There's really a section from turn 5 to turn 5 through the carousel is really your best drifting opportunity, but linking it's tricky. We saw Matt Kaufman stitch it together last year somehow with all the big sends that he's used to doing. But what makes this place so challenging, Greg, is is that you've got these long straights. You have to have a lot of horsepower, but you got to make your direction change before you get to the corner. So you're heading down here sideways, big commitment. How tricky is this for these drivers?
This is insanely tricky for the drivers. Again, there's only a couple sections of this track that are what we call linkable. And what that is when you can carry a drift from one turn to the other without seeing like bobbles in the car or any major corrections. So what these guys are going to try and go out there to do is get the car sideways, maintain a controlled slide, or what we call drifting, through these turns. Now this track, this big racetrack, is going to be one of the faster racetracks in North America, let alone for drifting. So you're going to be seeing triple-digit speeds going into initiation. I believe one of the records here was Matt Kaufman last year, claiming 160 miles per hour. We have some people out in the pits claiming that they could do 161 miles per hour this year, so that's going to be entertaining to watch. But you're right, it is. This track is really going to show a driver's skill on initiation, and what that is the start of their drift. So they're going to try to get as much speed as they can on these massive straightaways and huck the car with as much style and aggression into these turns and control that drift throughout there. Again, with this track being so big, there's only a couple linkable sections, so we're going to see a lot of emphasis on initiations.
Yeah, big initiations, big commitment. That's what Road America is about in general. But we were watching drivers earlier today in Eibach GLTC struggling with the curbing here. Now, the red and yellow curbing, that stuff is pretty gnarly, but actually the stuff that's not painted is even rougher. We've already seen a couple mechanical failures today prompted by the rumble strips. There was a great shot here last year. Can't remember who it was, but someone was sideways in the drift session, and it looked like the entire wheel was just banging around in the wheel well from how rough it is. So how much do you have to consider how rough this track is on race cars, at least off the normal paved surface?
I fully agree with that. Now, also another thing to think about with these rumble strips, drift cars are traditionally form and function. So they have a high emphasis on what the form, what the shape of the car looks like, what the style is of the car, how shiny their wheels are, their graphics, the color. Not only that, but they're a lot lower to the ground than a traditional drift or race car. So these rumble strips might play a massive factor in what you see out here. I'm seeing cars tuck and tire, and they're not going to be able to make it over those rumble strips. So setting your car up and making sure that each turn is fluid and looking good, that is what drifting is. If you see someone inside the car bobbling, kind of fighting to get around the track, that's not really what we're looking for. Again, it's not a judged event by any means. Everybody's out here having a good time, putting on some good laps for a demo. But at the same time, this is one of the fastest tracks that we see in drifting in North America. So some of these drivers have traveled all across the world to be here today to see how fast and how comfortable they can be in their drift car at Road America.
So cars headed out on the racetrack here, and how much warm-up are you doing here? How much testing the waters are you doing before you send it, or are you just going in big?
You see that blend line?
Yeah.
That's the after the blend line, it's kicking sideways.
Answer that question pretty quickly.
So with drift cars, just like regular race cars, you do have to get heat in the tires. Now it's not as hard to get heat in the tires with a drift car. Basically 1 or 2 turns and they're back at optimal temperature. So you're going to see out there pretty much once you see a car drift its first turn, it's ready to go. I will say, out of the drivers meeting this morning that Nick Swan hosted, he said, if you haven't drifted here before, raise your hand. And I didn't see many hands down their side. So I think a lot of these drivers are going to get their first spotting lap. I've talked to a couple drivers. Now, that was wide.
No, well, I was watching this. I was talking about the curbing, and I was just watching the car.
Oh, is that
going,
what one is?
Yeah. So on the exit of 5, they're basically like the same style of curb that you get everywhere else, but they're made out of asphalt, so they're really, really rough. And the further off you go, the gnarlier they get. And you can just watch the wheels just go boom, 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 bouncing over the...
It didn't boom, boom, bounce when I played in Forza. I will say that much, and that's the only experience I have here. And I think for most of these guys, that might be their only experience they have here as well. But we're seeing people with all different skill ranges. We're seeing your local town heroes. We're seeing right here some of the Midwest guys with very stylish cars that can drive and can hook it all the way to your pro-level drivers. You have drivers like Corey Talaska. He's from here from the West. He's driven this track before. Ben Hobson, Prospect, Formula Drift Prospect champion, driving for Team RTR and Ford. That's a great... I got to see these cars in his pits, these like forest green colored Corvettes. There's 2 of them, and the paint job is gorgeous on these cars.
Yeah, I need a little more power there to carry speed through the carousel. That is it's a fast corner. It's 100 miles an hour in a grip car, right? Mm-hmm. So in a drift car, you're going to need to be generating wheel speed at north of 100 miles an hour to make it through that corner without having to bail out of your angles. So it's talk about commitment. It's grippy here too. This is grippy pavement. It's relatively new also.
It really is. It really is. And a lot of these cars, they do have quick change rear ends. And what that means is we can change the gear ratios in between each session. So they get their maximum wheel speed out of the rear wheels. Now, I will tell you some of the wheel speed that we're going to see out of here. We just did a gear change in one of the cars in our pits. And he's pushing 160 mile per hour wheel speed in 5th gear.
Wow.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
The car's only going to be doing about 70. So that's a big stream of smoke. That's a big, cool stream of smoke. But again, yeah, you can see Corey Talaska right there. He's in that red BMW booking it down the hill. Yeah, he is a pro driver. He has driven here before. He's run pro spec. He's doing great in the points this season. Beautiful E36, by the way. JZ powered. But he's got plenty of power to do your carousel. Hey, that's a grip driver, isn't it?
That's our buddy. Is that our buddy Pete Collins and Andy Smedegard?
Oh.
Doing a little tandeming there.
Look at those grip guys out here. What are they doing?
Just having a lot of fun.
I'm telling you.
And he's doing double duty this weekend, I think, too, at Eibach GLTC.
Really?
I'm looking over at Tom, resident ASMS, where he has no idea. He wasn't paying attention.
Your Smedegard boy's out on track. Is he
Andy's
doing double duty?
Yes.
Double duty this weekend?
Yes, he is. Thank you, Tom.
How much fun can you have in a race? Could you imagine the amount of fun you'd have jumping out of a drift car into a grip car, back into a drift car?
I mean, definitely a big horsepower difference, that's for sure.
Oh, that's so exciting. That's like getting out of a hot tub and then into a cold pool. That's just so much fun.
Just back and forth,
back and forth. You
ever seen the, this is going to really out my algorithm on Instagram, but you ever seen the, I can't remember if she's like from Sweden, but she's like the sauna girl?
The sauna?
You know what I mean?
Now you gotta explain.
You go out of sauna and then you go back into sauna, and it's like that, but with race cars.
Everywhere else in the world except for America, saunas are big things.
Yeah.
I love a good sauna.
You could get inside a drift car on a 95-degree day. Road America is basically
a sauna.
And our Hyundai Ioniq 5N's out there. I wonder if that's our very own Michael Hergen behind the wheel, as he was at GridLife Midwest.
Oh, that's Nate Hamilton, Accelera Tires, Tire Street. Nate Hamilton, he's out there. So that's a brand new livery. TJ Hunt kit as well. So it's a little bit more street, a little bit less race car. But he did change the livery on there. I told him I love how the car looks, but I really liked how it used to look. I hope I didn't offend him. I said it to his face.
Yes.
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 Right? Yes. It did look really good last round.
It did look really good, I have to say. I don't hate it. I don't hate this one. But
No, it's a race car. What's the hate about a race car?
Nothing. 0%. 0% hatred. I love this E36 is fantastic. Got sort of this is the wing the E36 deserves, in my opinion.
It's a funny story. I just took that same rear wing off my S13, the small one. It comes small and tall. I forget what it's from. It's a BMW M3. What do they call it? Challenge ring? Something like that? M3
that sounds believable.
Yeah. But anyways, yeah. I put one on my BMW, on my S13. It did not make it go faster.
Well, it looks cool.
And there's something. Another fun fact about these cars, as they're on track, they're only going to get 1 to 2 laps per pair of tires. So they're going to probably pick and choose their turns a little bit on which ones that they're going to drift. As you can see out here, some of the guys might be losing tire already. That's Colin Zalitsky and Ross Budasov. I call him Butt is Soft.
There you go.
Yeah.
Look at this. Here, this is what I was talking about. You need all the wheel speed, all the lateral speed to keep up through the carousel, keep your angle going. Had to bail out right at the end.
I've seen people in 1,000 horsepower cars have to pull handbrake in the middle of the turn. Yeah, there's Emmett Ash right there. Emmett is a Team Top Garage driver. He just got that engine refreshed. It's a fully built JZ, and he's just whooping on his track.
Well, that's a 7.5.
You know I love this car.
Oh, don't end up in the gravel.
I thought it was great. He didn't really drift, but that looked awesome. That's that Gem Sport car that I love so much with the EcoBoost 4-cylinder. Since I last saw you, I haven't stopped talking about EcoBoost engines.
I love it.
I think they sound great. I think they're very amazing engines, and they can start outperforming most 4-cylinders out there, especially in their cost range.
Yeah, you were talking about that at Gingerman, our GridLife Midwest Festival, and I hadn't heard of that swap before, but here's the ASM boys back at it again. Look at that. That was nicely done, little tandem transition.
Oh, man. And you can see there is no rear tires left in that FRS. He is fighting it around the turn. So, yeah, again, I guess it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Run them to their cords, baby.
This is a very wide track as well. Of course, with these fast tracks, a lot of times you see it a little bit wider track. So it does give us a little bit more, as drifters, give us a little bit more room for runoff and to make some mistakes. We're not, in demo runs or something like a GridLife, I guess you would say, a festival experience, we're not looking to fill zones as drifters or like clipping points. We're more or less just trying to go out there and go as fast as possible.
What I'm curious, there's a speed trap over there on the back stretch going down into turn 5 now. Just off to the right of this camera shot up in the trees, there's a speed board. I'm curious if it's on, because if it is, we are going to have a competition to see who's going to be the fastest into 5.
So there is actually low-key competition that you guys might not know of going on right now.
Okay.
Okay, so we have technically 2 drivers out of the 3 that are here right here. We have Matt Kaufman, who claims he did 160 miles per hour out here last year.
Yeah, that's fast.
No, he's an absolute liar. No way.
And I believe it. I mean, that man does Mach 3.
He does do Mach 3. So it was hopefully that board's working. We have Chris Ward. Chris Ward did 146 at, what was that, Carolina Motorsport Park that we did. So he was the fastest driver out there. And then we have Cole Richards coming in a brand new BMW. He drove through the night, left last night at midnight from Atlanta, Georgia, driving through the night because he doesn't want to lose his competition. So those 3 drivers are trying to pull off the fastest drift this weekend for you guys. And so far right now, 161 would be the speed to beat.
That is a lot.
Yes.
That's a very high speed.
Very high speed.
I mean,
most of our body panels don't hold on after 120 miles per hour. I have 2 rear bumpers holding on like every panel on my car. 2 zip ties.
Yeah.
That's what holds up my car together.
The U.S. government wants to know your location. Trying to keep up with the SR-71 Blackbird out there. But through turn 5?
Yeah, these are great cars. Again, we got the top garage guys. You see, there's Chris Ward right there trying to break the land speed record. Look at the wheel speed coming out of the rear of that car, man. That's going to be the person to watch. That's all the way through the keyhole. Yep, that's proper. Sammy Tiger built engine. That car's an absolute screamer. He's so much fun to watch. So again, if you guys are not next to the track watching drifting right now, you probably should be. If you're here not looking at turn 5, run over there as quick as you can.
I'm actually surprised at how many corners they are drifting. We've seen drivers attempt turn 13 over there. Billy Mitchell, they were doing a little turn 1. There's not a whole lot of spectators over there, but there certainly is a lot around the carousel. They figured that out.
The carousel is where it's at. So this is a cool car. This is Sloan Spivey in a borrowed car. He's never driven this car before. Towed it up from Atlanta. The little white S13 going through the carousel makes about 350 horsepower, SR20. The car's nothing to look at. It's not fancy, but the driver, Sloan, is an absolute ripper. So the top garage guys are pitted over there right before you go to the kart track. Make sure you go by and check out some of their cars. They're pretty mildly modified, but you could not tell by the way they drive.
Oh, here we go. Another initiation into big commitment. Backy.
I can't get enough of this guy.
Yes.
I can't get. That's it. I don't even care if he spins out. It looked great. The commitment was absurd. I don't know what his buddy's doing.
Well, just do a little donut and get out of it. So Jared and I had a little disagreement about this a couple of years ago. Well, maybe not. It was maybe last season about how much was it at Laguna Seca about a backy.
Okay.
And in my opinion, if you go in more than 90 degrees, okay, and you don't loop the car and you drive out of it, that's a backy. You've done it.
With all due respect, Jared Danda, I think you were wrong.
I don't even know that much about drift, but I knew I was right.
So there is so the backy has kind of evolved over the year, and I think realistically as drifters, what we look at as a proper backy is, you're right, more than 90 degrees. We need to see the front wheels at full lock, and what that means is you cannot counter steer anymore. The wheels are fully locked out, and then your exit speed. Because you can do a backy and come like your police stop. Your exit speed, how you pull out of the turn. Correct. So I think out of all those things that kind of make it a backy, I think your exit speed is what is most important. I will say Laguna Seca, I think Palmer Sanders threw it a sick backy, and Jared took it away from him.
I agree. I fought him on that.
His trunk opened. How much more backwards could you be?
I mean, that's like the flaps on a stock car when they go backwards at Talladega. That was so
that's
cool. Backwards enough to lift those things up.
So. As cool as it gets. So that's a good backy turn that we're seeing right there, the Honda Ioniq N. I got to ride in that car in Midwest, and it is way too fast for its own good.
Yeah, it's pretty spooky how fast that car can get. I rode it in the back seat. It was cool.
Oh my God, I would have thrown up everywhere.
Oh, it was after a minute, you're like, I don't like being in the back of this.
No.
Thrown around, but.
And my daily driver, and I love it to death, is I drive a Kia Soul. Kia Soul is actually my fiance. She's a great girl. She lets me use her Kia Soul, and I love it. I saw that Kia Soul comes with a sport package now, with the turbo.
When is it drifting?
Bring
it on, baby.
Honda's right over there. I can't wait to approach them. Cannot wait to approach them. No, I think this Hyundai Ioniq N, after riding it, has completely changed of what I feel like a good electric car can be.
It just hides the weight so well because it's not necessarily a very lightweight car, but it does hide the weight. And again, it's so fast in a straight line, so quick through the corners. It has a handful of different modes that kind of change the power dynamics front to rear, and it's honestly an extremely capable car to the point where it's basically able to keep up with anything out here in chase mode when we got a camera mounted to the front of it. So, pretty cool car to have, and I hope that still Michael Hergen out there getting some laps. What better way for the CEO to participate than to be out there on the racetrack with everybody?
Fun. Yes.
Walks the walk.
Michael, when he gets back to the pits, I'm gonna ask him for a ride along. I want some of this fun.
There you go. Look at this. This is a pretty car down here. This is. Is this another ASM car?
No,
it is
it
is.
Who's throwing liveries on their cars?
Is that
now?
Brandon Radbeck? No. Oh, it is Pete. But
Pete Collins?
Who's the other one? Oh, that's Robert Thorne's out there.
So Pete Collins reliveried his car?
Yes, and then the other car that I thought was Pete Collins is Robert Thorne's car, which I knew, but I was like, ASM stitching together all the. There's like 40 million of you guys now, Tom. Yeah.
ASM is just multiplying.
Yeah, they're like rabbits
Andy
over there.
Smedegard Racing is what we're talking about. It is a race team, and they are very, very well known for being very competitive in GLTC, actually all across GridLife, and now including Formula Drift and GridLife Drift. Every time I come to a GridLife event, there's another ASM car. Not only is it just another ASM car, but it's a good car.
Well, yeah, and this is sort of a home track for them. They're located up in Plover, so not too far from here. So a couple of hours to the north, and they prep a whole bunch of cars in the Grip Series and also in Drift now. So good to have Andy out there repping the shop, and Robert Thorne and Pete Collins. That's a nice-looking car. Look at that thing.
You go, boy. He had this car all black at Midwest, and it looked sick. So if he reliveried it, I mean, it looks great, but man, all black looked really cool.
Yeah, I rode in this car at Pit Race last year and had a little kerplunk with Andy out there. So, that was when I say kerplunk, it was a pretty good.
You wrecked.
It was a wreck. So I never felt safer in my life, honestly, in the hands of Pete Collins. So it was all good there.
Well, we know who's driving the car now. We know who's driving the Hyundai. Once you see the Hyundai on again has now been switched to rear-wheel drive and is drifting the track.
Yeah, I mean, we brought 2 more tires up from the office. I think I know where they're in the atmosphere now.
Yeah, they're going to be gone. And which is kind of funny because this Honda is actually drifting pretty
There's some amazing clips from Gingerman Raceway.
Yeah, again, there's no handbrake in this Honda or anything like that. So it's all set up and weight distribution. And then he does use the foot brake a good bit to kind of pivot the weight. But once he's in drift, it's all gas from there. There's no way he's going to attempt the carousel. No way, right?
Oh,
he's trying. Oh, my God.
There we go. Get the angle. That is impressive.
That's impressive. Oh, geez. Oh.
The tires are not stoked about that, but giving it all the beans there.
That was fantastic.
Yeah, get a little quiet out there. I think there's probably some tires being put back on, but again, I think the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex is getting plenty of use this weekend over there, Greg. So that's a great layout for drifting, and we're going to see it packed full about 80 drift cars over there this week, from what I can tell, my initial estimation.
Yeah, no. So there's a drift kart track that you guys are not seeing on the live stream that's located on the backside of the track. And it is one of the coolest go-kart tracks I've been to in a very long time. There's a lot of elevation here, and they send us out there 10, 15 cars at a time. And it's intimidating, and it's a smoke show, but it is so much fun.
My favorite thing is that when they leave turn 5 here and they swing back over to driver's left, those rubber marks, they will be here next week when IMSA shows up. And it's last year when IMSA was here the next week after, and we were watching the GTPs race through there, and there's all these tire marks everywhere because they pick up all the rubber that's on the line, right? Yep. But all the stuff that's offline, it'll be there for months.
I remember. So with a fun story with Formula Drift, when we did Long Beach, we would do Streets of Long Beach, and that Formula Drift is based in a multi-week-long racing event, basically. So Indy, I think, is maybe Indy or something. Race cars go after drifting, basically.
Yep.
They said we messed them up so bad on that section of the track because they're following the dark lines, and that's not the racing line.
If you race in GridLife, that's just normal. That's just how the track is all the time.
Thanks, drifters.
The default standard is no grip because there's marbles everywhere. It's like running 28 hours at Sebring. It's a lap 1 of a GLTC race.
So you have a dry line, a wet line, and then a line after the drifters, I guess you would say.
If you could call it a line. It's just more of a
whoa, God, I'm out of control.
But that's part of the challenge, right? Even Tom over here said racing would be better if the track was wet all the time.
Oh, did you see Final Boss Contender has entered the chat?
Oh, boy, Matt Kaufman.
Here he is. So Matt Kaufman is an ex-pro driver. He's still a pro in our hearts, but he is one of the, I would say, more established drivers out here right now, including Ben Hobson, of course. But he is in his pro car. This is one of the few pro cars out here, makes over 1,000 horsepower. Oh my goodness.
Drifting 7 like it's easy.
You can tell. So if you're near the track right now and you not know what we're talking about, it's a black Nissan S13, and you're going to hear him coming. Oh, he hasn't stopped drifting.
No, again, he's the only driver I've ever seen that's been able to link this whole backside of the track together. Here he comes through the carousel. If you're in the carousel, he's coming your way now under the bridge.
Let's see if he can hold it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's got no problem holding this.
Look at the angle. Look at the speed, the style. Matt Kaufman digging.
Yeah, but just flat-footed. You hear it too, right?
Oh, man, just...
That was beautiful. That's fourth gear bounce and rev limiter coming out of the carousel. It doesn't get more cool than that.
Turn 5 to turn 10. Matt Kaufman linking together almost half a road America.
He's still going. Look, there's no burnout marks back there. There's
nobody has drifted. I don't think anyone's drifted the kink like that.
I don't think he knows that. Don't tell him. He's trying to link the whole track.
Yeah. Well, let's do it.
He's going to blast the checkers, go for another one.
That was awesome.
That was such a great session.
What a great, that last run there by Matt Kaufman going out with a bang.
And again, this is the first session, so a lot of the guys have never even driven this track. It's hard to even comment when Matt Kaufman's out there and not just be so impressed with his skill, the car, and the show he's putting on.
I mean, are you kidding me? Like, everyone else has got to step up their game because
Matt Kaufman
there has been nobody in this session. Sorry, folks. Who've put on as good of a show as Matt Kaufman did the last 2 minutes there.
And I know the drift pits can hear us. Guys, we're going to need you to step it up for this next session because Matt Kaufman has just put it down.
And all the while, Nick Swan and Adam J going, no. Don't turn it into a slugfest to who can commit bigger. But
drive within your skill range plus a little. Try a little extra, you know?
I or just be Matt Kaufman, I guess. I mean, look, and I haven't. I'm knocking on wood.
Hardwood.
I have not seen him make a mistake lately.
Yeah. Okay. For grid life driving, Matt Kaufman does not make mistakes. Absolutely not.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. That's the context.
You're absolutely right.
I've seen
Yes. And realistically, in professional drifting, Matt did not make many mistakes either. But again, I guess you would say in where that car came from in Formula Drift, we only get about 10 laps in our cars per weekend. So, mechanicals and things of this, that, and the other. Out here at Grid Life, we're able to prep our cars for months at a time, make sure the cars are in top-tier condition. Obviously, Matt has done that and put on an amazing, amazing show for us.
Well, that was fun. Drift session number 1, full course drift, is complete. Now, it's on the Motorplex for the rest of the day, but we will have more full course drift on Saturday, day 2. 3 sessions tomorrow. Thanks, Greg, for joining me. And it's going to be GRIDLIFE TrackBattle Time Attack up next.
Treads for when the road ends.
These are my race treads for shredding the slopes.
These are my race treads for setting the hook.
racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, a more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Falcon Tires. Race tested, road ready. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
Every lap, every race, every bit of paint traded for every hard-fought place. Every checkered flag and trophy raised. Every ounce of dirt, sweat, and gears. They're all jammed inside every can of NOS energy. Go ahead, open up a can.
And back at Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin's Road America for GRIDLIFE Summer Apex. It is a midsummer meeting of all of the GRIDLIFE series from TrackBattle Time Attack to Eibach GLTC, the Rush Series, GRIDLIFE GT, and GRIDLIFE Drift. So excited to be back for the afternoon sessions here. Kyle Heyer joined by Tom O'Gorman, and we're back on track with the GRIDLIFE TrackBattle Championship, our Time Attack series here, Tom. We're going for track records. We're building cars to go as fast as possible around this 4-mile behemoth of a road course. And we saw a lot of really quick times, including some records from earlier in the day.
Yeah, going fast are they? That's a kind of an understatement. We've seen a couple of those track records drop, and we've also seen a couple of the battles kind of stay a little bit stagnant after a disjointed Heat B, or Group B, excuse me, in Heat 2. We've actually shrunk things down. We've gone to 3 sessions, so we're only going to see Group C, Group B, and then Group A. It'll be a couple more cars on track per group, but things will work out nicely. We get a little bit more time maybe as well. But Eric Fleming really came out of the gate swinging, set a new best overall time for track battle here in a 2:04.2 in his Corvette. That was absolutely screaming. We're going to see those Group A cars a little bit later. Alan Patton leading the way in track mod, and then Dewey DeWitt leading the way in street mod. In Street GT, we will see them a little bit later as well. Luke McGrew picked up the top spot there. Brad Moore leading the way in street, also going to see that, came in a little bit later. And then we're getting down into these cars that we'll see maybe in Group C. A couple of them, especially the Sunday Cup, the Falcon Club SC. All 4 of those cars in there with Mike Jansen leading the way. Peter Gramber, by the way, leading the way in Club TR with a new record there. So we've had a lot of excitement so far. Only 2 sessions done, and the track's a little bit warmer today, but it's a pretty mild day up here in central Wisconsin. Things are looking beautiful and nice, and this group's going to be a lot of fun because we do, have a lot of Club TR cars on the track. We have a number of our street cars on track. There's a look at one of our unlimited competitors, new driver for this weekend, I think, with us here, and
Jeremy Lauder, new livery.
New livery, that's
yes.
what it is. And then again, our Falcon Club SC competitors, you're going to see them towards the back here. By design, Mike Jansen leading the way by a 10th over Jim Smith. Jack Coughlin in there in his Mini Coupe, and Jason Davidson also running in the Fit. Only 4 drivers in that category here, so that's going to be a big shakeup in the championship.
Certainly, and the other thing to note, Tom, you talked about some of the records that have already fallen. Every single category except for Club SC and Street Mod, and we're very close to breaking those records in both of those classes. So it just goes to show you already how quick the track is, how quick the drivers are. We've already seen records fall, but it's not it. It's not over. We're going to have a lot more chipping away at some of the times there as Devin Hoffman gets on the racetrack in her Street Mod Subaru. So going down to 3 groups, there are going to be more cars on track, but but we didn't really see a ton of traffic earlier, so this shouldn't be that difficult to manage, but drivers still have to be heads up and check their mirrors.
Yeah, I love the idea of targeting longer sessions with more cars on this 4-mile circuit. There's 14 corners, 4 miles of asphalt to deal with here, and we only saw 3 fast laps for some of the slower class cars, specifically Club SC. This is going to give them a chance to have a bit more of a run at it, maybe 4 laps, maybe 5, who knows, depending on how the sessions run. Taking a look there at Justin Gatos, one of the early cars out, and then I also practiced up on my Turkish name pronunciations. Dirmenjuglu, I believe I said that correctly. Evan Dirmenjuglu is the Mustang that went out first in this session. I'm going to say it as many times as I can now that I think I'm saying it right.
You sent me the phonetic of it. I was like, I'm still going to let you drive the bus on that one. But into the kink for the first time here, warming up. There's a good look at Beth Conaway's Street GT number 222. She's been coming up to speed there. That car is aeroless. And C5s are very slippery cars, but again, without aero, they can be kind of sketchy at high speed.
I got to tell you, the amount of lift those cars feel like they have when you don't have any sort of like auxiliary aero on them is really, really sketchy. The first time I drove one, it was at Mid-Ohio, and the little back straight kink there is easily flat out. And as I turned for it, it felt like it was floating, and I lifted. And it's a part of a straightaway, essentially. Yeah. So, yeah, she's got a lot of a handful there. One of our Club TR competitors, and Amiata working his way towards the back of this field, just closing up on turn number 6 as we have the green flag flying at start-finish. The first 2 cars already starting their lap. Here's a driver that we really need to keep an eye on. He's not had a great start to this event, and probably not really to his own issue. It's Spaz Miller. He's out there way at the back trying to build a nice gap so that he can turn up the wick on that street car, and he will certainly be a factor. Jared Garcia driving at us now in one of the winning Formula supported, I guess more or less supported, Club TR S2000s, and just behind that number 194 Subaru, wrapping his way through turn number 1. Nice on-throttle rotation from the all-wheel drive diffs in that car, getting the power down towards turn 3.
You talked about Charles Spaz Miller. I don't think, has he gotten a lap time yet? I don't think he has. He does have one, 12:06.973. Going to guess that is not on pace.
No, there's a good look at that car. So this is a contender for the street class, but he's not necessarily in the ideal group. Just coming up onto the start-finish line right now, and there's the traffic he's going to have to navigate to get even something representative in. If he can get into Group B, that's the target. I don't think this is going to be his session for winning the event, but it can be his session to get into Group B, starting a flyer there. Now, this is a very extreme-looking unlimited class car, still building speed here.
Yeah, that's Sean Bassett in the Datsun 240. That car, a pretty interesting example of what's possible in the unlimited class, but go ahead.
Look at the contrast here. We got a Lincoln Mark, what is that? Lincoln Mark 7 and a unlimited wings and things Datsun 240Z running back to back. Gotta love that.
That's I think that's the 48 of Tyler Hensley headed down into turn 5 in his Subaru WRX STI, using a little curbing on exit. Looks very similar to a handful of other Subarus that we see in street class. Most notably, Josh Holka's car and Mike Kuhn's have very similar looking machines. That generation of Subaru tends to do pretty well here. Timing and scoring up on your screen now. Still no lap times yet in this session because we're still on the first flying lap. But representation from Club TR, Club SC, and Street primarily. And there's a little smattering of other things here, but not at the pointy end of any of those respective categories.
Awesome turbo noises out of the back of that K-swapped Ferrari. We saw that car through the pit lane a number of times in the first session, didn't really get a representative time. Now coming up on the back of the Club SC field, and that would be the Honda Fit of Jason Davidson. We're not seeing the opportunity for these Club SC cars to run in close formation with each other like they typically would. They've got a number of cars between them each time, so that's going to disrupt their flow from what they typically would expect.
Yeah, again, this is Mike Burrows in the Stanceworks 288 GTK with a Honda K20 under the rear glass. Very interesting build that they've been working on all year long. And big turbo making up a whole bunch of power out of this car, but they've kind of played around with it in different categories. It's landed in track mod this weekend at Summer Apex, but watching them sort this out has been a lot of fun. Now, there is a car stopped at the exit of the kink on driver's right. There's a lot of dirt and dust and grass over there. And I can't quite get the number on that car, but it is a BMW. Is that an E36 or E46 over there?
Yeah, I think it's an E36. Looking down towards the bottom of our list, it could, I don't want to speculate who it could be, but the flasher's on that car. No indication that it went for a ride, maybe a mechanical failure.
Yeah, so hopefully they'll get back going as Burrows lets the Lincoln go on by. or as he catches the Lincoln rather. But
and unfortunately at start finish we are going to go black flag all. Now again, we do have the opportunity to extend these sessions just a little bit with removing Group D, so this may not be a total disaster. Spaz Miller comes across the line. He would have had to have slowed down because he came across not passing somebody, but did he get up to Group B? Let's take a look.
We'll take a look at the street class ordering here as see more in the 128 jump up in track mod. But as we wait for the graphics to tick on over. Track mod, by the way, you see a 209.878. That was a record set by Alan Patton. We'll see him come back on track here in a moment's time. But for the 55, don't see him in the top 20. Oh, there he is. P2 overall, 239.67 there, Tom. That's not as much as I think that car is capable of.
No, but it will be enough to go into Group B. So he got the job done. I think it's easy to say that he would have had to have checked up at the end of that lap to make sure they didn't pass people. So I think that will play well with the scrutineers. You're not supposed to finish a fast lap specifically under yellow, but he didn't necessarily finish a fast lap. He just finished a lap. So we'll you know, they can take it from there, but it will be a black flag. These cars will navigate their way probably back to pit lane so that we can maybe reset to send them back out.
Yeah, typically this year, and we started this last season, we've got the opportunity to use a safety car for time attack, but I don't think that that's in play today, whether it was a decision made in collaboration with the racetrack or not. But we're going to bring the cars back into the paddock. And maybe it's because we kind of get the opportunity to shortcut the racetrack and bring them back to pit lane pretty quick. The idea typically with the time attack pace car is that instead of taking all the time to send people back to the pits, you can keep them on the racetrack circulating. But this is a long racetrack, burn a lot of fuel, takes a lot of time to get back around. So it might actually be quicker just to launch them from pit lane with that half-lap cooldown. So that might have been the decision made there. Club TR, you'll note Peter Granberg's rear-wheel drive record is from 2025 because that was run in the last session. So we'll see Peter, and then I believe in at least Group B. So he'll be on track coming up to go out there and try to knock it back down. But a really interesting mix of cars. You'll note on the timing and scoring, it looks like a bag of Skittles there. There's a lot of different colors in this Group C. And it'll probably look a lot like that in Groups B and A as well. But the pointy end of all the fields, save for Club SC, will likely be in B and A.
Yeah, and that black flag came out with only just a few cars having crossed the line. I did notice that Jason Gatos, Jason went a little bit quicker, dropped a couple tenths to get into the 236s. But again, only 5 or 6 cars, I think, really were able to finish a full thought on their laps there. And it looks like a little bit of a crab walk on this number 169 BMW. Either a left rear failure of suspension or tire down. That car does not seem to look quite right. Let's see if we can get a little bit better look at it.
Yeah, Dan Mai in the 325i working his way around as the trucks go out there to retrieve the BMW from the exit of the kink. Now, again, we didn't see that car get into anything, but there's a ton of grass and dirt and things, which leads me to believe that he was at least off track with some kind of problem.
Yeah, and I just caught that on camera at the last minute, so I may be speculating too much there. But this is, it's indicating to me a mechanical failure that they don't have this car underway on a flat toe. They're probably going to need to get it on a rollback and carry it back instead of pulling it up a couple of corners.
Yeah, you don't want to drag a car around that's leaking anything, and especially not in this part of the racetrack where you're carrying so much speed. There's the flatbed coming around now. So Time Attack Group C is under a full course yellow now while we wait for a little bit of a cleanup at the exit of the kink. So in the GRIDLIFE Track Battle Championships that we've been watching, Mike Jansen again looking to establish an even larger lead in his title fight. And when you look across the season here, Tom, he comes in as the leader. None of the people that are chasing him are here. And we talked earlier about maybe omitting an event because it's not a great track for your car or what have you, but there's also the argument that can be made about defending, right? This is not truly just a lap time battle in Time Attack anymore, although that's how it used to be done. Because of the podium sprint, it's pretty important that you are reliable as well. So could Mike Jansen in Club SC make it to podium sprint and have something go wrong and you could steal points away? Sure.
Definitely, and it's more of an opportunity for the drivers who are here. I would say specifically Jim Smith, who is maybe doing a little bit of split duty between his GLTC car and Club SC. That would be a big opportunity for him to take up some points on drivers that didn't attend Chris Rice and the rest. But But for sure, I mean, there's certainly something to be said for a championship that doesn't require you to participate at every single round. If you still go, you play defense every single time you go to the track, as well as playing offense.
And here's our Time Attack pace car that I was talking about. So they're going to bring cars back on the racetrack here while that cleanup is happening. They can control the pace of the cars. Now, Tom, the big difference between the Time Attack pace car and that of a wheel-to-wheel race that we have here in Grid Life is that you're not required to bunch up. This is more like a Code 60, if you're familiar with that from other series, than it is like a true safety car. So there's a little bit of strategy with this that you can get some clear racetrack and give yourself some space. But again, as we said earlier, you're gridded by speed. So as long as you're relatively near the people that are close to you on pace, the car in front of you should drive away from you. But with a group that's so mixed, these cars aren't necessarily on the same exact strategy on going fast either.
Yeah, and this is where kind of some sense of how a session works for either for you or as if you have a spotter, if you have some team people to work with. What's going to happen is, regardless of what they're allowed to do, they're going to all drive around the pace car and saturate one section of the track. There's going to be a majority of these cars kind of behind the pace car-ish. And I know that because we're looking at a dead empty racetrack and a dead empty pit lane right here in front of us. So if you have a little bit of some wherewithal to understand that will happen, it may actually behoove you to ignore the pace car, not stay out on track, and come either to the pit lane and enter yourself into a big empty hole, or just sit on pit lane until you see that it's gone back. So there's definitely a lot of options. I kind of like that it presents that. It's maybe not realistic for some of the fastest Time Attack cars to use this. Some of them may only have fuel for 1 or 2 laps. Some of them may have temperature issues to deal with. But for these certainly more street style cars, this is a pretty, it could be a useful tool.
Yeah, we've seen it save a lot of time on racetracks as well. It's been a pretty good rule change. It's almost been unanimously celebrated. But with it, again, you have to use it to your advantage if you can, instead of restarting right behind somebody. The other thing to consider is when you get to the restart, are you going to jump on throttle immediately, or are you going to be up to speed? You're pacing around at 45 miles an hour. If you've got a car that's on slicks or tires that require a little bit of heat, you probably need to be on it a little sooner. So maybe leave a gap to the pace car, right? Versus just trying to throttle up out of 14. You're going to be going slow. And one of our technical director, Abe Schmucker, is always talking about how if you enter the last corner anything other than 10 tenths, you're not going to be fast up the straightaway. So you have to consider that. At Road America, you're not going to get that many laps after a full course yellow. So take advantage of the ones that you do get, and don't waste the first lap going slow up the front straight.
Had a fun look at the Adam Cook Lincoln Mark 7. Lincoln Mark 8, excuse me. I'm bad at Roman numerals. The car, the styling of that always reminds me of that Mazda Cosmo. That was one of my favorite cars in Gran Turismo. Sure. The real ones know. That car looks really cool, especially with those big 18s on it. I gotta love that. Running around just about the 3-minute mark, 2:57. So that car's, I don't know what class, it's in street mod. I don't know how extensively modified it is. I'm gonna say it's safe to say it's not a full street mod build.
I would say, yeah. Also probably wouldn't be the tool to pick if you were gonna go to street mod to the pointy end. Yes, I'm gonna defeat all the Supras and Corvettes with a Lincoln Mark 7.
With a Lincoln Mark, yeah.
Mark 8.
I don't even know if it's front-wheel drive or not, to be honest. I'll look it up. I'll do some research here.
So it probably wouldn't be the weirdest thing we've ever seen. I mean, there is a K20 swapped Ferrari out there.
True.
So, I mean, it's on the different end of weird. But I thought, was that? That's the E46. I was going to say, it looked a lot like the car that was off in the dirt at the exit of the kink, but it must not be. Do you have any inkling of which car that was, Tom? I didn't really get a close enough look at it.
There's a couple M3s, but I don't want to guess and have it be someone that it's not. So
that's fair.
I don't want to take a random stab. The other car that we saw do actually a really nice time was Jeremy Lauder, the car you mentioned that changed liveries this year. That car's running out of Unlimited. Only got a 238.3 in the books prior to this session, and that driver did actually get a 229.3. So they were able to. That was clearly something happened in a previous session. He picked up about 9 seconds there. But that's another driver who's in the position where they're no longer stuck here in Group C without a representative lap time, and I think that's going to really move the needle on Lauder's weekend for tomorrow and Sunday, and also for Spaz Miller there in the Evo center of frame.
This car's working their way around the zone right now where the safety crews are, getting that car up on the flatbed. Looks like they're going to jump back in their safety vehicles, and we should be getting back green here in the next few minutes. Whether or not we need to go one more revolution around, I'm not sure, but if we do, I imagine the safety car will pick up speed pretty significantly here. But they do a pretty good job. Again, 4 miles, you got probably about 2 minutes to clear these trucks off the racetrack, so they might let us go loose next time by.
Well, we have the chance. We'll shout out to not only the track safety workers and flaggers here from Road America, but also all the GridLife staff and the production staff here bringing you these pictures. Whether you're trackside and you're watching them on the TV screens and listening to us on the PA, or whether you're at home wishing you were here, thanks for joining us. You can communicate with us in the YouTube chat. We'll take a chance to read those. Tell us who you're rooting for or where you're from. Lights out on the safety car. That's a good sign, but the gaps are a little bit of a mess right now.
Yeah, it can be tight. So like we said, the lights went out pretty late going down into Canada Corner, so not a lot of time to gap yourself. But Tom, you pointed out Project Prime behind the scenes here, giving us some awesome sights around Road America, angles we've never seen before, and really appreciative of all the efforts and excited for the rest of the weekend because we don't even get to go racing today. It's all qualifying and practice. But Track Battle's up at full tilt right now and about to be more on tilt here in a moment.
Spaz Miller showing his expertise here in Time Attack. He's the only driver I saw really back off and try to set a gap. It's still going to be a little bit of a traffic jam in front of him, but he's doing his best. The Sunday Cup drivers here, the Club SC drivers, are also kind of in that back pack. Those are the slower cars by design, so they might actually get a decent little run at this here. Cars starting to stream across the start-finish line, nose astern, pretty stacked up into turn one. Look at that, flinging it down into turn number one for the RX-8, and there's, I think, Devin Alexandria taking her time through one there.
Yeah, so that's Garrett Glossery in the RX-8 that you pointed out, and Devin in the Subaru WRX. She's made a lot of changes to that car this year and has found some success in it already. But otherwise, I'm actually a little bit more gapping than I would have anticipated based on how close the restart was. So they did find some gap there as Charles Miller has caught some traffic. Down the backstretch here, there is Mike Burrows in that Ferrari 288 GTK with the K20 underneath it. Breaking down here into 5. That sounds so cool with the turbocharger.
A little bit of that Honda F1 car growl on the way in too. I like that. Kind of off the brakes early, getting the mid-engine car rotating into turn number 6. And then the rest of them come on through.
And there's Burrows there, and you see the session best of a 12:42. That was sitting on the pit lane for a couple minutes, so I'm sure we'll see that change up here in a moment. Ooh, big slide there for Dariusz Lotfi in the green MX-5 that's chasing that Mike Burrows Ferrari. Just a little sideways there at turn 8. You know, turn 8 in many ways shares some geometry with turn 5, but they are pretty different corners in how you approach them.
They are, and also you have to consider in a lot of these cars, turn 8 through the kink and down into Canada Corner may be essentially the longest straightaway on this track. It's not quite going to be your VMAX, not going to be your top speed, but that is a really significant spot on the track to get a good run out. A little bit of dirt left over from the breakdown, but Darius, is it Darius?
Dariusz with it.
Dariusz really pushing the limits on the kink there, confident in that MX-5, that NA Miata, I should say, all the way out to the grasscrete that's added this year.
Yeah, that was, again, to keep the dust down, and it has done that on the exit of the kink, but there's a bit of a right-hand kink on the backstretch that there's still some dust flying around there. Burrows up through turn 13. Up on throttle here on the brakes. Didn't seem like it was making full tilt there, did it? Maybe. They were fighting issues with that car all year so far, but keep tweaking on it. Again, you can follow along on their project on the StanceWorks YouTube channel. Up onto the front straightaway. This should be a little bit better than 12 minutes, I have to venture to say, so let's see what Burrows can do. And it will put him at a 236.865.
Lotfi just behind goes to a 237.8. That is a little bit slower than his personal best from Heat 2, but he really ran down Burrows in that last section of the track. Glossery jumps back up into the top 10. This is still kind of people finding their gaps and finding their space, but the good news is they get at least one more lap. No checkered flag yet at the start-finish line.
Yep, so use it, right? I mean, again, it's kind of the heat of the day. Probably not going to be your fastest session, but this is just getting repetitions for tomorrow and for Sunday. We have all day tomorrow is just effectively qualifying for our podium sprint. We have even more of that on Sunday morning, so you don't have to go fast right now. You just have to get a lap time representative, top 5 in your class or better. A lot of green for a moment on the timing and scoring as cars came on through. Jack Coughlin in the Mini coming across. That was a 3-minute .139 lap time, so again, we'll see quicker than that for sure.
Sean Bassett in that Datsun Z we've seen in the shots also picking up a bunch of time at 230.8 after being basically standing on no time. Had a 12-minute time in the books, as a couple other drivers did, so that's a really good pickup for that Datsun after found the space he needed. I think that Lincoln's rear-wheel drive. I just saw it rotate on the exit there just a little bit.
Adam Cook again in that. Is it Cook in that Lincoln?
Yeah.
That is such a unique car, as we were talking about it earlier. Adam Cook How much does that thing weigh, I wonder? Are you going to Google that, or I'll Google it? Lincoln.
Time to place your bets in the chat, guys.
Is it an
Price
8?
is Right rules.
Did we determine that it was an 8 or a 7?
VIII, so that's 8.
8.
Also trying to find, we had this driver Moore just jumped to the 230s as well, but is it under 4,000?
Yes, but not by a lot. About 3,800 pounds. So that's a beefy girl over there.
Yeah.
There's Adam Cook heading up the hill there. Got the sunglasses on, looks the part too.
So it's Daniel Moore. I just found him. He's in a front-wheel drive track mod Civic that just jumped to the 4th position in the session, a 2:35.3 after standing on no time prior to this. All 5 of those top cars will essentially, let's say the top 3 for sure, maybe the top 5 will move up to Group B, depending on how this whole run group sits out. So that would be a big advantage, especially for Lauder, Bassett, and Miller, who have now gone to the 230s or under. With their personal bests on these 2 laps. We'll see if Miller can get a little bit more time in after working his way through some traffic. Checkered flag out on the start-finish line. So this will be everyone's last lap as Lofty comes through to be the first car done.
Heard the tires protesting on the, oh boy, on the Lincoln through the carousel. It's like turning a battleship through the carousel. It's got just, hard to port.
As much body roll too, yeah. Hard to port.
Oh man, starboard actually over there in the carousel at least. Oh, smoke out of Spaz Miller's car. That's a lot of smoke, Tom, and that's all the smoke.
Oy, yep. And it's a good time for that to happen. He's got all night to fix it. He did go 0.2 quicker, 2:30.7, so it's not going to make him competitive fully in street just yet.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much to panic about that because that is a fresh motor in that car. That engine let go on the outlap. So, again, he was averaging about 7 laps per motor on this car. So, pretty rough stretch of it for Spaz.
And we haven't talked about it yet this cycle, but this is a podium sprint event, which means that all the drivers in the top 5 of each class will move on to that podium sprint for a winner-take-all in one heat on Sunday afternoon, or midday Sunday, I should say. So that actually, for Spaz Miller specifically, that 30.7 will move him into 5th in class. So it's 2 wins, even though it wasn't necessarily his favorite session probably. He's in the top 5 of the class, and he's out of Group C.
Yeah, so I guess when you're looking at it, every session, right, you got 7 of these qualifying heats, Tom. You don't need every session to be a record podium sprint. He's done both of those things. So that's a successful run, even though it wasn't lightning quick.
Yep.
It's certainly going to be. It's actually not that far off, to be honest. Only a couple seconds.
And just behind that, black Subaru of Hensley also had a big improvement from a 45 to a 40. So that's going to be good for the class competition there in that car. 2 minutes and 40-second lap time.
Now Ricchetti coming back in as well in the 46 BMW. And we'll move up to Group B in just a moment's time when they release cars out on the racetrack. And we're going to start getting into the pointy end of a couple different fields. I think we'll get the pointy end of street class in this. I think the highest running car is Brad Moore. Yeah, so Brad Moore's set to be 8th in this heat.
We're also going to get the top of Club TR, which is a really popular class here. Falcon Club TR will have closing in on 10 cars in this next heat. Peter Gramberg leading the way with the new rear-wheel drive track record, but needs to go sub 130. Sorry, 230. I got a buzzer on my neck now every time I say 130, just so you guys know. Kyle's got a buzzer on me now.
Yeah.
No, but 230. If he goes sub 230, he's going to be threatening that James Houghton front-wheel drive and overall lap time in Club TR.
So quiet moments here for the time being while we wait for Group B to head out on the racetrack. And to your point, that Club TR fight is going to be a fun one to watch between Mario and Peter. I think it was a couple of years ago at Mid-Ohio they had a back and forth that was pretty intense. 2023, I recall, where Peter was really laying it down, sliding the car around, getting aggressive with it, and it was buying him some time. So we'll see how it pans out. But Peter's always been really good at this racetrack, so I think he's clued in.
We're also going to get the top car in Street GT because it is Ryan Matthews who's splitting these sessions between 2 different cars. He's running in Street GT and in Street Mod. He's been running the faster car in Group A, so he will, by product there, be in Group B with his Street GT car, along with your third. He's sitting 2nd in the class right now. You're also going to have the 3rd place and on down cars just behind Mark Kilgore. We've got Nick Hendricks in there in another Corvette and a couple of others as well. Including Brad Smith in a Camaro. So the Group B, the Group B heat here in Heat 3 will have 3 of our class contenders in it. 3 of our classes contended in it. Let's say that better.
There we go. Ryan Matthews at the very pointy end there in the red Corvette. Then Mark Kilgore in the M4. Nicholas Hendricks in the C6 Corvette. On track and rolling. Michael Puglisi in the Track Mod White Evo. Now, Michael Puglisi, we'll give you a little hint here. We've got some fan walks tomorrow during lunch on the pit lane. We'll also have them on Sunday for the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. And the first 50 people to get there are going to be able to get a poster featuring Michael Puglisi's Evo from Mid-Ohio. Had some really nice rollers. I was going through pictures trying to pick which poster I wanted. It's pretty toasty. So you got to get yourself an autograph from Mr. Puglisi and some of the other track battle drivers. If you'd like to do that with the Rush Series, be on Sunday during lunch.
And that's one of the iconic cars in GRIDLIFE to me. I mean, I started coming to GRIDLIFE events around 2017. I think the first festival was officially in 2014, and it really grew kind of exponentially from there. But we're talking about this white Evo with the orange wheels. It's been in that form more or less since I started, and I just recognize that as one of the GRIDLIFE Time Attack cars. He actually won the championship with us in 2018 in track mod under a slightly different rule set, and was able to compete with us in a champ car race down at Daytona. There's a cool video of that with all the Time Attack winners from that season competing in a champ car race on the Gears and Gasoline YouTube channel. So that's Mike there in that Evo. He does not have a good lap time yet for that car. He's been in and out of the pit lane quite a bit, standing on a 226. I suspect that there's a bit more on the table for that car, so keep an eye on it.
I think you're right. And to your point also, the Gears and Gasoline boys, we miss them. They haven't been out yet this year, but they're having a lot of fun over there. But definitely got a lot of cool projects following Ben's Mustang project in particular.
Eric Pilichuk really pushing on those top two. He's that silver BMW. It's an unlimited class car, running mainly because of the tires on that car, is my understanding. But he's actually going for a pass, which is not typically looked well upon in Time Attack on the outlap. He passes one car and is maybe looking for the second, and that's really only acceptable if there's a point by to facilitate that pass. So there may be a little bit of a bicker happening here at the front of Group B that may frustrate Kilgore and Matthews a little bit.
Yeah, this was a big discussion coming out of Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, and it led Dewey to create the 10 Commandments of Time Attack. Did you see that?
I did. I really enjoyed that.
And when one of them was, "Thou shalt not pass on the outlap unless given a point by." So I think there will be some drivers that will be critical of that. But
well, Ryan Matthews woke up and started to go. He did not get passed. So we're still going to have basically the cars in the correct order at the front, minus that pass from Pilipchuk. Also keep an eye out on this yellow Cayman just coming into frame. That's your leader in Street GT, in Street class. So that is one of our contenders there as well. And then all the other cars will be further back. That car has always looked really, really positive on the front end. It really responds super quick on turning with that wide front end.
Walked on him a little bit there through Billy Mitchell Bend. Here's Ryan Matthews in the red Corvette trying to chase down Luke McGrew in Street GT.
Ooh, misses turn one by just enough. He's going to push it through the corner, and that's the best way to do it. Don't try to worry about what you did. Try to get going again, and he really threw it down in there into turn number one. Also, it looks like Hendricks really pushing in that silver Corvette all the way out past the normal curbing there at turn number one.
Yeah, and then Mark Kilgore catching Pilipchuk there on the back straightaway, which this is sort of why you wouldn't necessarily pass on the outlap, because they're still working up to pace. You don't want to reorder yourself, because in theory, based on the pace that they showed earlier, Kilgore would have been the faster car there. But Matthews into turn 5, looking better here, but a little bit tentative on the turn in.
Still a big rotation on the exit, but nice and clean. It was all productive stuff there. We're looking for 221s to take the lead in Street GT, currently held by Luke McGrew. Will be up in the next session. Mark Kilgore has gotten right past by Pilipchuk there, so he's going to be able to keep up with his class competitor. Hendricks is still split between those three cars.
Yeah, Matthews looking good now, a little bit more composed than he was in the first half of the lap there with the After Dark Speed Corvette. Into turn 8 now, again, a car that doesn't have a lot of aero. We talked about this earlier, how much of a handful these cars can be. So keeping them under control and not sliding them around can sometimes be a pretty big challenge. Wide arc here through the carousel, Tom.
Tires just protesting. 200 treadwear tires allowed on these cars. You can hear just how much slip angle he was carrying. He didn't have to counter steer. He wasn't drifting, but there's rotation and angle in the car as it slides through there. Pilipchuk all over the back of Kilgore, just trying to use his space. BMW on BMW crime happening here. Kilgore really looks like he's holding him up just a little bit through the kink, but again, this is not the point of Time Attack, right? It's a same team mentality. We're sharing the track to get our best laps, not racing each other necessarily. Looks like Hendricks actually dropped off just a little bit, let Michael Puglisi through, so that white Evo has a bit of breathing room as we come through to watch, see if Matthews can get a good time in the books for this session.
I think Kilgore just bailing out there. They just did not leave each other. This is a big racetrack, Tom. We don't need to be on top of each other like that, but certainly Kilgore's been here a little bit more than Pilipchuk has, and I think he's recognizing there that that's an unwinnable battle, so he'll back out, try to find some space. All the while, Puglisi caught them as well. Here's Jeremy Bailey, one of the Falcon Club TR competitors up at the pointy end of the field, and just noting, again, we haven't seen new lap times since Group C, but that Club TR group is going to shuffle quite a bit here. Trouble for the 311. And that is a street class competitor.
Yeah, Jan Wildner going for a ride into the carousel. Looks like he lost the back end pretty early, ended up backwards in the gravel trap. Those are meant to save Indy cars, so a Nissan 240 had no shot. Sitting 10th there, and I think Club TR.
That's a street
class car. Actually, that car was moving along pretty good. I got to give him a shout out before that spin. He ended up running 230, and that's very fast for a 240 on street tires with no aero.
Yep. And see just cars now. Ryan Matthews 223.1, Smith in the 228, Brad Smith up to 229.4. There's the full course yellow we were anticipating, and that is going to be a pretty big holdup here on our Group B session. Now, because we're down to just 3 groups, Tom, we should get a chance to go back out. But again, pulling a car out of the gravel takes a little longer than flatbedding it, so we'll see how things pan out. As we get another look at, there's a couple of these Corvettes that are out there. Dallas Reed's got one, but this is Michael Young, I believe. Yes, it is in the 96. So he's going to fist out the window and head back to the paddock along with everybody else. Peter Granberg to 230.4.
Wow, that's a little bit of a pickup. Remember, he was sitting on the 230.9. That was a rear-wheel drive record, but not the overall. The overall is at 229.9, and he just cut that distance in half. It's 230.4. That's going to be a new provisional record in the class, and it's also going to move him further up in the lead in Club TR.
Good call there, Tom. It was a pickup. And there he is in that number 511 Subaru BRZ. And he's got to be excited about that. But when you're competing against drivers like Mario Moroni, you've got to be on it. Those front-wheel drive cars, again, they might have a little bit of an advantage at these bigger tracks just because they're not siphoning power, transmitting it to the rear wheels. You're basically directly driving those front wheels. So that's why you tend to see front-wheel drive records be a little bit quicker than the rear-wheel drive ones here. And that's why we keep separate category records, but when it comes to the trophies, it's overall within your class here. So,
and that bodes really well for Granberg. I think I'd be in a pretty happy position if I was him, because we have 2 morning sessions left. We have 4 sessions left total to chase that overall record before the podium sprint. And if the record's set in podium sprint, even better. So he's got 5 chances, 2 in really ideal conditions, most likely. That's at least what we can assume. So this is a really successful first day for Granberg there.
Tom, as a driver in track battle, it's been a little while, but I'm curious of your thoughts now, because the way that this used to work is if you had the best lap time, you won the event, you got the trophy too. But now with this podium sprint format, you've got the record, which is great because that goes in the record book, but the trophy is given after the podium sprint. You might not necessarily be the fastest car of the weekend and still win. So what are you weighing? I mean, the championship points mostly come from the position in podium sprint. So is that the thing you're weighing, or is the record to you the thing that stands? Is that what's important?
Well, there's 2 factors to me. There's first, what can I control? I can control my performance. So if the lap times have shown that I'm the fastest car and I go repeat my performance, or maybe even do a little bit better, then that means that I should win, and that's what I have control over. So that's how I would look at it from a competitor's perspective. Being the fastest car going into the last session, the only thing you can do is match your time or do a little bit better. You don't have to really change anything up. You don't have to treat it any more special. You don't have to treat it like it's a bigger deal. It's just another session behind the wheel of your car that you've already proven you're the fastest doing. So if somebody else does better, you can be happy for them, and unless you blew it yourself, then you can be frustrated with yourself. But overall, you know, if you can control the situation and you're in the catbird seat like that, that should put you in a pretty good state for that championship push in the podium sprint.
Road America safety teams dragging the car out of the gravel over there, getting it out of the kitty litter through the carousel. Spinning on the exit of the carousel, Tom, take me through why that would be easier or difficult to do. I mean, that's a pretty consistent lateral G corner where you've got the car kind of on edge, but it can walk on you.
But so if we cut it into 3 sections, thirds, the first 2 sections are pretty static on the way the car kind of drops through the corner. The third section, that last third of the corner, it gains camber and it drops downhill just ever so slightly. So my guess is this driver maybe had some understeer through the entry, or maybe had it pretty stable through the entry, and then as the car continued to rotate and drop into that third, that last third, it maybe just started to bring the car around, or it could have gone for a way bigger, different ride than that we didn't see.
Yeah, for sure. And it actually, great job there, actually driving through the grass for a couple hundred feet just to get all the gravel off the racing line, so that you're not. You've seen cars, especially with cars with aero, that have all sorts of tunnels. I'm sure you've seen this in your IMSA days, Tom, when you see cars go off track and they come back on, they just spill gravel all over like they just played in the sandbox.
And it is the worst racket. It just sounds like everything's broken.
You know, it was funny. I had a buddy who was playing iRacing tell me, he's like, there's no way that the gravel in iRacing is a realistic volume. It can't possibly be that loud, but it is that loud.
If you want to know what it sounds like, go take your utensils drawer out of your kitchen and then throw it down the stairs. That's about it.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate. They're just the gravel is not. It's not sand. It's the chunks there are about 3/4 inch chunks, so they make a real big mess when you spill them everywhere. But cars rolling back out here for Group B. They're going to get some more laps, more effort, more bites at the apple. Jeremy Bailey's headed back out on track with that FA24 powered BRZ. I'm curious about the FA24 at this racetrack. If the torque's going to matter a whole lot, you're not accelerating a ton of times. You've just got a lot of straightaway top end speed, so it's also like a drag thing too. So we'll see how that car stacks up compared to the K-Swap cars.
Yeah, the other factor there is gearing, because there's a number of options that you could either have, maybe an S2000 transmission paired up. You could have a BRZ or FRS transmission paired up to the Honda motor. You probably have the standard transmission paired up to the FA24. So basically, what's the easiest for your build? What did you go with? And that could be a pretty big factor here. We've seen that even within GLTC, where very similar Corvettes have different transmissions from different generations, and it creates totally different shift points and a little bit of a different way the cars make speed. So a lot of things to consider when you're building one of these time attack cars.
Yeah, I think even Matan Rosenberg has a 8-speed gearbox out of an automatic Corvette now from a C7 generation car in his Eibach GLTC build, just to do something really wild, although it doesn't really seem to have changed where the car runs in general. But just interesting thing to note. But to your point, the gearing in the, at least in my generation car, is pretty abysmal, leaving some turns like at Gingerman Raceway. It's like you can never be in the right gear. But Road America, it's a little easier because you're not really stuck in these super long corners at low torque values a ton.
Well, our guy that's up on the wheel, Era Pilipchek, he's just gone at this point. He just wants to go, and he's well clear of the beginning of the rest of the field, which is Ryan Matthews in the red Corvette. I think Mark Kilgore is going to be pretty happy with that. Now he's just got the peace and quiet to himself in that M4. Haskins is in there as well. I think I just said that name wrong. Hendricks, excuse me. Yep. Sorry, Nick. Hendricks is also right tucked in there, as well as Luis Zendejas. Those are the cars you're seeing come through now. Zendejas in the C8, setting their gaps for one more go. Michael Young just behind.
So there's Pilipchuk in the BMW. Again, just very similar pace to Kilgore, to the point where they were just kind of ended up on top of each other's space. And maybe if they had gapped a little bit better on the outlap, it would have been a little better for them. But just get some clear racetrack. It's 4 miles, so you got plenty of space around here. And up the front straightaway, he'll be the first one to start a new lap here on this second half of the B group. And keeping an eye on the schedule. Again, this session goes until, well, is that right? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong day, I think. Here we go. It goes until 4:45. So we've got plenty of time left still for this and for the next group. And drivers just picking up. Again, we're going to not see any improvements here just on the outlap. Long outlap here, about 3 minutes to get around.
If you're pushing,
yeah. Look at this, look how it's climbing up in the air like that on the front straightaway, then down on the brakes. And that's Dallas Reed.
And that's actually, I believe it's an E-Ray. So that's not a Z06. It's got the electric motor at the front, and it's got the V8 power at the back. You're right. That was a very strange amount of lift, and then the compression of the car as it loaded into the corner. Nice body control from what is either the mag ride suspension or maybe modified suspension. Taking a look back through the field, also trying to watch out for our street competitors. We know it's the yellow Cayman of Brad Moore on top, but Mike Coons, Aaron Redicall, William Dries are all out there, as well as a couple others.
There's Dallas again. That car definitely picking the nose up at high speed. You've got a big rear wing on the car, but sometimes it's not just about how much aero you give it, Tom, but at these speeds, it's about the aero balance as well. And keeping that thing planted on the ground, you have to wonder what else you could do to balance
And what that feels like behind the wheel is essentially the car doesn't want to turn. It takes longer for the suspension to come back down and then also load the tire. So these small bends on the straightaways actually start to feel kind of wild if the front end's lifting that much. The straights here are fairly straight, not as big of a deal as a track like Road Atlanta or Mid-Ohio where you have to kind of corner at speed, but not really. It'll be a bigger deal here as he builds speed through the carousel. It's really going to want to lift the nose up, and you see it struggling to turn down and keep the apex nice and tight through front tires protesting. Oof. And that makes the exit a little bit more difficult to feel.
Have you had a chance to drive one of these E-Rays yet?
I've not driven an E-Ray. I've driven the Z06, and it blew my mind. It was a very good car. I've driven actually that orange one on camera.
Yeah,
was very good, but not the E-Ray.
Yeah.
Driven the NSX, which is a very similar approach car, hybrid front, electric front, power rear, and they're a little bit piggy on track.
That's a great way to describe
little bit piggy.
Yeah, and then again another C8 Corvette. Again, you see looking down the entry list in Time Attack, we just noticed so many Corvettes, whether it be C5, C6, C7, C8, but they are just really good cars for basically anything. They're like GM Legos, putting them together. A little bit of stack up here on the backstretch, just a lot of traffic. Nick Hendricks, 222.683. That's a really solid time in Street GT.
It's really quick. Going to slot him, I think, into second overall between McGrew and Matthews.
I think you're right about that. Jeremy Bailey off throttle there, leaving Canada corner.
Bailey in the blue, kind of working his way back through. This is a lot of Club TR cars coming through our camera shot just there.
Brad Moore, personal best, 226.423. Wow. And Mike Coons is going to chase him to a 229.438. So that was a little bit better for Coons as well.
Yeah, it drops nearly a second for Moore, though. That Cayman is really working well here. Also, as we saw, I don't remember if he was in this session or the previous one, Puglisi did the 225. Which was a little quicker than the last time we said his name.
Look at Club TR getting spicy here across the line. Feingold, Maroney, Bryant, Rawson all kind of changing like a revolving door here. And King Tao was up inside the top 5 as well for a moment. There's Stan Feingold in the 326, another K-Series 86.
So all 3 cars in shot there are in Club TR. We've got King Tao in the dark green Civic first, then Stan Feingold in the white and red wheels, then Mike Bryant in the NC Miata. Running in close formation with each other in the same category, then a couple of other class cars further behind.
Yeah, Maroney, personal, well, I don't know if it's personal, it must be. He jumped up to second place, and that was, by 0.6 of a second. So the order is the same. You see Jake Rawson being chased now by Joel Morrison. Now, Joel's in track mod, but these cars are actually going to be fairly similar on pace because you find that Eibach GLTC and Club TR cars are actually quite similar. And some cars have come from Club TR to go race very successfully in GLTC. Perhaps the best example of that is Dana Basinski, who's racing this weekend. We've also seen James Houghton very quickly swap over from Club TR to GLTC trim when he needed a backup car last year.
Yeah, Rawson is putting on a really nice performance of how a Time Attack driver should act. You see, he got out of the way early on straights, communicated his intentions very early, and did not impede the car he intended to let through. He's actually been on camera doing that a couple times. So if you're watching and paying attention for how Time Attack etiquette should work, Rawson is doing a nice job. Whoa, big King Tao slide in the background, pretty wide in the middle of the carousel, but he's going to pull out of it with the front wheel drive. Stan Feingold running him down. These cars in the same class together, doing a little brake check to set the pads, and then no brake lights into the kink. Oof. Big send in there for Tao.
Yeah, Feingold up on the curbing there as well. Tell me a little bit more about the brake tap there, Tom, because I know this place is rough, but we heard a lot about brake pad knockback. What are they doing when they're jumping on the brakes there?
So you think about how quickly the car actually pushes you forward in your seat when you're driving your car. If you hit the brake pedal just a little bit, it builds a little bit of pressure and takes the tension out of or puts some tension in the system is a good way to think about it. So when you actually hit the brakes, it's boom, right there. If you don't do that, it's going to feel a little bit squishy, and it's going to feel a little bit more like your street car that you commute in, where it just kind of eases into the brakes. That's why you're going to see a lot of these drivers tapping their brake pedals into some of these big braking zones.
So checkered flag is out here for Group B. They got a couple more laps, a couple more bites here. But Club TR has been fun to watch, and I think we'll see something similar when they come up the hill here, if there's any pickups or improvements. Across the stripe for Feingold. Is it a pickup? It is not. And same for Bryant. They'll go yellow. And obviously for Jake Rawson, he was giving up some positions there, so no pickup there.
We saw the C8 of Luis Zendejas running in the top group of cars here. He's in Unlimited, but it's a fairly mild C8Z is my understanding. A 223.8 is his new best time, up from a 227, so he picked up 5 seconds.
Maroney I think just went to the top of the board of Club TR, 230.2, which I don't know, it should be best of anybody so far.
It sure is. Wow, look at him go. I noticed he was kind of by himself at the back of the pack. He came through by himself in front of us here in the commentary booth. That's going to put him 2/10 up on Peter Granberg. So as good a day as I said Granberg was having, Maroney just is having a better one all of a sudden.
Yeah, 230.292, P16 overall so far. So that is better than Peter Granberg. There's going to be a little bit of a battle between those two this weekend. It's going to be fun. I can't wait for Podium Sprint. The other thing about the Podium Sprint format changing slightly, in the past it was 1 car at a time, and once you ran your time, that was your time, Tom. But now we do 3 laps, all 5 cars on the racetrack at the same time. It gives lots of opportunity to go back and forth, and we've seen that a bunch of times so far. So Sunday will be fun, but all the qualifying until then is going to be going at each other for the records, because a 230.2 also, as far as the record is concerned, not quite to the front-wheel drive record, which is a 229.938, but only 3/10 away.
And I know Houghton's watching from home, and I know he's going, beat my record. Come on, beat it, because he thrives on that. He wants to be beat so he can come beat you back.
Yeah, James is always a fun guy to listen to, because he's always just about the competition. And you know, he was actually featured on our Grid Lives episode from Pit Race last year, and was talking about how he's like, I don't really care if it's for first or it's for 17th. If it's competitive and I'm in a good battle, that's what I want to be doing. And yeah, so he's sitting on his couch at home right now, wishing he could be here, but also rooting everybody on to uproot his records from previous seasons.
Group A rolling out onto the track, all the heavy hitters, as the final bit of Group B joins the paddock from turn 5. This is going to be our smallest number of cars on track, but it's going to be the fastest group we see, being led out by our new overall track record holder, Eric Fleming. Just behind him, Alan Patton taking a look at that Thunder Bunny Corvette, also supported by LGR, and then Jimmy Rock, who's been having a heck of a performance, 3rd overall in the front-wheel drive EK Civic. It's a little bit milder as far as power and intensity goes, but it is a very extreme car in its own right. Behind that as well, Ernestus Puzelis. That's going to be your top 4 overall and in Unlimited.
This car's headed back out. We saw Eric Fleming run track record in Unlimited, and it's almost annoying how easy it is for these drivers to run these records now. Think back to 2021. I was up here with Greg Creamer watching Ferris Khartoumi get closer and closer and closer. Then he finally ran the record, and it was a huge deal. And now we're just, every year, we're like knocking it down like it's no big deal.
I misspoke. Eric Fleming, I don't think is at the front. I think that's Dussault. You're correct. So sorry about that misspeak. Dussault, though, did not attempt a lap in the last run group. So we'll see if he joins at turn 6 and 7, or if he went straight again, as you see all the cars stream through turn number 5.
Chris Smith feels like he's owed one at CMP earlier this year. Had a bit of a miscommunication and ended up off track at turn 1, and kind of threw away what could have been a race weekend winning podium sprint run. So he really is still looking to kind of redeem himself there and get back on the top step with that seems legit garage BMW. They make some really cool looking cars over there, don't they?
For sure. One more correction. Alan Patton's actually the leader in track mod. Jackie Ding is then second. So the black Corvette is your leader in track mod. Eric Fleming just now taking to the track in front of us on pit lane. So he'll basically have the track to himself from the back of the group instead of from the front.
And a little bit of holdups here heading into the kink. So it's Dussault, Patton, and Rauch. And again, they're chasing each other pretty tightly. But again, Tom, Alan Patton's a pretty savvy driver. He should know that Dussault, if he's gridded ahead, in theory, Dussault is, well, actually, they're very close on pace, 209.3 to 209.8. So I wonder if Patton would be actually better served leaving a little bit more of a gap. But Dussault's on it. Here he comes up the hill in the Camaro.
Before they start their laps, I can't say I paid perfect attention, but I did not see many of our street mod competitors go out. Keep an eye out for them, but the first street mod car I actually saw go by was Cal Fortner, who actually sits in second place overall. I did not see DeWitt. Matthews left the position, the pit lane late. So there's a handful of street mod cars that are in random spots around the track. Now, Dussault starting green flag on Group A.
Mike Dussault, this car ran up the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb last month in the hands of Robin Shute in the unlimited category there. And back on it again, tracking through turn 1, nice and tidy. hear Alan Patton's supercharger whining in the background.
Sound like a deflating balloon. Nice and tight and tidy for Dussault through turn 1, relying on the forward acceleration that high horsepower Camaro has. You can actually see the basically built a front wing into the bodywork. They retained the body lines of the Camaro, but there's not much Camaro left. It's actually a hull with a little bit of a wing on top of it. They're heavy on the brakes, nice and early, spitting heat out the side pipe on the downshifts down into 5, tucks it in nicely, a little bit wide of the Apex, but in an unlimited car, that's as close as it gets sometimes.
It looks actually shockingly compliant on throttle. Usually you'd see these cars kind of tank slap it around, but he's got so much rear grip and big aero on this car as well, so it's very compliant, and it has to be with where he's taking this car, where he drives it out of 7. Looking good, Tom. If anything, it looks very undramatic.
Yeah, very, very much composed. And again, he has not really, he has not seen this track since about 6 hours ago. He ran a time this morning, a 2:09 and some change. He's looking to improve on that, as now his new target time to chase is a 2:04. Eric Fleming is, again, elsewhere on track from the back. We'll catch up with him in a little bit, as well as our track mod and street mod leaders. Bit of a brake check and a bit late, actually, down into the kink. It makes it tough to make that speed adjustment if you brake that late. But the downforce certainly offsets that. Not going to say I know better to drive that car than him. And Alan Patton's actually MIA, running a little bit wide. Jimmy Rock let Jimmy Rock by at some point in the early stages of this lap.
Yeah, he kind of backed off through turns 2 and 3, and he's actually back on throttle now again, so maybe just reordering himself. Here comes Dussault up through Billy Mitchell, up to turn 14. Several thousand horsepower Chevrolet Camaro, 1967 model years where this car started. It's certainly a little different these days. Up and over the crest, let's see if Mike Dussault can break the unlimited track record. It was reset earlier this morning, and it needs to be a 204.203 or better. It is not. It's a 207.052, but that is still wicked fast around Road America.
2 seconds faster for his own best time. That's a very nicely completed lap. Rock comes through at a 211.9. That's a second faster than he went this morning. Both cars having improved so far. We're going to expect that Alan Patton is starting a flying lap now.
No, he didn't come by. Actually, Jackie Ding was the next car across the stripe. Ding picked up a second from earlier today. He was still chasing a 2:13 is his record time, but I would imagine Patton's on pit lane because he was behind Rock, and yes, he is. He's on pit lane again, so more trouble for Patton. Here comes Dussault again into turn 5, hard on the brakes again, and going for another quick lap, it looks like. There's see a little bit.
There's what you were expecting. Yeah, last lap was undramatic. Now he's pushing the limits just a little bit. Got a little bit of a step at the apex when he went to throttle, had to jump out of it the second time. Now it's looking nice and smooth. That tilt on the camera makes it look 10 miles an hour faster through turn 7.
Down to turn 8 now, again, hard on the binders, then leading into the carousel. If he's feeling a little braver this time, he could find a lot of speed here. And then into the kink in particular. That's just a bravery corner that you could just go harder and harder. A car like this, you could really huck through there if you've got the trust in yourself and the car that it'll do it. But you got to work up to it.
The hard part is just how fast you get there. When you come in, you need to make this speed adjustment sometime. Does it a little bit earlier this lap. I like that. I like the look of that, at least in theory. Uses a little bit more of the track through the kink, building up to 170 plus miles an hour before the braking zone towards Canada Corner.
I love this shot overhead here down into Canada on the brakes again, right as the track straightens back out. You're hard on the binders into Canada, and then throttling up. Eric Fleming to the top of the board. Not quite the record from this morning, but 204.663, giving something for everyone to chase here. Here comes Dussault through Billy Mitchell, Tom.
He's definitely on it a little bit more, getting up on that inside curb. You saw the car take the shock just a little bit. One oscillation on the suspension and then back down on it. See if he can get a good exit here. 2:06 is what he wants to see on the in-car timer.
Coming up over the crest. Mike Dussault in the Camaro across the stripe. It is quicker, 2:05.854 for Mike Dussault, and he's on it again.
What a lap.
Is he done yet? He's still on it through turn 1. He's going to go for another one here, Tom, down
sure
through 2.
Is. He's feeling comfortable more and more. That was a really nice exit on the exit of that turn 1. Using Joe, this is turn 3 just a little bit, though, a bit too confident down in there, and that's just such a tough entry to nail. I think, I kind of think he backed out of it right there.
We'll see. It looks like, just a little bit too hot there into turn 3 after charging. But again, picked up several seconds on that. Yeah, he's off now, but several seconds quicker on that next time around, and then chasing Eric Fleming. It's going to be a dogfight in unlimited class this weekend between him and Eric Fleming, rather. Here comes Jimmy Rock in the Civic, the 921 Rocks Trailers car. He's on it still as well.
With throttle modulation all the way through the corner there. It's a ton of power being put down through the front wheels here, and he's just in front of Ernie Puzelis in that black and red Corvette. Both of them running in the unlimited class. Puzelis is just a couple seconds behind. Rock did a 2:11.9 and then maybe a bit of a reset lap last time through. He's back on it this time.
Under the Sargento Bridge. This is a really, really fast Honda Civic. I mean, not much Civic left of this thing either. Down into the braking zone here for 5. Hucks it in. Short wheelbase car. Changes direction pretty nicely. Big fire flames out the tailpipes as he climbs up to 6. Third in class right now, into 6. Ooh, a little wide there through the center of the corner, but kept it on the road.
Grabbing a gear through the apex there. You just heard him grab it as he apexed after the turn-in point. This is fun to watch. Also trying to keep an eye. No movement in track mod. Jackie Dang still on top. Eric Peachy just a little bit slower. Sorry, Justin Peachy. Hi, Eric. Justin Peachy a little slower than his personal best. And we do have a couple street mod cars out there again, but they're few and far between for this session.
Jimmy Rock through the dirt. Someone was off track leaving the carousel, and he drove through the dirt straight into the kink now. See what he's got. Nicely done. He's still on it. And down towards Canada corner and trying to pick up a handful of seconds. Needs 6 seconds to encroach on second place Mike Dussault at the moment. That's a tall task. But here's Jamie Santos in Street Mod. You were talking about the Street Mod category here, Tom. And Jamie, one of the drivers returning to Street Mod competition here this weekend, chasing Cal Fortner. No Dewey DeWitt on track at the moment. But Dewey set a really solid time already, a 2:16.6, I believe. So that's what everyone's chasing. And Cal Fortner closing in 2:17.8.
Yeah, that's a couple tenths faster for Fortner. This is going to be Santos's first flying lap that he's just completing there as Rock kind of ran him down, as you'd expect an unlimited car to do. Little bit quicker for Rock, 2:11.3. And the interesting part is up on your screen right there. Look in the center. James Houghton's record.
Jamie Santos. Hold that thought, Tom. He was going for style points there through turn 1.
I love it. Just going to say, he's closing in on that front-wheel drive unlimited record that we thought was so mind-blowing a couple years ago. It's still mind-blowing, but that's just a shout-out. Jimmy Rock's doing a fantastic job in that car, too. All right, so Matthews 2:19.1 in this session. That's a little quicker than he was standing in Street Mod. Actually, excuse me, that's a little slower, I should say. Sparks everywhere as Jamie Santos leans on the ABS with that BMW. A little bit of curve on entry, even trying to rotate the car down. Quite a bit of understeer through the apex, and that's going to lead to a big old burnout up the hill from turn 6. That tells you how much power that thing's making, as it's just doing a rolling burnout halfway up the hill.
Yeah, this is a wild lap here for Jamie Santos. You see no time set yet in this session. He's going to get something this lap, provides he finishes it. But this car really wild at the moment. I haven't seen this car. It seems like it's real turned up, doesn't it?
It does.
He usually looks pretty composed at this thing, but it's been all over the racetrack this time around.
He's using iRacing levels of track limits right now on entries. You use those on entries in iRacing because they don't have any texture, but they do here, and that could be for part of why. Yikes.
Oh, man, that's almost too much there, Tom. He's
that thing's driving like it's got a corded left rear tire. I'm not saying it does, but that's what it
Will
looks
driving like that after this lap.
Still a bit of dirt on the track exiting the carousel, too, so this is where you just kind of need to take a breather if that's what the car feels like. There is something not happy with that car at all. I don't think it's Jamie doing it that.
No, there's something definitely wrong. I've never seen this car handle like that. This car's been around a couple years now, at least in Jamie's hands, and it just does not look gripped up. So chasing, I mean, you got to know, I think Jamie will understand that this is not necessarily going to be a fast lap, but he's got to get something on the board here.
It's loose on left-handers too, so it may not be just a left rear issue.
Making more sparks and flames than basically anything else out here. It's a 4th of July presentation coming out of the bottom of this car.
You can see the rotation from across the track on that camera shot. He's still going to finish it. Hey, why not? It was fun to watch for us.
Let's see what it is. Maybe it's quick. What do I know? Let's see
I'll leave my shoe.
And P3 is a 2:20.1. It's not terrible.
That's actually, that's a half second faster than he went this morning.
Oh my God!
All right, Jamie.
What was it driving like this morning?
If he calms it down, he's going to be a big part of the conversation in Street Mod.
Was that lap backwards this morning? God, that car's wild.
Sure.
Oh man,
he's still going for it. So there's actually an opportunity to calm it down, clean it up just a little bit. Now he bails out. Puzelis is going to go around him.
Just imagine, had that lap been clean, a second or two easy, I think.
Yeah, it's tough to say because sometimes driving that hard can just make a bunch of lap time by raw force. But, I mean, there is absolutely a lot left in that. I'm not going to put a number to it, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was in the seconds, not the tenths.
Speaking of raw force, Ernestus Pizzellis is 338. Chevrolet Corvette in unlimited class, climbing the hill. And this is an important battle to follow because Ernie's up in the mix as far as the championship standings are concerned. Second place to Andres Bertulis. Do we know if Andres is here this weekend? I haven't seen that car yet, the Lexus. So this is an opportunity for Ernie to capitalize here. And headed down to turn 8. All by himself at the moment.
Dealing with one of the strongest unlimited fields that we've seen in a while, I got to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, he won at Midwest Fest and CMP. And Andres Bertulis just has more points by virtue of being at more rounds. Bertulis' best finish was a second at Midwest Fest to Ernie Pizzellis. So this is maybe a round where Ernie could get back on top of Bertulis and come out of here with the unlimited class lead. No one else is really close. I think Eric Fleming, if he were to win this weekend, could be in the conversation, but not if Bertulis or Pizzellis rather gets a top 5 in the podium sprint and earns some good points. And he will likely do that if all things stay together. I will give Ernestus a lot of credit. We were at Road Atlanta earlier this year in the rain with Formula Drift. He was out there the entire time just making laps.
Just thinking, one of the drivers that you see always turn every lap of every session, regardless of what car he brings. He's had a couple over the years, but that's part of his MO, and I think that that's important as a driver to know that if that's part of your MO, keep going. Yeah, keep doing it, especially if it's in the wet. If you go out in the wet and you have no reason to, I respect you a lot.
Yeah, Bertulis did the same thing there, actually. They both got a lot of laps at Road Atlanta. No pickup that time for Pizzellis, stays P4 at a 2:14.670. Just amazing how many sub-2:15 laps we've seen. The speeds of these cars just getting so quick. There's a look at the campgrounds filling in. Just to the bottom of that is the festival grounds here, the NOS Energy main stage for tonight's concert. Of course, there's music tonight and tomorrow on the main stage. And then elsewhere, there's little pop-ups, the Laser Woods up in the top there on the backside. Tom, what you got?
Something else we missed in that session. Luke McGrew was your leader in Street GT coming into the session, but he picked up nearly 2 seconds, or at least every bit of a second and a half to do a 2:20.0. So he was the only Street GT car in that session, but he just extended his lead in that class by just a little bit.
I didn't even see him on track. He just snuck in there and stole it back, huh?
Plain black Corvette problems, I guess.
Yeah, just blends right into traffic, blends right into the road. So, and
the question I have, though, you might have track records up faster. Does that impose on, or does that take over Guido Waxman's record from last year?
I think they'd already broken that, and they did earlier. So it's another record. He broke his own record from earlier today. The previous record was a 2:21.293, and this is about 1.2 seconds quicker than that in a similar car, too, a C6. So, was Guido's a Grand Sport?
No, Z06.
Z06.
Yeah.
So similar story there.
Tandems have started over on the kart track. These guys running nice, tight formation, getting smoked out in the back.
They're painting a new racing line over there, aren't they?
I have to wonder how long it takes to go away when the karts come back. Just erasing those drift lines, just lap by lap by lap on tiny little tires.
Well, we're not quite checker flag here yet, Tom, but I think most of the cars we're going to run fast laps did. So let's have a look at our highlights here from our track battle session just now. Track battle Q3 here on the afternoon of Friday as we are almost halfway through our qualifying sessions for the race weekend as people walk around and get a look at the NOS Energy main stage firing up here already. Again, we've got plenty of action going on right now. It is, I think, still Stickman. Yeah, it is Stickman. You see the logo on the screen. They're playing at the NOS Energy main stage, and it'll be packed full of people tonight and tomorrow with all the Grid Life music and motorsports activities, Tom. And here's a look at a couple cars headed around the racetrack. Devin Hoffman still making her way around. And as they head on through, and here's a look at the highlights here from the track battle session. Earlier, we saw a little bit of changing of the order on the outlaps between the Street GT cars. Eric Pilipchuk getting some of his own racetrack after the yellow flag for a spin. Went back out on course in the track mod, or unlimited class rather. Then it was Dallas Reed in the E-Ray that went after it for a little while. And the Cody Umba-driven Honda Civic chasing after street class top 5 to hopefully earn a way into podium sprint. Brad Moore resetting. Whoa, big moment on the run down to turn 5 for Brad Moore. Got it woed up as Joel Morrison moved up forward in the number 71 track mod car. There's an Eibach GLTC competitor. Mike Dew sold up in the 205s. It was a 207 at first, then went 2 seconds quicker the next time around in the Chevrolet Camaro. Track Battle Q3 is complete, and we're going to step away for a few minutes. We'll be back with more right after this.
These are my race treads for when the road ends.
These are my race treads for shredding the slopes.
These are my race treads for setting the hook.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, a more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Falcon Tires. Race tested, road ready. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
Every lap, every race, every bit of paint traded for every hard-fought place. Every checkered flag and trophy raised. Every ounce of dirt, sweat, and gears. They're all jammed inside every can of NOS Energy. Go ahead, open up a can.
A big slide through turn 2.
The layout is exactly as it was all those years ago.
But he's going to pop on a line here, Greg. Side by side into West Bend.
Right and left corner. Well, boy, look at this. Thompson looking to the inside. Is he going to straight line to the apex? I think he's got it. And that back end swings around.
Here comes
and
Eibach.
now here comes Eibach in the dirt.
We talk about classic road racing circuits. This one is top of the list.
If it's way too early, obviously
restarts. But if you guys are on a 10-10 lap, make your presence known in a turn. If you don't have a reasonable expectation of you being there, they might hit you. We don't want that to happen.
I don't know what to expect tomorrow. I came in knowing, hey, I got a couple things I got to knock out. Some are critical, some are optional. This mess of wires is kind of like how building the car has felt. You know, it's like a million things need to happen for this to be a complete car and to compete. There's a common saying, you want to always be in a state of discomfort, a little bit of discomfort so that you're growing, right? And I think this experience seems to be where I'm there all the time. I'm on that ragged edge of like pushing myself to the limit of what I can handle. Leading up to qualifying, I was just absolutely terrified. I mean, we're talking about 50 cars in the field, and it's a small track. I ended up with a 152, which is not fast, and it puts me 5th from the bottom, which is disappointing. I thought I would be a little higher up in pace. My car is not optimized, and I know there's some areas that I can improve in confidence, maybe a little bit of car setup too, but yeah, I'm trying to figure that out right now. There's so much to do. There's always so much to do. And I think that's been the theme of the weekend, is figuring out what to prioritize. Because there's so much prep, and you feel like you've got so much time between these events, and it turns out one little thing happens differently, and you're scrambling. What can I skip, and what do I need to focus on? And I didn't charge my GoPro yet. I guess I should throw it on now. And then when do I put my suit on? So it's just overwhelming.
Welcome to Carolina Motorsports Park, located about equidistant between Columbia, South Carolina and Charlotte, North Carolina. It is a gem of a club track, if you will. Very challenging, very fun, and we have a massive field of cars that are coming out for the opening race of the 4 that will be unfolding here in the GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. And we are racing. And you can see really close quarter stuff.
It's a very short race start. You have maybe a couple hundred yards down to turn 1.
I think we're really bad at knowing what we're going to do when we actually get in the car and the adrenaline starts pumping. Because there's no adrenaline pumping when you're wrenching on the car. So you can just like do exactly what you signed up to do. But it's so different when you get out on the track.
And here it is. This is such a tricky section of track. It's known as the carousel here, but it's really a 3 Apex series of corners, isn't it?
Yeah, C&P is definitely one of those tracks you have to know which curves to hit. On a lot of the corners, the exit curves are very tough and choppy, but a lot of the Apex curves can help rotate the car and give you that extra minimum speed.
And this is a very long run, isn't it, here?
Yeah, into turn A, especially, there's a little bit of an elevation difference into this braking zone, and it definitely gives you help.
And through 8 to that quick flick at 9, and now into this wickedly quick kink here. Turn 10, they're carrying some serious speed here. Oh, how really pounding that curb. You can see it unsettled the car.
My big fear is in the kink. The kink is a really fast right-hander with a ton of curb that you can clobber. Going over that curb unsettles the car a little bit, so I had like a big lift from 110, let off, 103 through the kink. With my aero, it's fine. With my power level, it's fine. With my grip level, it's fine. But I'm a novice driver. I'm a new driver here. I don't want to do something totally awful.
First of 4 races is in the books here, and this wind is absolutely unbelievable.
I'm fighting fear, but it's not so much fear of like getting hurt or something like that. It's fear of embarrassment.
What's up?
Is that you?
Yeah.
Oh man, we got to battle.
Yeah.
Dude, you're dragging something. It might just be exhaust.
I think it's exhaust.
It was sparking a bit. I know you were right on my tail for a while, but it was fun.
Coming through, was it the carousel like back here?
Yeah.
Like I wasn't expecting to hit your brakes going in there. Figured like I'm more just a lift and like coast through. So you caught me off guard on that one.
Sorry about that. It's just like I don't have confidence yet in some of those turns. Yeah, but that was fun.
Good stuff, man.
Yeah. I don't think I'm running up against the wall of like this is all I'm capable of as a driver, but it is disappointing. Yeah, I'm looking for more of a result, and I just have to figure out how to get it. A little humbled, if I'm being honest, but Eric Jensen came by and took a look with me, and we looked at my data on the kink especially, and I'm just not anywhere near where I should be. I've been lifting pretty early and only carrying like 103 through the kink, and I keep hearing that it should be flat in my car, and we looked at the data and it verified it. So that's what I'm going to do in race 2. I'm just going to try to incrementally ratchet that up. I believe it can happen. Eric believes it can happen. Marcus believes it can happen. So I just have to prove it to myself. Talking with Jensen, he was like, you just gotta attack it. Don't be scared of that. Like, be brave. Like, go do it. He said, you know, work up incrementally. And I know that. But to hear someone else tell me that, you can do that. You can go flat through the kink. I had a plan. I went out, I built a little speed, and then somebody in front of me, I felt like I needed to catch them, and all of a sudden that little bit of fear that was left my mind, and I was like, I'm gonna catch this guy. So I've been scared of it the whole time. I finally got it. I finally was able to find that pace and go completely flat through there. Do you know the Silver E46 562?
Yeah.
Do you know where he's paddocked? I gotta go apologize. I've dive bombed him. I'm still overdriving the car and not doing what I can out of it.
Pick up time or?
I did. I got a 149.5. So I broke under 150, and I'm very comfortable going flat through the kink now. So,
nice.
Yeah.
There you go.
In fact, I'm looking for that guy. Have you seen a 562 silver E46? And I was coming up on him really quick into 11. Oh,
Yes.
that's him. Perfect.
Oh,
yeah.
look at this.
I'll get you coffee later. Who's the E46? Is that you?
This one, yeah.
E46.
Oh, that's
Who's this guy?
yeah. So you need to apologize to him? What'd you do?
Yeah, I thought I was going to rear end him, so I dive bombed him instead.
Oh.
He did a great job keeping it clean, but.
I told him when he gets out here, you're going to whoop
Oh,
his ass.
yeah, okay, good. Is this you?
That's my car, but I wasn't driving.
Oh, okay. Kevin Bandy, I was in that white Miata.
Oh, right, yeah,
I thought
right.
I was going to rear end you, and so I just made a quick judgment and I dive bombed you there. But you gave me
after
so
the-
much.
after the
11.
kick?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was fun.
Okay, good. I was like, you kept it
No, I
super
saw,
clean.
yeah, I saw, yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Thanks for that.
Yeah.
These drivers, they're so friendly and so eager to help that I feel like a peer. I know that I'm new, and I know I'm coming to them for their help, but they don't make me feel like I'm not part of it. They don't make me feel like I'm, as inexperienced as I truly am. The fact that I'm out here and I'm making it happen and they're more than willing to help me get there is really exciting. I've learned that mindset is like the biggest thing, at least coming from not having raced before. It's just that really close dueling, and you're right up next to another car, and you got to figure out, what are they thinking, what are they thinking, what are they about to do, when do I need to brake early to not run into the back of somebody, or when can I switch over and gain an advantage because I know they're going to run wide. That kind of stuff was really fun.
Eibach gets running, is thinking about going up and making it 3 abreast. That's really difficult, man. No. And there's the inevitable result. And then Wallbum just got clipped.
There's the full course yellow.
There it is. So everybody's going to scrunch up. Here comes our pace car. And you can see Wallbum right in the middle of the track here. So they had absolutely no option but to throw this full course caution. I mean, safety is always paramount.
Here's a new variable. Now there's something to avoid. The guy I bought the chassis from thought I was absolutely crazy that I was going to take this meticulously built chassis, build it into a car, and then take it to wheel-to-wheel racing. In his mind, it's immediately going to get crumpled up and thrown away. And where did all that hard work go? This is incredibly hectic. 50-car grid in a small track. The things that come with incidents, like heated arguments in the paddock and people being aggressive back and retaliation and those kinds of things that I fear, is not present, even with all this going on. These are the racers I want to be door to door with. These are the racers that I am okay bringing a car that I've poured everything into and putting it at risk out there.
The hard thing about building a car and building a driver at the same time is like your learning curve is just steeper than Mount Everest. Like for me, I was an idiot. I built a 500 horsepower car, so it was, traveling twice the speed.
Terrifying to get to that limit. Yeah, exactly.
Which is just stupid. If I could go back and do it again, I'd be like, buy a spec Miata, you idiot.
Right. Going into race 4, I didn't have any specific strategy. Like, I know I picked up pace in race 3, so I really wanted to just see, could I move up? Can I race clean? Can I like improve my times, do better? And race 4, it all clicked. I'm definitely a much better racing driver at the end of the day than I started at the weekend. I went from, wow, I'm all the way at the back, to I am racing and I am improving by huge amounts, and I'm actually making positions up. I'm moving up. .149.5 was the fastest time I got in race 3, and the last like 6 laps were all 148s. Really proud of that. I am on cloud 9. Like, this is what I'm here for. I got that experience. I'm getting that experience, and there's so much more left in the year. I know I've got a car that is more capable than I am driving so far, and I know I'm capable of driving much better. I still don't have my sights set necessarily on trying to be at the pointy end, but I'm really still excited about being in great mid-pack battles. These drivers are phenomenal, and these cars are dialed in. So as I develop the car, as I grow as a driver, it's going to be more and more rewarding. And yeah, probably way harder to say I'm going to do less of this next year.
GRIDLIFE Summer Apex and a return to Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin and Road America. It's year number 2 of GRIDLIFE's Festival at America's National Park of Speed, one of the biggest and most formidable racetracks in the United States. My name's Kyle Heyer, joined by Tom O'Gorman for the tail end of our Friday, and it's now time to qualify for all 3 of our wheel-to-wheel racing series for racing on Saturday and Sunday. First up is going to be the GRIDLIFE Rush Series, but Tom, this is a big weekend in front of a big crowd, a crowd that is still yet to assemble in front of the NOS Energy main stage down there in the campgrounds.
Yet to assemble, but slowly trickling in, and this is when things get real. We're going into qualifying sessions. You and I have agreed that qualifying matters here almost more than other places because of the difficulty, especially in our full-size cars. But we're kicking things off with the GRIDLIFE RUSH SR series. This is a spec racing series for small sports racers with a bike motor in the back, a sequential, basically paddle shift on the steering wheel, single seaters, and they are a ton of fun. We have nearly 50 of them. It's taking to the track for qualifying here, and it's been a very competitive weekend to start with. Last thing I'll say is all 3 of the next series that you watch in qualifying will race 4 more times over this next weekend. Right now we're going for fastest laps. Everything tomorrow and the next day is when the green flag flies. The first one back to the checkered wins.
So we're going to get qualifying here in a few minutes' time, and it's going to be an important session for all these groups. Is in particular, I think the Eibach GLTC series, which will be coming up at the tail end of the day. But for the GRIDLIFE RUSH series, I think you're going to see a bit more drafting and slipstreaming and things when it comes to race time. So you probably don't have to be on the front row, but I don't think you want to be stuck in the middle or the back of the pack as we've seen in the past. This field likes to break up into kind of micro packs, and you need to be at the ones towards the front to really stand a chance. And if your name is not Ryan Leach, you have yet to win this year. So you better be up at the front to take him down.
Well, I think that's one of the big storylines. Obviously, if you've been following, Ryan Leach in the number 56 car has won every single race, all 12 points races this season. We did have some non-point races at Mid-Ohio, which 2 other drivers took wins in, but he has not been on pole for all races. He's only been on pole once. We've had 3 other pole sitters for these races, so he's not necessarily always been the strongest performer in qualifying, but he has always been the strongest finisher at the end of these races. So that's going to be a big question mark here, is can he start to put his stamp on qualifying more often? He has not been the fastest car yet this weekend. We're looking at James French actually has the fastest time across 3 practice sessions. He has the only two 25.7, the only 225, I should say, in the books right now. Then Ryan Leach was second quickest, the first of our 2-minute 26 lappers. We also had Blair Hosey get to the 226s. Then it was Bryce Merzberger. We have Nico Bratz. We also have Brandon Schwartz run to 227s. Ethan Alexander tipped in there as well. So once we get to the bottom half of the top 10, things have been really, really, really tight.
So cars are headed on the racetrack now for this qualifying session. They're going to have until about 10 after the top of the hour, so about 22 minutes to get the job done. That's quite a bit of time, but that's going to be a little less than that because that's to the end of the session here. The 70 car of James French trundling very slowly down the pit lane here. A couple other cars going to get reordered, including Sam Reed and then a 256, who we saw off track in practice earlier today. And another driver to keep an eye on, Ayrton Grimm, pulling double duty. He's going to have a busy afternoon here qualifying not only for his Rush of the Carolinas team entry, but also his CRP Racing Eibach GLTC entry.
So the games have begun. By that, I mean we have a number of our big names, let's say, that we're going to keep an eye out for, going very slowly on pit lane or stopping on pit lane to build their own gap. The first of which is James French. You mentioned the number 70 creeping along barely with the clutch out, just rolling to get some space. But we also saw Andy Vogel in the number 34 turning concepts car and the number 121 of Ayrton Grimm, that's a pink car, also stop on the pit lane to let basically everybody through. And what they're trying to avoid is what you're watching on camera right now, that big stack up of all the cars that went out, and they're basically going to be in a train as the green flag flies. So they clearly have a different approach to this. They don't want to be in that train. They want their own space to think. I didn't catch where Ryan Leach was, so we're going to keep an eye out for it. It's a black and white split down the middle livery with the number 56 on the side.
Andy Vogel sent me a message earlier that he's fighting straight line speed here. Says he's down about 5 to 6 miles an hour, which is pretty significant. So you have to wonder what other tricks can he try, and I think he'll be tucking into the slipstream there to try to gain any straight line speed he can back. Remember, he was all on his own in the practice sessions earlier today. Never really got a big toe, so we'll see if he can catch the Tiger.
Yeah, that's big on a spec series. The only things I can think about, you mentioned that they can change the gear ratios just slightly. They also have rake, which effectively means the amount of drag. They also have potentially wing angle to adjust on these cars. So there's only a small amount of setup that you can do. If you're down 5 miles an hour, I got to start to wonder, is my motor any good? That's a little bit tough to get out of your head once we start. There's a good look. Ryan Leach is the second car in this train, and absolutely stacked up into a very, very dangerous section of the track if not everyone is communicating correctly. Luckily, they are currently, anyway, way, coming up to start their first flying lap in 2 corners time.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a stack up back there, but there's a lot of racetrack in these cars. You know, we've got 48 of them on the entry list, so it's going to be busy out there regardless. But as they come through Canada Corner up towards Billy Mitchell Bend, turn 13, get on power early through 14 and carry speed up the straightaway. About 150 horsepower from a 1000cc GSX engine. And again, you can change the teeth on the sprocket and you can get a little extra straight line, but again, we'll see how things pan out for our championship leaders. Now, I also got a note from Adam Jabay earlier today that Kelsey Billingsley and Jared Anderson were recently married on July 4th, and their cars 99 and 19 out there on the racetrack. And right now, nose to tail on the racetrack as well. So they found each other off track and on track.
Very cool. I love that. So the first car to take the green flag, Blair Hosey. Again, he was the 3rd fastest car in practice. He's the first car on track in the line. This is qualifying, so single fastest lap counts. Any time you do it in the session is good, but the earlier you get it done, the more comfortable you can be, because if a yellow or black flag comes out, that's going to interrupt things just a little bit. A number of our other drivers that we're keeping an eye on further back in the field. But again, so many cars on the track, things spreading out very nicely, working their way down towards turn 5. Number of cars sweeping through turn 3 on camera right now. And this is going really well for Ryan Leach. He's got a nice toe, meaning a draft, down the front straight and this first side straight. He is now the first car on track, nails the apex at turn number 5, and he has been absolutely confident in the track limits. He floats the car all the way out to the grass, but he's got a big old train who's going to use him as inspiration and also draft, flinging it through. Look at the rotation on turn 6. Love that.
Curious to see if he can drive away from this pack. If he can do that, then everyone else is in big trouble here. We talked about how the draft is important here, but it's not the end-all be-all. So if he can outrun the slipstream, everyone else has got to take big swings at the setup tonight to try to find some pace. Big slide through turn 8.
Yeah, a little hot into turn 8. It's going to run wide out onto those curbs, and these cars don't have a lot of power. You have to consider when you're on those giant rigid curbs, your tires effectively in the air for a couple of seconds, and these cars might be light and small enough that doesn't affect it too much, but it is something to consider. He lost a little bit of time on that exit. I misspoke. These are not the first cars to complete laps. We actually have cars already coming through, but these guys were the ones who were the most aggressive in setting their distance to one another. Charnogorski goes to the top at a 229 flat. That's the first time we've seen, but again, we've seen 225s. We may get only 226s as the track conditions are dustier and warmer than they were the rest of today.
And that's something you have to adapt to as a driver, Tom, in knowing right now in qualifying that you're looking at the data on the dash. You might not be able to chase the times that you were earlier in the day. So knowing that so you don't overdrive is important as well. Get a good read on the road and understand you're not necessarily going to be as fast as you were earlier in the day.
Blair Hosey gets back past Ryan Leach, so he will both lead the start and finish of this lap for this little pack. They've got 2 other cars. I haven't caught the number on those yet, clinging onto the back as well. Really nice draft, almost bump drafting, actually bump drafting down through. I think one of them was Bryce Mersberger, the other one was Nico Bratz. So those 4 all working together, and now Leach is going to go for the pass. Again, this is not a wheel-to-wheel race. This is just for best time, but currently the top car is Bryce Mersberger in the number 114.
Ooh, a little bit of just coordination there down. There's a car off at turn 3 now in the runoff area as well. That's in the sand, so it's far enough off I could see them being all right, leaving it there for a minute. Andy Vogel's in the pit lane, though, and that actually might bode well if we get a yellow flag that bisects this session. He's got more opportunity to cool things down there. But Mersberger, to your point, Tom, was the 4th car in line and was getting the biggest toe up the front straightaway, and he went to the top of the board. So
we really haven't seen a track that rewards the draft on these cars all that much, at least not to my experience in watching this series. This is my first time working in the commentary booth, but it seems to be a really powerful effect on this particular track for these cars. A little bit of position swapping happening there. I think Mersberger letting Bratz back past. Is that correct?
Yes, Bratz back past is a hard term to say, isn't it, Tom? But see the drifting going on in the background there. All the drivers focusing out the front. James French to the top of the board.
Just came through across the start-finish line in front of us here, and that dark blue and black car running all by himself. We've been watching this little quad of cars. They've been pretty dramatic, and then all of a sudden French comes through. He's been a factor this year, but he hasn't had a win. He's barely had a podium, but he's always in the top 5. He's also a local guy here just down the road from Elkhart Lake or Sheboygan, I believe.
Yep.
So that is certainly, he's been showing his track knowledge every single session, basically been the quickest car.
Yeah, used to run in the prototype challenge category. in what is now the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, has a Rolex 24 victory in his career as well. So he's certainly a pretty well-practiced driver. Again, home track advantage to some extent. And we see this a lot, in events where you have a lot of drafting. Sometimes being by yourself is actually a good thing, because yes, the draft gains you straight line speed, but all the stack ups going into the corners can cost you that and more. So sometimes being alone is the best way to take on a qualifying.
The other thing that's shown up for us is that they definitely take a little bit of tire temperature, and they take a little bit of time to get up to speed. There's a look, I believe, at Ayrton Grimm following another one of the black and red cars. Yes, the different pink car. We've got 3 pink ones in this grid, so it's a little tricky for me. But again, they reward tire temperature. So we've been seeing the fastest laps on lap 3, 4, 5, not so much on the first lap. I wouldn't be surprised to see things change up a little bit, and they do. Ryan Leach goes back to the top of the board at a 2:26.1. James French still maintains the second spot, and that was not a coordinated pass. That was a mistake, I think, from Nico Bratz.
Yeah, that was a big issue there for Bratz, and it looks like a yellow in sector 1 right now down there at turn 3. So that will be a car off there. They've got a standing yellow covering that, and you see on the top of the screen now that area of the racetrack covered by yellow, Tom. So again, can't pass down there, but again, not a wheel-to-wheel race, but with how much shuffling we've seen, you can't let yourself get caught off guard by that.
Race director choosing to keep this session green to try to let everybody get some quality track time in, and I think that's a good call. That car is well off the track and so far into the gravel trap that if another car goes there, they're not going to have much speed by the time they get out there. So that's a pretty good assessment, in my opinion. Anyway, that was the pink car was the 253, I believe, of Hassan Ahmed that I misidentified earlier.
And was that James French that just came across the line? No pickup there. There's the 9 coming through. Is that Billingsley? One of the Billingsleys?
Sure is. Nick Billingsley, currently sitting 16th.
And Ryan Leach, as we documented, went back to the top, 226.175, and that's about 0.2 better than James French. But again, Leach was leading that group of cars, not trailing it. So you imagine, how easily he's able to jump back to the top of the board in front of everybody else, not even getting a physical push. I think Ryan Leach is still the driver to beat, and somebody's got to take him down. Now, with all the excitement of, as we get the full course yellow now, with all the excitement of the racing here, it's possible that he could get shuffled out, but again, with pace like that, it'd be very easy for him to dispatch everyone as they tangle for second behind.
12 minutes left in the session, call it 11 actually, so we're right at halfway. Ryan Leach is still your provisional pole sitter by just over a 1/10 over James French. Bryce Mersberger in the 3rd position. Nico Bratz, Blair Hosey rounded out the top 5. Then Ethan Alexander, who had a really good practice 1, I believe, but was outside the top 5 in practice 2 and 3, works his way back up to 6th. Those drivers are all in the 227 range. As now Blair Hosey jumps over James French. We have a new car in the 2nd position.
Yeah,
Ryan Leach goes quicker as well.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I was going to say Leach went quicker to a 225.9, and then Hosey, that would have been provisional pole a minute ago, but it's no longer. So P2. So it's very, very tight. About a 1/10 of a second between Leach and Hosey at the moment, and they're going to get collected behind the pace car in theory. I know it's out there somewhere, but they're real slow as they work their way around the carousel.
Yeah, always awkward. It looks like one car having a mechanical issue dropping off, so it's kind of awkward for other people to understand what's happening in that position, but now they're going past. That pink car is the 121 of Ayrton Grimm that we mentioned, and then the black and blue that you saw a great shot of, that's James French sitting 3rd in the grid. Rounding out the top 10 while we have the 2nd, Ellis Spiza in the 7th spot, Jason Ayler in the 8th spot, Ayrton Grimm 9th, and Mark Chornogorski, after setting the pace on that very first lap, he sits 10th currently.
A lot of questions about the Rush AutoWorks SR and about where they come from. These cars are not necessarily specific to GridLife, but this is where their national championship is held within the GridLife paddock here. And so it's a 6-round championship spanning most of the rounds of our 9-round calendar this season. And again, the Rush AutoWorks SR is effectively from the Rush AutoWorks group, but it's a great track day car for sure, but it also races really well. The whole idea here is to bring the cost per dollar of operating a wheel-to-wheel race car way down, and having it be the scale that it is also helps a lot with transporting it and traveling with it and renting garage spaces. You can fit a couple of them in one spot. Relatively mechanically simple. All the bodywork comes off with just a couple of clips. And that allows an individual to really feel the car pretty easily. relative to running, bigger, closed wheel. I guess these are technically closed wheel, but bigger tin top cars. And so we've had a lot of success with these cars in this GRIDLIFE paddock, and the Rush Series initially joined us just for a one-off at the tail end of 2023 at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, and a handful of rounds last year, but now national championship held with GRIDLIFE, and almost a 50-car grid. There's that car that you noted was having the mechanical issue there, pulled off to the left, Tom, right before the kink. So,
yeah, mostly made it as far off track as he could. The car clearly had no drive. Most of the field is now collected behind that pace car, that Soul Red MX-5 leading everybody around, but these drivers are all still finishing, not necessarily flying laps, but finishing up, getting back up to the pace car. You see on the left side of your screen, Andy Vogel has been having a nightmare of a session. That's his third visit to pit lane, and I'm not sure if they're actually doing much. They're checking the tire pressures every single time, but they haven't taken any body work off, and there's not more than one person over the wall. So this is maybe a driver that's still just risking it all to set the car up perfectly, but it doesn't seem to be going his way right now.
Yeah, he's headed back out on the racetrack. The challenge I'd worry about is you're running out of time, under 10 minutes here. So you might get one good lap, but if you qualify 30th, good luck. I mean, and these races feed into each other, so you have to do really well. The only real difference in terms of how we grid up the races is that race 4 is gridded by the points earned from the first 3 races, which is different from how we do the rest of our wheel-to-wheel series. So a little bit of a change there. And then some more questions about the Rush AutoWorks SR. They start around $50,000, which again, for all-inclusive wheel-to-wheel car that is motorsports track ready and capable out of the gate, not too bad. And you're going to be looking at a top speed here north of 130 miles an hour, probably not too much more than that. But again, GSX motorcycle engine, effectively chain-driven cars with a pneumatic 6-speed gearbox. So you get that paddle shift experience, and they're incredibly capable machines. And they're despite them sort of looking like prototypes, they're a lot more compliant than you would think, and they definitely can slide around and be beaten around a little.
They've captured the sweet spot, I think, of drivers who've come from a handful of open wheel style cars, lower level open wheel cars, prototype style cars. We're talking radicals and something similar, but definitely on a more extreme level than this, a less approachable level, and also some karters, etc. So a couple other people from, let's say, Thunder Roadster that competes on road courses in some parts of the country, but in general, we haven't seen necessarily a ton of tin top kind of touring car drivers transition to this yet, but I think it's captured an audience from everything else that makes it have a really cool spot in where it brings people in from, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the examples of drivers trialing this from other paddocks within our community, Andy Vogel, of course, coming from a track battle background, and Ayrton Grimm coming from a short Eibach GLTC background. I've got a green flag up here at the main flag stand. We're back underway here. That's good news for Andy Vogel because he needs more time. So very quick pickup and cleanup. We still, I think, have a car on the entrance to the kink as well, though. So there'll still be a local yellow covering that, but I think they'd rather be all right with that than a car in the gravel at 3 times. So get going. Here we go.
And it worked out perfectly that our fastest cars that we were watching already were at the front there. So that's Ryan Leach and Blair Hosey. They worked their way back to the front of this group. Cars number 56 and 8, and they've actually got Bryce Mersberger keeping up with them, as well as Nico Bratz. James French, unfortunately, by being in a separate spot, is on a completely different section of racetrack. He's going to have a lot more traffic to deal with.
There you go. Look at Blair Hosey and Ryan Leach chasing each other right now. 1/10 of a second between their best laps at the moment. That's how tight things are for pole position here in the Rush Series in GRIDLIFE. And there's Blair Hosey leading right now. Ryan Leach on the racetrack, but trailing him on the timesheet. This is going to be a fun battle to watch.
Wow, Hosey just nailed turn 5 right there. Look how much distance he pulled up in front of Ryan Leach, who didn't necessarily make a big mistake. Bryce Mersberger also got basically the perfect dream draft down that side straightaway, the Kettle Moraine straight from turns 3 to 5. So that white and red car has closed up very nicely underneath the back of the car that he's probably going to want to follow through this twisty section of the track. Then a whole bunch of cars still streaming through the rest of those hurry downs into the carousel.
We might get one more lap after this. So if this isn't going to be a quick lap, gear up for at least one more through the carousel. Blair Hosey pulling a little gap on Ryan Leach, but maybe Leach playing pitch and catch here a little bit to pull him back in with the draft.
These cars do seem to, they allow a little bit of slide, but not too much. It seems like when they get to a certain amount of yaw, they can't get out of their own way, for lack of a better term. They need to come back before they accelerate, and that's what happened to Leach. But it looks like he's really found a lot of speed in this second sector of the track. He's pulled right back up underneath Hosey. He's going to get a good draft down to Canada Corner. Everybody else streaming through various levels of track limits abuse there. Let's not say abuse. Use at the kink.
Yeah, track limits commitment, I'd say. Just how close do you want to take it to the edge of the road?
No track limits rules here per race control. So if you see pavement, you can use it, but that becomes a little bit risky here at Road America.
Yeah, sort of self-policing because the curbing is so rough around here. But yeah, I mean, if you need to go off track to catch things like Nico Bratz did earlier, you're not going to be worried too much about doing that. And across the stripe here, any changes on the timing and scoring? Nothing up inside the top 5 just yet. Bratz and Alexander, no pickup. No checker, though, yet, Tom. So next time by, we could see pickups. And Bratz and Alexander are door-to-door, or I guess shoulder-to-shoulder.
Shoulder-to-shoulder, very nearly. The amount of wiggle that Blair Hosey got when he jumped to the brake pedal was wild coming into turn 1 number there. It's going to give Leach an opportunity to come up alongside, and this may be why they're not necessarily going quicker. My speculation is actually more down to tire temps. They need 2 or 3 laps to get back to those 225s and 226s. They also have the Rapscallion cars, 3 of them at least, following in the next set of 3. Those drivers all sitting just outside of the top 10.
And here you go again. That delta has not changed because they didn't change last time around. Actually, that delta comparison can show the previous lap delta as well, and it looks like Hosey's going to go off the racetrack. Merzberger's going to take over the lead, and at least of this group, and Leach will pull up the hill. So Vocal up to 6th. That was a desperately needed lap time to put him up in the conversation for a race win later today.
Elsewhere on track, James French just missed out on pole by 28 thousandths of a second. It's a 2:25.93 to a 2:25.96 as French takes over that outside front row position. This is all provisional, and it's going to come down to the last second. Again, fastest lap will set the grid for race 1 tomorrow morning.
This is so tight. I mean, what is that? 200s, 300s between them at the top of this is a 4-mile racetrack and a 150 horsepower car, Tom. Incredible. Checkered flag is out. We're coming back to finish out qualifying here, and we'll see if anybody can take Ryan Leach off the top step. And have a look now. 0.028 between Ryan Leach and James French. Unbelievable.
While we wait here, we talked about him enough. Andy Vocal finally gets a time in the board, and on the board he goes to 6th overall with that 2:27.2. So that will change all of the stress and anxiety about this session to at least a little sigh of relief. He'll start on provisionally the 3rd row with that one. Keeping an eye on these top 2 cars, that is Bryce Merzberger leading the way in the number 114 red and white car over Ryan Leach, who sits on provisional pole right now. Coming to the checkered flag, sparks flying as they dive on the brakes for the final corner.
Yeah, let's see what they've got up the hill for the last time. There's still cars streaming through the kink, trying to reshuffle the deck here. Looks like Ayler, by the way, in the 74 up to 9th, the 3-time winner from Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Didn't count for points there. Cross the stripe. Merzberger picks up time, but not enough to launch him higher on the standings. 226.948, just the slightest of pickups. Jalen Batley goes top 10 in the 88. We'll see if it hangs here as a couple other drivers come up the front straight to the finish.
That was one of the more entertaining qualifying sessions I've seen in a while. Very, very well done and put on by this series. Bodes well for what kind of racing we're going to get tomorrow. Drivers still improving. There we've got the Hardesty car jumping up into the, was that the 20th something position.
Like even down in 41st, we saw pickups. That 45 cars taking times here. How many do you want, Tom? Ayrton Grimm, P9. Knocks Ayler down to 10th. And looks like he will stay there unless somebody else at the very last second drops him in. So that was fun, wasn't it?
Not many cars left. There's still a couple of more improvements there at the very end, but well done for, it looks like Ryan Leach is going to hold on to the provisional pole starting for race 1 tomorrow by 0.03 of a second over James French. Blair Hosey will start on the inside of the 2nd row alongside Bryce Merzberger.
Yeah, then Nico Bratz, Andy Vocal will be in row number 3, provided things stay as they are. Ethan Alexander, Ellis Spezia in his first ever event will be row number 4, and Tom Jason Ayler and Jalen Batley in your top 10.
Batley doing a nice job to get up in there, and then just outside the top 10, John Robinson, Ayrton Grimm, Mark Chernogorski, Hassan Ahmed we saw, Nate Hamilton, TJ Hunt, teammates running nose to tail. They're able to start in what's going to become the 8th row. Gage Hughes, Andor Tobalem, Travis Pendleton and Matt Wilson rounding out the top 20. That's only half the field.
Yeah, Nicholas Billingsley, Avila Saldana in 21st and 22nd. Darius Garcia, Kelsey Billingsley in 24th, and Brennan Schwartz, Tim Burkhardt, Adam Spence, Ethan Hardesty, Jared Anderson, and Sam Reed, the rest of your top 30. And then the last handful of drivers, Jeremy Boysen, another driver coming from our Eibach GLTC series, Larry Brady, Jake Sanders, and John Howie rounding out the top 40. And the last couple of cars here in our 44 car grid, the team and Alzheimer's Motorsports car P44 in the number 29. But that was fun. 44 cars qualifying up for quite the sizable race we're going to have tomorrow. We've got 4 races on the weekend and 1 car to pick up there from over in the kink. So with qualifying complete here for the GRIDLIFE Rush Series, let's have a look at the highlights here for qualifying for this weekend's action for the GRIDLIFE Rush Series in just a moment. And here it is on the green flag. It was Blair Hosey in the number 8, Ryan Leach in trail, then Bratz and the 33 of Ethan Alexander. A little bit of discombobulation while everybody reshuffled the deck to try to bring their fast car forward, Tom.
This was as they were still trying to work out where they wanted to be in the line and build tire temps. Look at them skating through the entry. Perfect rotation for these top couple of cars on this amazing drone shot at turn 8. Shuffling positions still for these 2 teammates of Bratz and Alexander. And things started to get absolutely wild after that big slide there for Alexander. And Leach and French and Merschberger and the rest all swapping blows, taking the pole position back and forth until that last second, all the way to the checkered flag.
Yeah, and it was Ryan Leach that was again topping the standings there. Big wiggle from Blair Hosey after he took the lead on a restart after a yellow flag for a car off at turn 3. Mersberger stayed on the racetrack. Blair Hosey headed for home, and they tried to take down the 56 of Ryan Leach, but could not. Ryan Leach will be on pole for GRIDLIFE Rush Series race number 1 on Saturday morning. We'll be back with Eibach GLTC qualifier, is a GLGT qualifying up next, right after this.
These are my race treads for when the road ends.
These are my race treads for shredding the slopes.
These are my race treads for setting the hook.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, a more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Falcon tires, race tested, road ready. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
Every lap, every race, every bit of paint traded for every hard-fought place. Every checkered flag and trophy raised. Every ounce of dirt, sweat, and gears. They're all jammed inside every can of NOS Energy. Go ahead, open up a can.
as exactly as it was all those years ago.
Right and left corner.
There have been happenings here as long as the track has been here. It's still kept its heart and soul.
The S's are off the course. That's designed to keep the car
Closely related to Lime Rock Park is Sam Posey.
as a result of going up and down the bump.
And really strong in the handling department.
Quick Walter, he's got it. There's one attack. Actually spin the tires over those bumps until we
The track is the final arbiter of things, and it makes it very special.
Welcome back to Wisconsin and Elkhart Lake and Road America, America's National Park of Speed. Kyle Heyer joined by Tom O'Gorman for the penultimate qualifying session of Friday. GRIDLIFE GT, a new wheel-to-wheel series that began just a couple of months ago back at GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival Gingerman Raceway, where we basically took the Eibach GLTC rules and cranked up the aero, cranked up the horsepower, and while the field is small, it is mighty. It is very, very tight based on the practice times we saw earlier in the weekend. Tom, welcome back, and we did have a couple cars that didn't get out on the racetrack. Aaron Lichty was one of them, a race-winning car from Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, and time to go qualifying now.
Yeah, thanks to everybody who's joining us online and trackside. Moving into serious business stuff for GLGT, green flag flies. And as we cut to pictures of the cars, before we spoil it, first of all, the parity in practice was just awesome. There was so much closer than any of the other practice sessions actually that we saw. But the fastest car, despite everything on track essentially being a Corvette, minus one Hyundai and one Miata, was the Miata. David Calzada in the K-Power Miata was the quickest car at a 228.9. He was just a couple tenths up on Hans Horpedal in a silver C5. There's a good look at David's K-Power red and white, almost candy cane, very almost Marlboro-ish from those classics 80s and 90s cars. Then, as you mentioned, there's a look at our second place car from practice, Hans Horpedal. Oh, excuse me, I did it again. That is Colin King in the Viking Corvette, who only turned one lap in qualifying, but is now working his, in practice, and is now working his first lap in qualifying. You mentioned Aaron Lichty. We weren't sure if that car was healthy. He did start his first flying lap, so he at least believes it's good enough to go for it. And if that's the case, we expect that that car might have even up to a couple of seconds on the rest of the field if his practice pace from yesterday is anything to take a look at.
Well, he's out on the racetrack right now. And of course, GLGT is powered this weekend by Firelapse, the world's only driver development platform. Every car in this class is running a Firelink device to give drivers and teams real-time coaching during the session and after the session. And we'll have live race data that we'll be able to see this weekend on the live stream. I'm still working in the background on getting all that to work, but it's my problem. It's not the Firelapse stuff is working great. I just got to get it to be able to see it. But we've got some really great data points we'll be able to watch, including commitment speed at the kink, minimum and maximum speeds, and G-force data. So we'll have all that coming as Hans Horpedal bails off the racetrack at turn 5. But Tom, we were talking earlier about Firelapse and what it is. It's not just a data box. It's a driver development tool. And we talked earlier about how having data is fantastic. You know, you can collect data in a whole bunch of different ways, but how you analyze it is really where you find speed. And that's what Firelapse helps you do with their AI coach. And you can find some speed that you otherwise wouldn't be able to. We've seen drivers in Eibach GLTC, for example, find time. Lewis Chatroop, for example, found a couple of seconds once he started using Firelapse. So pretty cool. All the cars are carrying a Firelink device. We'll have more on that later this weekend. Jordan Wisely out there in the Hyundai Veloster N. Charles-Andre Bilodeau in an M4 GT4. And times now coming up on the timing and scoring.
First time in the books just there. For Colin King, 227.8. That's faster than anybody in practice. That's a great start to his day in that C5 Viking Performance Corvette. Then it's another couple seconds before anybody else comes through. Lichty, though, look at that, 225 flat. That's the silver slash off-white C8 coming right at us, headlights ablaze, and David Calzada is going to move over, I think, out of necessity or out of requirement to stay out of his way. He will be up on the provisional pole by nearly 3 seconds starting this session out. Charles-Andre Bilodeau goes to a 228.5. That's a couple seconds faster than he went in practice earlier, so that's a great pickup for that driver. Right now it's looking like it's going to be all taillights from Lichty.
Yeah, Aaron Lichty, again, running this car. It was fresh out of the build box at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Colin King, big lateral slide into turn 5, but Lichty, was competitive up there with James Houghton in a Honda Civic TCR. And again, this C8 Corvette's a brand new build, but it's running a different configuration this weekend because it's pulling double duty in Eibach GLTC. So it's running smaller aero that is compatible with that series as well. So disadvantage perhaps in the aero department, but smaller aero here can work, as we've seen in all the series here this weekend.
Yeah, it's to a point. It's a little bit less about how much aero you can get and how well the aero is balanced. So he may not be at that big of a disadvantage if the balance is still good, but you're correct. Something that's different in the GLGT rule set is that they can run larger aero. It's one of the big visual differences you'll see between the cars and the next session GLTC cars, but the way they are similar, they're both 200 treadwear categories, so the street tires on these cars are all basically in the same rule set. They are also all going to do 4 15-minute races over the next 2 days. They're going to score points in each race, and at the end of the weekend, there will be a points championship winner and podium at the end for each category. So a lot of racing action coming your way over the next 2 days. We're seeing a couple of cars not return for qualifying right now. I think it's Alex Peets is not out in his other black C8 Corvette, as we had 7 cars in practice and only 6 here in qualifying.
Yeah, and again, it's a long enough session that you're not going to run the whole thing, so maybe we'll see some trickle out. Hans Horpedal potentially will get back out there. He was really quick in practice earlier today. Also, we talked about fire laps. You see David Calzada, he's got a Firelink. So does Charles-Andre Bilodeau. All the cars here have a Firelink device. If you're here at Road America and you want to try to improve this weekend, you can go by the Fire Labs booth and you get your own Firelink device and try the platform for 30 days free. Of course, ongoing subscription for the AI coaching tools, but I think there's a lot to learn from analyzing your data, Tom, as Aaron Lichty comes up the hill, 225.093.
Taking a look at Jordan Wisely's Veloster N, he has started the session off with a personal improvement as well, was sitting on a 232 in practice. It's down to the 231, sits 4th. That will put him on the 2nd row for tomorrow's race if it stays the same. Very, that's a muscular looking car. Very, very wide. A little bit tentative through the exit of turn number 13 there, but still building up speed.
Yeah, I believe Jordan has some experience in touring car racing as well, so just getting up to grips with this car. Here's Colin King again into turn 5. That car makes a mean noise on the downshifts. Big slide again, tank slapper, pushing throttle out of turn 5 up the hill again towards 6. And chasing Aaron Lichty at the moment, P2 on the board.
Yeah, no improvement for either driver as they come through. And one thing about this category, it is 200 treadwear. I mentioned that street tires, they typically don't like a lot of heat. And these are heavier cars. They're more powerful cars than in GLTC. Typically, we'd see fast laps in TC over maybe the first few set of laps, even up to the last lap of the race at times. But no one improving on that 2nd lap. It's also looking like Calzada is much slower than this morning for some reason. He was down in the 228s this morning, is now standing on a 232. So that K-Power car, either building speed or not as happy in these hotter conditions later in this afternoon than it was this morning. He was quickest, and now he's almost dead last.
Yeah, so still, I think probably still building pace, but to your point, it is interesting that our Eibach GLTC cars have about 150 less horsepower, and we're talking about lap times that are sort of in that range. But Charles-Andre Bilodeau decided to go with this M4 platform, just wanted something he could trust, and had an opportunity to bring this car to this series. Debuted it at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Previously ran a Mustang in the TC stuff, an EcoBoost Mustang. But on trend for a podium here this weekend based on the pace that we've seen. Again, Hans Horpedal we have not seen back on the racetrack. And as to your point, also Forbes hasn't been out here as well. So again, new series, new builds, lots of learning to do here. But Charles-Andre Bilodeau, this is a car and a driver I think could be pretty dangerous. Just based on the fact that they've got a car that is motorsports reliable. Take that term for what you will. but,
sure.
But give it some time, and a track like this, that car's well suited for.
Yeah, good eye on Forbes as well. So there's 2 Corvettes missing from this qualifying session we haven't even seen. Now Horpedal just comes through the camera that we're watching now in the kink, so he will be back hopefully circulating and getting in a representative time for himself. He was in the 229s in practice this morning. So there's actually 2 drivers that are not on the board yet that could really make things interesting for King, Bilodeau, and if Calzada even gets up in there, we could have a really good battle for that second spot. Lichty has not improved on that 225-0. It's an experienced driver, and maybe even has to go detune the car for TC qualifying. I don't even know if I saw him out there anymore, so he might be kind of a one-dunner.
I mean, he doesn't need to go much quicker, right? He already ran a pretty solid time. That's a couple seconds clear of Colin King. So run what you need to. And Alex Peitz is coming back out on the racetrack now in the 61 car. So one of the 2 Corvettes that was missing is coming on course. Hans Horpedal, we just saw, he looks like he's kind of slow coming up the hill, doesn't he? Yeah, very slow. Is he in the pit lane? In fact, looks like it. So that's unfortunate.
I always hate to see when a race car sits for 6 hours and just decides not to work. That seems like what's going on here. It sounded a little crunchy coming out of turn 13 there, but it did have that really beefy exhaust note earlier today, so I can't say that's for sure what it is. Calzada still struggling to get back to his pace from earlier today, but he did improve to a 231.9 to still hold himself 5th. Luckily, I think here in GT, qualifying is a little bit less important. We know the pace of all these cars is actually fairly similar, with the exception of Lichty and Wisely still has a little bit of time to find, but he's basically put himself in the conversation as I say that with that 230.9. All that to say, if you do not have a good qualifying session right now, you qualify 5th, 6th, or not at all, you can still race your way up to 2nd if you have the pace in the car that we believe everybody does, because this field is relatively tight.
David Calzada, you see there in the K-Power suit and car. Looks mighty crisp in that white fire suit, I must say.
I don't think it's that color anymore. That must have been straight out the bag.
No, this was as of, where did I take his picture? Probably Gingerman.
That's my point.
Oh.
You wear it once, it's white? Nope, it's not white anymore.
Yeah. They do look nice, don't they?
They do.
Off into turn 14. Heading back up the hill, trying to just carve back down into the 229s. Did gain a little time last time. Jordan Wisely picked up last time around as well, but not enough to vault himself into 3rd place.
I don't believe we saw Colin King come back through after he started that 2nd flying lap and didn't really complete it, but I know he did make it past, he made it past turn 5 at least. We watched him do that corner twice. Lichty is back in paddock, we believe. He's off track and did the 1 flying lap and called it.
Calzada up to 4th, past Wisely, 229.813.
There we go.
That's a little better. He's got some traffic up the road too. Charles-Andre Bilodeau, who seems to be still on it, tracking out to the racing line, so couple more minutes of this, you might get 1 or 2 more laps, and then they're going to call this. So have a look from 3rd to 4th. You see Calzada there. The gap he has to make up is 1.7 seconds. That's a pretty big gain to just move over 1 slot in the row. So you have to wonder, is it worth using up the tire, Tom, to do that? But he won't know what Bilodeau's running.
Okay, it's definitely a turbo. I just heard it spool up a little bit. We were questioning that earlier. The car is, I also wonder, you know, that these are not long races. They're all 15-minute races, but this is going to be the lightest car in the field for sure. It also has the smallest tires, so it does not necessarily mean that a light car doesn't have tire temperature issues, but it will be technically or theoretically easier on the tires. He may be maybe a little bit better for the long run. His biggest problem, I suspect, will be straight line speed to getting himself set up for a pass.
Yeah, certainly. Again, over the course of a 15 or 20-minute race, the bigger, heavier cars will just wear their stuff out a little more. You hear the tires.
That was Bilodeau.
Oh,
big understeer for the M4 just up the road. You see him exiting the frame now into the kink. That was a massive amount of tire squawk and tire protest exiting the carousel.
Yeah, just pushing it there, you know, getting the front end to rotate around and getting back on throttle through there. Again, the track camber changes a little bit. Right when the curbing kind of starts on the right, when I run the course in iRacing, Tom, it's like when the curb starts, I want to be squeezing back on throttle and back tucking to the inside.
cool look at the golf cart trail that's all paved and pretty new over the last couple years, running down the forest. That's a position that you used to not even really be able to get to, and now you can just drive your golf cart down there and see cars whizzing past at 130 plus miles an hour. It's a really cool angle, but it also gives you a perspective for how tight and how much of a tunnel that section of the track feels like. It really, really shrinks down in your perception, even though it's the same width as the rest of the track. You certainly have a little bit less runoff. Calzada running down Bilodeau there just into the final corner. And now we take a nice overhead view at Jordan Wisely sweeping his way through the kink. Calzada starts a new fast lap. Bilodeau calls it for qualifying today.
Yeah, I have to wonder also for Wisely, this is a GRIDLIFE GT build, but it looks a lot like a car that you could see theoretically in Eibach GLTC. So curious on the power level that he's running at, because I feel like he might really get a little bit more out of it as Charles-Andre Bilodeau is rolling through the pit lane now. Still no checker here. Number 7 Toyo car up over the crest. And jumping on the brakes here for turn 14. Love the quick, crisp downshift on that and back up onto the front straight. Front-wheel drive car as well, which has its advantages and disadvantages on a big place like this. We see this in the Club SC category, that sometimes the front drive car is maybe a little better off. Or I guess the Club TR category is what I meant. Wisely picks up.
Oh, big oversteer. That car did not want to free up the diff and roll the apex there. Calzada with a pretty awkward entry for turn 5. This will probably not be his quickest lap.
No, he needed almost 2 seconds to move up a position as well, so he's going to struggle to get that with the car doing that every time he gets to 5. But he's raced this car a lot. I've done some work out at Autobahn Country Club and seen this car run in member races quite a bit there in their GT classes, so he's definitely very well sorted in this car. I think we're hearing tire school from the skid pad over there as well.
Yeah,
the car
very much so.
But is that a little stumble there as it came back to power?
It is, and also not quite using all of the track on the exit as he had the other laps, so it may be a little bit of a spook. I'm assuming it was just a little bit of rear brake lockup down on the entry for turn 5, but that can wake you up, especially turning sub 130 or 230 laps here.
Zap.
Yep, there's another one.
Down into turn 12, Calzada heading back up around. One of the only cars left on the road right now trying to improve.
Yeah, we didn't see Pete's come through in the Corvette. He went out on track, but was not able to at least not feel confident in doing a lap in the car. So Alex Pete's in the number 61 C8 will start at the back of the pack tomorrow alongside James Forbes. Hopefully both cars make the grid. But we do know that at least Forbes has a really fast lap in practice. Alex Pete's was having some similar issues in practice as well, so who knows what that car has in it.
Yeah, so 2 cars that didn't even make an attempt and 1 that didn't get a time, so there's still some more strength to this grid that's not quite being shown. And you know, it's easy to look at this and say, you know, there's not that many cars out there, but again, it's a building rule set, and it was announced in December when a lot of the teams and drivers that maybe could have pivoted to this class were already had sort of decided 2025 plans. So I think we're going to continue to see strength in this category as we move through the year, and of course this new collaboration with Fire Laps, where all the drivers that sign up will get a free Fire link and a year subscription for free as part of our data integration here, which you'll see later in the weekend. That's a little bit of a bonus as well, with a little bit of extra focus on the data and interpretation here with that Fire link unit. So Calzada picks up the checkered flag. That'll be it for the GRIDLIFE GT qualifying session. Aaron Lichty is going to be on pole, and not by a little bit. It's by about 2.8 seconds over Colin King in the 21. So it'll be Corvette versus Corvette tomorrow in the first race of the weekend. And then, of course, BMW in the second row alongside David Calzada in the 174 MX-5. We have a look at our results here in just a moment as well, and get the full screen graphic up and have a look at things before we transition over to Eibach GLTC qualifying. 45 car grid in that one, and ton of diversity across the field and championship battles to sort out as well. Though we're missing a major championship contender this weekend in Eric Catil. As your results on the left-hand side of the screen there, as we wrap up qualifying here for GRIDLIFE GT, there's Jordan Wisely heading down the hill. And that will wrap things up here, Tom. So, again, I'm not sure how much to take away from this, because there's been a lot of car calamity, just issues and mechanical problems preventing us from really seeing an apples-to-apples comparison.
Right, but one more 15 or 20-minute, session coming up. As you see there, Aaron Lichty on pole with the thumbs up. Place he's been plenty of times. Actually, he's a little bit of Mr. Road America, I'd say, if anybody is. But again, GLTC coming up, 20-minute session, 40-some cars already headed to the pit lane. And this is going to be a really critical session for a lot of these drivers. You and I both agree that this is not necessarily the easiest track to make up ground on, as things tend to spread out fairly early in those long straightaways, just enough so, and just enough so much that they are bent straightaways, that making up positions becomes very difficult. So the guy on the jump getting to grid was Kevin Magnussen. He will lead this field out, running his low aero, low drag setup.
Yeah, a couple cars already opting to go to pit boxes here, but the rest of the field heads out on the racetrack. Eibach GLTC qualifying is underway. Magnussen, third in the championship standings, leads the way out onto the racetrack. And again, he's one of the drivers to watch this weekend, maybe the most to gain. Matan Rosenberg leads the standings by 9 points over the absent Eric Catil. But if Magnussen keeps up the momentum that he's had so far this season, he could be a real championship contender by the time we head to Lime Rock Park, where I don't know that car is going to be necessarily the best in the field. I would absolutely look to Catil to be the dog to beat there. So
Magnussen, quickest in practice. He was the only car in the 2-minute 30 range, and he only did one fast lap. Dana Baczynski actually was second quickest in his ASM wrapped bright orange BRZ. That's a K24 engine in there, paired up to an S2000 transmission. He was second quickest by 4/10 behind Magnussen. Then Ayrton Grimm in the Turbo NC Miata. That car is about 8th in shot right now, actually a little further back yet for Grimm to come out. He was third quickest. Matan Rosenberg, who is second on the road in your camera shots as they come through. The white and blue Falcon Tire Corvette was fourth quickest. He also only did one flying lap. Speaking of one flying lap, Emil Tab was 5th quickest. That's your top 5 from practice, cars to watch, and he's also a little further back in the field.
Yeah, Emil Tab is certainly one to watch because he won his first race since 2020. In the first race that car ran on debut at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, new to him, NBMX5. And again, K24 swap, it weighs about 2,600 pounds. And out of the gate with a Miata, winning at Mid-Ohio, Tom, that's impressive.
He actually told me last night he's jacked it up to about 2,700 pounds, and he's claiming something close to 220 horsepower. So that's actually a pretty high output and heavy Miata for what it is. Taking a look at the other cars around the camera shots here as they do their warm-up lap. Third in shot is Blake Korth. That is the ex-Aaron Lichty GLTC Cayman. Matt Waldbaum is the 4th car in shot there in that Honda S2000 two-faced, running the old Smedegard livery on one side, his livery on the other. So Salil Shukla in the black BMW with chrome accents, also one of the first cars out. Then it was Baczynski, and Michael Hilo is also up there. We haven't seen much of him on camera yet. He's the red 350Z.
Yeah, got Eibach colors on that 350Z as well. And Waldbaum heading through turn 13, chasing the cars up the hill, and here comes Tab.
Another storyline from this weekend, that gray 370Z working our way towards us. That's Austin Hurdle. He lost 5th gear in the transmission out of that car on the test day, and actually basically was threatened to not fix it. And he was given a transmission and said, fix your car. And he's out here, did a lap a little bit earlier for hardship, and is out there in qualifying. I also missed Emil Tab is the 6th car in shot. You're going to see that little NB, white and blue, at the back of frame.
Yeah, never threaten a GLTC paddock with "I'm going home," because they will make you. They will search far and wide for any gearbox, any transmission, any motor, any suspension part you need. And he's back. So, and what the trials and tribulations for Austin Hurdle as well. He crashed this car here last year. I guess he didn't really crash. He was involved in a crash that wasn't of his own making. And that car sat sort of in the garage unfixed for months. And about a week before Road Atlanta, posted on social media, says 100 likes on this post, I'll fix it. You know how many likes it got? Like
only 100. That's so low. He
wanted to fix it. And then he drove overnight and got there at 2 in the morning, and then went out on the racetrack, qualified like 6th, and then had a great weekend there. So he's just had a wild year. He needs to stop challenging people.
Yeah.
And he also he lost another bet on Instagram and said if he got 100 likes, I'll put a wrap on it again. And I think he decided to do that next year. But Dude, you need to set your like boundaries a little higher, man.
So Matan Rosenberg absolutely hounding Kevin Magnussen on this first flying lap. Magnussen just gets a little bit of a better squirt off of turns 5, 6, and 7. Matan losing some ground. It looks like Matan maybe just a little bit better down the straights with the way these cars are set up right now, power to weight wise. But Magnussen seems to have the advantage in the shorter acceleration zones and some of the corners. The field very spread out in the front, but they're pretty packed in the back. If we'll cut back there, we will cut back there in a little bit, but want to see where these drivers stack up. There's the gap now as Magnussen running that low drag setup. He just lost a ton of ground in the carousel. Matan is absolutely up underneath him now, and that's a big weakness for that car. The problem is, where does Matan go with it? That's going to race really well. It's just not that well set up for that section of the track.
And we touched on this earlier, but Matan's car, new this year, has an 8-speed automatic gearbox from a C7 generation Corvette in it, so that's going to help. His car was never really a crazy outlier in straight line speed. We've seen Luke McGrew's Corvette. We saw Eric Magnussen's car be really fast for a couple rounds based on the setup he had, but Matan's car can drag race Cattill's 2,600-pound Civic side by side pretty evenly, so he was trying to find something else to kind of smooth out the power transition to the wheels, and an 8-speed automatic gearbox is one way to do it. So we'll see if that works out for him here. I'm just curious to also watch guys like Blake Korth and Emil Tab, again, on the very opposite ends of the weight spectrum, see how they do here in this qualifying session.
Yeah, Korth looks pretty good, but Matt Waldbaum ran him down on this opening lap, so I expect to see Waldbaum up just a little bit as Magnussen is actually going to let Rosenberg through. Rosenberg goes to the top spot just across the start-finish line for the first time. That beige Civic was...
Whoa, Joe Tulo.
Jack Wishmeyer and Joe Tulo going drifty.
Oh, big hop and a skip over the curb. See the wings shaking with how violent those curbs are. And I hope he didn't break something there.
While he was midair, he missed the shift too, so trying to hunt for the gear. That's Salil Shukla. It's going to slot into the 6th spot as more cars continue to pour across the start-finish line. But to your point, Emil Tab goes to 3rd. So right now, actually, Waldbaum goes to 2nd. It's Rosenberg, Waldbaum, Tab, Magnussen, Korth. And that's still with only maybe 2/3 of the field across the start-finish line. And if you just heard Jaws music, it's because the C8, there's a collection of cars. We'll come back to that thought.
Yeah, 2 cars up there. One of them is Alan Newsom in that Mercer XR4 Ti. And that'll be a yellow at Sector 2. Well, Ayrton Grimm pops back in line here just behind Jake Jornstad.
Yeah, Alan Newsom in that XR4 Ti looking like a mechanical issue. Probably just a coincidence that both cars were ended up there for that moment. There's a look at Ayrton Grimm looking down the inside of Jake Jornstad. Grimm was, again, 3rd quickest in practice, and he is P5 right now, but it's kind of a red and purple camo car. Just in some traffic. Look at this. Andy Smedegaard comes out of nowhere. He was a non-factor in practice. He makes himself a factor now. A 232 flat takes that FA24 swapped first-gen BRZ into contention.
Yeah, pretty interesting top 10 right now with all the different cars. We've got what do we have? Corvette S2000 MX-5 M3, FRS MX-5, Cayman S2000 M3 BRZ. So pretty interesting top 10 group.
And all sorts of engine options in there. So what I was getting to, Aaron Lichty did just go out on track with his new detuned exact same car running in GLGT. Now he does have a little bit of a different approach for this weekend. He's basically trying to let's say, use his own interpretation of the rules to say, I'm going to really ballast this car up, and I'm going to say that this is my amount of detune because this is such a powerful car, even though it's the same detune as some of the other cars.
Oh, big slip for the 50 car.
That's going to go
Muhammad
around.
into the gravel at turn number 9. And it just started to do the walk on him, Tom. A short wheelbase car, hard to regather that one.
Yeah, and he's going to get stuck in there, I fear.
Oh, he had it moving for a second. Little momentum rolling. That will likely, well, it's going to double down on the yellow in Sector 2, at least. We've already got the graphic up.
And that's just the worst feeling when you get one of those mid-engine cars into that, let's call it a death yaw. Hey, look at him go.
Nice.
Mid-engine working for him, going to get it out of there.
That's pro strats.
Standing ovation for Azmat Muhammad. Heck yeah.
Well done.
All right, so I'll finish my thought quickly. Aaron Lichty basically running at plus 19% because of that's where he believes that car should be. He was not told to do that. He was basically, I'm going to do that. So we have no idea where this C8 is going to end up, but that's his interpretation, and that's what he's going to do. Rosenberg still on the top of this spot. There's the plain black ASM at BRZ that sits in the 5th position with Andy Smedegaard behind the wheel.
Yeah, really impressed with Muhammad getting that thing out of the gravel. That was dug in pretty deep. Here's a handful of cars. Tom Panzarello in the Volkswagen, Carlos Mendez in the BMW, and then trailing him is Michael Pagano. A couple cars on pit lane. Dana Basinski, Matt Waldbaum, maybe anticipating a yellow, but they didn't get it. Will stay green. So down into turn 5, Joe Tulo's still out on the road. Salil Shukla goes by.
I mentioned Michael Hilo in the red 350Z. This is a good performance from him, sitting in the 7th position at a 232.9. The top of the field still pretty spread out, and I suspect we're looking at why. Different drivers taking a different amount of precaution for this section of the track. Someone we haven't mentioned is right there on camera, the yellow C5 of Christian Aranja. Another factor that we expect to work his way towards the front. Has not put in a time yet. In fact, it makes me wonder if his transponder's not working, because he's been out there the whole time.
Yeah, that could very well be, in which case they will default to either hand timing, or if the driver's got data. Matt Waldbaum out of the car checking around the corners, and just gave us a wave because he could hear us on the PA. Classic Matt. I really hope he wins a race this weekend, because he gave us one heck of a photo at the photo booth the other day. So we'll see how things pan out for him. But maybe had a little off-track excursion, checking around the car to see, maybe he hears something also. Tom, that's got to bother you to play so fast if you're hearing a sound, or you feel like you might have picked up something, or you're dragging something. Just as a confidence meter, it just goes way down to the ground.
Yeah, and it's not worth risking it here. We've already seen one competitor, Ryan Kristoff, had a suspension failure that led to a boop off of the concrete wall, and there's no good boop off of a concrete wall. Did a pretty significant amount of damage even at that low speed. Again, yellow flag in sector 2. Big rotation for Salil Shukla through turn 13, but hangs onto it beautifully, and we, because of that, don't anticipate any improved lap times. Wow.
Aaron Lichty charging into turn 8, but that thing was sideways, wasn't it? So he's getting after it. And 32nd on the board in that 66, but no time set, obviously. So really curious to see where that thing pops up. Wouldn't be surprised to see it top 10, but also consider that we've got that standing yellow. So, you know, I'm not sure that you're going to be full tilt. And Aaron's a driver that always leaves some safety margin for himself and others.
Yeah, and turning a personal best right now would be pretty egregious. Not that you shouldn't do it, but if you were to be going up onto the pole position right now, that essentially means you didn't slow down much on the yellow flag section. So that's just a little bit in poor form. Go ahead.
Real-time update from Matt Waldbaum on pit lane.
Yes.
Big front brake lock up into Canada corner is what he tells us. So thanks, Matt. Hope your session goes a little better from here on out. Still chasing things, hoods up, and they're getting to work on it here.
I think that's Lena Chin doing some tire service on it. That usually would tell me that maybe a wheel speed sensor failed and the ABS would go out, but who knows? What do I know about cars?
Yeah. There's John Borley, another new driver here to the series this weekend. NB Miata fighting an uphill battle, but pretty cool to watch.
Another mover and shaker. Ryan Powers sitting there in 10th in the number 866. That's a black and purple new, second generation GR86, so it's a brand new build for him. And he's been kind of mired in the lower to mid pack in an ND Miata that was prepared for another series, and now this time he's got a little bit more power. He feels a little bit more well equipped for this field, just being able to run a little bit higher power. So he's got himself, well, he's got his power car into the 10th position for Ryan Power.
Yeah, Matan Rosenberg still out there making laps. Again, still with that yellow over the turn 2 area. I haven't actually seen the exit of 5 to know if it's still covered by yellow, but Matt Beck back out on the racetrack. Eric Magnuson still out there chasing some time. Not a lot of green on the board right now, but that's to no surprise.
Yeah, and this is a really tough position to be in for a driver, because you kind of have to just keep circulating to let the track come back to you. We just now saw through Jake Jornstad coming through turn 6 that site is now cleared, and the safety crews can make a quick right off the track and get off the circuit just in that spot. So we're back to full course green, and we'll see if this can get any more interesting as we have a massive diversity in the top 10 right now, but no improvements for anybody multiple laps in a row.
Well, now that the track is completely clear in green, we might see some drivers go a little quicker. Ayrton Grimm, super impressed with the effort he's had the last couple of rounds. Is qualifying great. I think Mid-Ohio was hoping to have raced a little better. Actually got looped around as Matan Rosenberg that time picks up a little bit. 2:35.54 the new time to chase. And now that the track's clear, I think we'll see a lot more green.
Yeah, I think they might have cleared it while we weren't looking at it at the time, but I'm pretty sure he would have gone through there under green as well. So we might see fast laps as early as right now. A little bit of, is that a little bit of damage perhaps? No, it's just a wrinkly front bumper on that really cool 240 for...
It's Beck. Yeah, he was just on Beck, on pit lane. Also, to note, the 66 of Aaron Lichty in that C8 Corvette, 26th quick on his first lap. So we'll see if he picks up some time. But plus 19%, testing the limit of the rules here, Tom. We'll see if it works out for him.
So Waldbaum on pit lane with the mechanical still holds down the second spot. We'll start on the outside of the front row if nothing changes. We still have a number of drivers to keep an eye on. Rosenberg went quicker last time. This is another one of our factors. Kevin Magnussen in the 330 gold BMW sits in the 4th position.
Eric Magnussen. It'd be really cool if we had Kevin Magnussen
Did I
out
say
there.
Kevin?
Yeah, the Haas F1 driver
yes,
out there.
Yes.
Yes.
Famously actually related to Kevin Magnussen. You knew that, right? I'm kidding. I made that up.
I figured you did.
There's the gap between the top 2, or top 4. Ayrton Grimm goes quicker that time by at a 231.9.
Yeah, good look here at the delta between 1st and 4th. 1.1 seconds between Magnussen and Rosenberg. Kyle Hale just jumped up to 7th. Good run there. Aaron Lichty to 8th in that C8. So we're starting to see some pace out of that. Lewis Chatroop gains up to 16th. And now carrying around through the high-speed carousel here. This is where this car is going to struggle a little bit, leaning on that left side tire.
That's where he had the big push on the previous lap. It sounds much better this time through, all the way out to the exit curbing, but just perfectly so. No drama. Going to see a little flicker of the brake lights. No, he goes in with just a lift, if not flat out.
Yeah, this is a very tidy looking lap. This is how quick laps look to me, Tom. So we'll see if he can jump up the order a little ways. He only needs 0.3 to knock Tab off the inside of the front row. Needs 0.4 to jump up onto the front row.
Emil Tab has been slowly reeling in Blake Korth. They're both going to be really heads up and let him through. Matt Beck and Korth both let him through. I don't know that this was this way last time through, but Tab still sits in the 3rd spot. Magnussen, everything up to the blades of grass at turn 13.
Look at this shot here. This is, I think, the drone giving us a perspective under the bridge. They flew under it backwards, by the way, like Toe Mater. He doesn't need to see where he's going because he only knows where he's been. But through the carousel now, Jake Dornstad arcing it in, and let's see if Magnussen picked up. I don't think so.
While we wait for it, Rosenberg picked up a ton and a half, a 229.1. That's a new track record in qualifying, if I'm not mistaken. Magnussen goes up to P2 at a 230.9, but that's going to put Rosenberg with that newly automatic swapped Corvette nearly 2 seconds up on the rest of the field. Emil Tab improves to maintain his 3rd position, leapfrogs over Matt Waldbaum. The rest of the field has not come through yet this time, but that top 10 is getting, the top 3, let's say, is getting spicy.
Yeah, and Magnussen had the top spot there just for a moment, and then Rosenberg took it right back. And Matt Waldbaum just tells us he's going back on the racetrack and, quote, see what's up. So let's see. Asma Muhammad's back out after digging all the gravel out of the rear end of this car. So there's that MR2 Spider working its way through turn 7 and charging down the hill towards turn 8. Now there's an operator on that camera. That was the front. Has that been panning all day? I didn't even notice that just now. And Ayrton Grimm off. This, I think, is down by the carousel, just inside turn 9. And that's unfortunate for him. I hope that whatever is causing that car to struggle gets sorted out. But Muhammad successfully makes it through the carousel that time.
Yep. This will be the first attempt through on a flying lap since he had that accident, or that incident, I should say. I guess it's a little accident if you spin, but he is currently at the bottom of the scores with only a 9-minute lap time, so anything can be an improvement. It's a big slide, maybe a big slide for Peter Zhang in that turn in concepts. That's a V8 swapped FRS with the bright red front end and neon yellow accents.
Kunmo Lee that's the dark blue BRZ that's out, or GR86 that's out there. That's a brand new build for this event. See the hood up on the CRP Racing MX-5. Asma Muhammad again charging through turn 13. P33, because he only has an 8.5-minute lap time on the book, so we'll see if he can improve. Peter Zhang, we talked about the trials and tribulations he had on the way here, was stopped on the side of the highway with a blown-out trailer tire, and his trailer was rear-ended at a very high speed by an SUV, and everyone was okay, but destroyed the trailer, had to borrow one to finish the trek up here. But pretty dramatic week for Peter Zhang. I'm glad he's out here and all right and getting after it. Uses the curbs. This car has actually quite a bit of ground clearance, and he seems pretty okay to use the rumbles.
Yeah, it always has, and I've never really talked to him much about that. It's definitely visibly higher than the rest of the cars here. Ooh, big slide for Jake Jornstad underneath the drone, but that car is the other. It's not even the only LS swapped one, as we have a V8 one powered by. Big understeer Eric Jensen, I should say, is a little bit lower, so a different setup theory at least on that car.
Yeah, and he almost won a race back at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca as Emil Tab goes up to second quick, 2:30.512. But Peter Zhang was 0.2 of a second away from winning a race at race 4 last year. Just went to defend from Matan Rosenberg and gave up all of his exit speed he needed to get to the line. He was kicking himself over that one. Eric Magnussen's in pit lane. That's all he's got, I think, for this session.
That was Brad Kosaba and the Miata we saw diving out of the way for both of those cars through the kink. A look at Dai Win.
And looked like, for a minute, I saw someone jump up on the order that just got reshuffled off got sent off the island. I don't know what that was all about.
Rosenberg also on pit lane, so a lot of our cars that have been jumping up, taking a little break from the session. Blake Korth also on the pit lane as well. There's a look at the black and purple Ryan Power machine. Salil Shukla a little bit up the road from that.
Yeah, someone, for a brief moment, jumped up under the top 10 and then was deleted. And so trying to figure out where it was Christian Aranja is who it was in the 57. So that car was removed from the scoring, and that's why it's kind of reshuffled the ordering on the ticker a little bit.
Take a look at, we mentioned Austin Hurdle earlier. He sits 15th in the grid right now at a 233.1. That's the car in the shot right now. Typically, he would have a little bit more pace than that. He's usually flirting with the top 10. I guess 15th is pretty close to that. Maybe just speaks to how stout the field is at this point. But he also did not get nearly the amount of practice time that everybody around him, or at least certainly everyone he's chasing, got. So maybe a little bit more speed left in that 370Z. He's chasing Christian Aranja right now. Still no changes in that top 10.
Yeah, it looks like Eric Magnussen might be going out for one more effort here. He's leaving pit lane. See if he goes out the end of pit lane or if he makes the right back into the paddock. But to your point, Austin Hurdle, again, has a really great racecraft as well. So when it comes to race time, he's one of the drivers that can carve his way through the field and move his way forward quietly but dangerously for everybody else.
Did you mention Chat Troop up into the top 10?
I didn't.
Okay, we just caught that. The K-Power BMW, the number 26 car, got into 10th position, nipping Ryan Power outside of the top 10. So that's the black and neon yellow BMW, if you catch it on camera, doing a 232. We suspected a majority of the field would end up in that 230, maybe 1 to 233 range. That's going to put you near the top 20 if you can get in there.
Did you still have Aranja 4th on your scoring there, Tom? Because it looked like he got his time deleted.
I do, actually.
Okay.
He's showing on my laptop timing and scoring at a 231.2. Okay. He's not showing up on the graphics display here.
He did for a moment, and then it went away. Like that's usually what happens when they delete. Oh, and Waldbaum, big lockup into 14. Daniel Giraldo's off. This looks like turn 7, I want to say.
Yes, that's definitely 7 with the sideways camera. Whatever's going on with Waldbaum's car has still not fixed itself as he locks up the front tire, goes off at turn 14. Luckily, no harm, no foul. We were able to re-enter the pit lane right away.
Yeah, took a spill through the gravel there, though, for sure. So that definitely didn't work, whatever was supposed to work there. So test concluded.
Exactly.
I would say.
We know what's up. Jake Jornstad a little bit on a cool down, it sounds like, low shifting that car, not full throttle, as Dan Giraldo is going to get either in reverse gear or maybe a little bit of a toe back behind that wall. I'm going to guess reverse gear.
Yeah, I think he's going to try to get it just back behind the cutout there. Checkered flag's out, so it's not going to matter either way because Eibach GLTC qualifying is concluding next time around. So if anyone had just begun a lap, they will be able to complete it. Otherwise, they will not get another bite at the apple. Aaron Lichty across the line, no pickup there. Chat Troop goes up to 9th, so picks up a spot over Kyle Hale. And Jake Jornstad working his way around course. Looks like he's on a cool down in that number 32. So Waldbaum's in pit lane, Peter Zhang in pit lane. Will anybody else come around? All these cars look like they've already slowed down. Jack Wishmeyer was slow across the line, so no pickup for him.
Wishmeyer, though, a pretty solid qualifying session, 12th on the overall grid, down in the 232s, just barely. He's going to slot between Ryan Power and Michael Hilo. That's a West Coast driver. I have to wonder if he's ever been to this track before. It is a track you can practice on the sim, and it is a track we had a test day at yesterday, but that's still a pretty strong performance for that J-swapped EG Civic from the West Coast. Also, a great performance from Andy Smedegaard to get that the FA24 BRZ up into the top grouping. He remains 7th now as the 4th place car not shown on timing and scoring on the left, we believe is Christian Aranja.
Yeah, he jumped up there again and got knocked off again, so it doesn't want to stick. He has to do another 4th place lap. Yeah. It's like Velcro. All right, let's have a look at our results here for GRIDLIFE Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup qualifying there. It doesn't have him P4 there, does it? So just note that. Matan Rosenberg, Emil Tab, Eric Magnussen, your top 3. Of course, Ayrton Grimm up there in the top 10. We did see him have some issues at the tail end of the session, so hopefully he can get his stuff fixed. Aaron Lichty, 232.1 with a car that's at the very upper edge of the limits of what's possible to make work with a 19% weight modifier with all the extra penalties that car's got stacked on top of it as a C8 Corvette build. But again, it's not proving to be an overdog by any stretch here, Tom, but we know how good Aaron Lichty is as a driver. So uphill battle there. Kyle Hale, Ryan Power, rounding out your top 10.
Yeah, this is it's going to be an interesting night for a couple of those drivers. Waldbaum and Grimm both having mechanical issues. I also just noticed, I don't think we saw Eric Jensen, who's a perennial competitor here in that session, so maybe he had some mechanical issues as well. No, actually, he only did 1 lap, got a 242 and called it, so there are definitely some issues there. A couple of drivers with some mechanicals to solve, but we talked about Wishmeyer, Hilo, Korth, Morrison gets himself up into 14th. Hurdle stays that 15th position. Zhang to 16th. Salil Shukla in 17th. Dana Baczynski, after that epic practice session, not able to realize that pace again, is stuck in 18th position there. There's Jensen with another timing discrepancy, so we apologize if this is inaccurate, but he's listed 19th with a 233.9. Then Peter Zhang at a 234.
Interesting. I wonder, because we're getting that from that, so that's interesting. Oh, you know what? Because if you finish across the line after the graphic got pulled up, it freezes it on our end.
No,
so
it's because I was looking at practice
times.
Oh,
that helps. It's Tahoe's fault.
Yeah, I was reading the screen except for Jensen. Everything else I said was right.
Thomas Lathrop, 21st. Michael Pagano, Carlos Mendez, Tom Panzarella, Jake Jornstad, your top 25. Saw Daniel Giraldo pull off with issues. Athmat Muhammad went for a spin in the kitty litter, got it rolling again. Kung Woo Lee in the GRD6, 28th. Brad Kosaba and Joe Tulo, your top 30, your top.
And then Dai Win and Matt Beck going to start side-by-side tomorrow along with Tyson Schweisau. That's the Ford Focus. John Borley bringing up the rear. I think that was one of the cars we saw have an issue early. Alan Newsom was the XR4 Ti that did not get a time in after that mechanical failure on the first flying lap. We believe Christian Aranha to be potentially 4th in the grid, but potentially not. So we're going to leave that be. He's either in 4th or in last. And that'll be our starting grid for race 1 tomorrow in Eibach GLTC.
Unofficial results, as always, because we got some sorting to do here. But pretty interesting qualifying session that had some ups and downs. So we'll have a look here at our highlights in just a moment for the Eibach GLTC qualifying session, our last streamed coverage of the day. Of course, we'll be back with full day of racing, time attack, and drift tomorrow and Sunday. But what a day here at Road America. And there's festivities still up and coming with for the festival grounds. They're spooling up down there, aren't they, with the NOS Energy main stage. At the moment, it is going to be Mike on stage, then Kofrezi, then John Casey, and Flostradamus taking the NOS Energy main stage a little bit later here tonight. And then later this evening, up at the Laser Woods, up at the top of the woods there, it'll be Floss and Inverted, and then Thomas Xavier and Dirty up there as well. So campers already getting set up here for the evening action, and just enjoying the beautiful sights and sounds of Road America here, Tom.
Cannot wait to get to some racing action tomorrow. We're going to see a whole lot of it. We've got 3 different wheel-to-wheel series with 4 wheel-to-wheel races coming up over the next 2 days, in addition to some really epic track battle action. We've already seen a majority of the track records fall, but that's just one day out of the way. So everything is looking really up. I had a blast on the mic today. There's already so many people here, and it's only going to get better. So if you're trackside with us or joining us on the web, thank you so much for being with us today. We can't wait for spending the rest of the weekend with you. And Kyle, thanks for having me here with you.
Yeah, can't wait. We're going to do it all over again tomorrow. More coverage from GRIDLIFE Summer Apex on Saturday and Sunday. And for all the fans of you here at the racetrack, we'll see you at the festival grounds over inside the carousel. Saturday morning, things kick off bright and early with the NOS Energy Track Battle Championship Heat number 4. Enjoy your day. We'll see you tomorrow.
You want me to take you back?